Thank you, Father. Doing it by the number. You do everything by the number. And 7. Thank you for 7, the number of completion, the number of maturity. There are 7 things you ask us to do to be matured. So the number, do it by the number. Let's just go ahead and let's put that number out there first for, tell me what that number is. So we're going to stick this right here. So we're going to be talking about this number the whole time. It's all about 180 hours. So what's that number mean to you? 97%. I tell you, it just says Elijah Werner is not the 97. He's not 97%. So what does that mean? What's that mean to you? This is an evidentiary stream, compounding now thousands of hours, compiling against the state of Oregon for wrongfully swatting my house, and now continual pursuit of trying to throw my son in prison. Now me in prison as well, 4 felonies, probably landing in prison, right? So for not letting them do their job, they want to throw my son in jail. So hint, hint, what does that 97% mean? What does that mean? And anyone, put in the comment section if you're watch the upstream live later, because I'm continuing to just try to push through this. I thank you, Father, for the ministry, so I can just have a way to kind of keep sane and keep in touch with others, although you took that you through your will, but this man in this black robe, I've insisted in his bar, think he's going to get a bar gain from me. It's not. I teach that it's what this currency maritime law that they're not, I'm not under. I'm not a corporation. I'm not some Wizard of Oz. I know my rights. You know, they're God-given, natural, organic laws of the land that have always been here since the beginning of time. So, because I'm eternal. So, yes, I am Pastor Apocalypse. This is High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. Call me Pastor Apocalypse or Pastor Revelation. I am Apocalypse. Under this false arrest in dealing with this number, that was what I was arrested as. I am Revelation. So, does that mean anything to you? What's that number mean? Or one of you? What's that mean, April? We'll see one of you in here. I know it's not going to be much, but I'll get going because it's still for evidence and it's a matter of fact. Cellular data will prove that my son did 180 hours and now they've kidnapped my daughter, his wife, swatted my farm, you know, ruined all this homestead out here. And this happens to other people. So has to stand up for your rights. So what does that mean? That's not this. They don't do that. They bar, they give your capital letter law, that man in that black robe under this corporation called America. It's not, I'm not a corporation. So they're going to have a hard time convicting me. I'm not a corporation. So my name is not, I am Pastor Revelation. I'm Pastor Apocalypse. My parents made some kind of blood contract, but I'm not that. I don't live that lifestyle. They couldn't do that. You still have to like a, this ain't a movie, but like True Blood, you know, like invite the vampire into, you know, that's what he said. They willingly give their character over to this authority. That's them. They make a bargain for that man in that black maritime law who's got to deal with the central banks. They left this whole backed by gold, whole United States of America. That's not what this country is. It's a democracy, and it's a mockery of the original constitutional republic. And so if I'm not giving my authority, I never will. So maybe that's why they try to target my son, huh? It's pretty sad that a system will go after someone's son, you know, but it is what it is. So now I have to stand to tell you that my son's name is Elijah Werner and he is not the 97%. So what does that mean to you? And he did his 180 hours. I can 100% prove that by the number, 100%. 100% prove that Elijah did his 180 of community service he was given. So we'll go over that. Just try to have a little conversation here before we get this evidentiary stream against a judge, a conviction that will maybe take everybody from the top down. We'll see, only by the will of the Father, not by the will of my own, and hopefully for the safety of the state of Oregon, because they've got counties that can just SWAT raid somebody's house when they have 100% evidence to prove. They don't care about the 180 hours, even the terms of release for my son. So I'm the only one who is saying this, and I can't get the state investigator or the county, investigator didn't even know, and he's the one supposed to be investigating the case. This whole case is just about these original community service hours that they said that he'd only done 47. What's that number mean? We'll put all this together, but I just think I could so do this so many times because I've done it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just playing it a different way, because 5 times 32 is 160 plus 20 is 180. So that's how I get to that. Let's just write that down for old time's sake, for the old live streams we did. We did 5 times 32 hours a month equals 160 plus 20, because he did extra hours, went in extrications, completes, and I know he did more, 180 hours. I could do this to a jury, and there's no way that a jury, that's part of a hint. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father, for this ministry to keep some kind of sanity. Thank you for having just a way to speak, because they took my son and kidnapped my daughter, and trying to keep going for the state of Oregon victims in the county who've been put in jeopardy by a rapist. I don't like that. I don't like to write that down, but that's his name is Tony Karsten. And he was running around loose in this county. I'll rebuke anybody who's at war outside of this covenant. You swine soldier like me, you're the filth and most disgusting thing to ever walk the planet of this planet. God didn't create any planets, just kidding. Yeah, this rock. You and me are filthy, disgusting swine in the military. Get out. Were you forced in? Were you drafted? I volunteered. What swine am I? Beast system. I'm the biggest beast ever to walk this rock. The American, not so much anymore, huh? If you're outside, you know this military. We're alas. Who's speaking of maritime waters and the captains, huh? I know who's the captain of my ship. I am. He's the judge in this case, but we'll see. Polish military base in Afghanistan. I rebuke you, and go get out of the war if you can. That's all. Or you do believe in Jesus Christ, the Hamashiach of Bethlehem, not of Nazareth. If you would, you'll get out. He'll call out to your hearts. You won't serve this beast system, the crack, the character, all of it. It's outside the covenant of this new. He said, let vengeance be mine. This is why this governance, right? Get out. Swine, filthy swine, just like me. You got to come out of her, my people. He said, you can't keep doing this MAGA death, all this. Why death? Why are we defending these men in these ivory towers? Why are we throwing the best at, there's a Ukraine, they just unalived a whole Ukrainian generation is gone. Men and women, gone. Children too over there. Russians too, or not the Russians, but the Ukrainian generation, nobody cares about. 2 years with the U.S. bond. The same thing with this bond, this man in this black robe here in America, he calls himself a judge. He's part of this maritime bargain where your currency and you put your money in the bank, all this maritime law, they've extorted the American public since this change of the republic to a democracy, and people don't know. They're just ignorant, and they give their authority to this 97%, and they make a gain to the bar where they extort their bond when it was a blood contract from birth. Their kin sold to this corporation in capital letters, and people don't even know. And if you give your authority to it, this is the 97% who give that man in that black robe a conviction, and they are a plea. No, yeah, a plea and a conviction of guilt, and they gain the banks, that money lent on interest, the Federal Reserve. That's not part of America. Those are central banksters. You give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. You give a man a bank, he'll rob the world. That's the central banks. That's what's happened to America. This is a corporation, not a country, is a constitutional republic. So this is what we have to do, brothers and sisters. We have to stand in defiance to perversion of what the Father said is, let vengeance be mine. We cannot go. He said, love thy neighbor like thy love thy enemy, like thy love thyself. Not one above the other. Notice. Hados, he said, I am Hados, the narrow way. So we got to narrow off this thinking that war is okay. We don't want to fight these central banksters wars and send our best of our best. Our children off to war, 18 to 30, destroyed. Ukrainian generation gone. Yeah, they got American women lined up for war to be drafted now, or rebuke America. Filthy, most disgusting swine nation to ever walk this rock. And everybody who supports this, allowing these men in these black robes to gain these central banksters, their interest bar, your bond sold as the corporation on the, your W-2. Your bond in the treasury is your labor. You go to work, you fill that out, they take the money out. That's your debt slave to this Wizard of Oz law and these stupid cop-sucking pigs who go around extorting people with this capital letter law. The guaranteed occupancy, 80% for private prisons before they're ever built. How the hell you think that happens? That's a state police. Maybe that's why they squat in my house, because they're pigs. And they don't like when people like me expose this Wizard of Oz. Yeah, this isn't a movie. This is reality, something. And if you give your authority to it, you're this 97% who takes a gain to the bar, to your blood contract from birth. It's a contract for your labor. It's a credit card in your name called your Social Security card, in all capital letters, attached to that blood contract from birth, and written in capital letters, birth certified contract to the banksters for your labor, sold on the stock exchange. Is called the U.S. Treasury. Oh, I'm the crazy guy, huh? No, that's why I'm getting my house swatted, because you point out things like this, you're going against the man in the black robes, calling him out as their brokers for the banks. All they're looking is for a gain. 90% of people say, okay, I'll take a plea. That's what it is. It's the teaching, in case you didn't understand what is going on here. Wizard of Oz. I'm Apocalypse. I pull that veil back. We got all these people fearing. 97% this big. Look at it. Oh, fear. This is what they get. They get money and extort people's labor. The cop does it when he gives you a ticket under that corporation, your name, capital letters on your driver's license, attached to your birth certificate, which is your Social Security card, contract, member card, Social Security, your credit card, $1 million bond from birth. They sell it ahead of time. It's debt slavery called America. People don't know what this is. It doesn't matter. If you have organic under this, I'm not some maritime trying to get me in there to give my authority to this bar. It's like you have a sand bar and currency, and you go put your money in the bank, and the banksters are the one who gain. Bar gain. Get it? Plea agreement, plea gain, plea bargain, plea bargain. Understand what's going on? It's Wizard of Oz monkey law. Flying monkey. I'll get you, you little dog. Toto too. And they'll try to say I'm crazy. But I'm not. I'm not a corporation. My name's not written in all capital letters. I'll show you why. Because God's teaching. God's teaching. God says, thank you. God says, he tells us to enter through the straight gate. I'm going to let you know that right here. We'll just put this over here. This is the straight gate. He said, okay, he said broad. Let's go real slow so you can see. B-R-O-A-D. So now you can put the way. We'll leave the way, because way, right? But you can see this is all capital letters. Broad I'll try to show you what God's telling these people, but he only sends few. Many are called, but few are chosen. Uh-oh, I can do that better. And we're live. We're doing it live. So I'm kind of writing over this box here. It doesn't have to be totally straight. You'll understand what I'm saying here. Oh, it does. He said straight. Oh, it has to be straight, remember? Straight is the gate. Let's make sure we don't forward. So broad is the way. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate that leads to hell, which is a place of no knowledge. Abyss. A-B-Y-S-S. Revelation 9 and 11, oh, doing it by the numbers, says they have a king or an angel over them, the angel of the abyss. That's hell. This is a Greek word. Your text says bottomless pit or lake of fire, or it's the abyss is the word hell. Let me give you a quick teaching there. Evidentiary streets. Hell, A negates. You can put this as like a cancel sign. Like he says, I am the alpha or the aleph or the leader of the ox. Like the A, but like in English, you go A to Z, and Greek, you go A to O. So that's what we said. That's the beginning and the end. So I am the alpha and the omega. So the alpha negates in the Greek. So in English, abyss is one word. In Greek, it's two. Bis is the word busos, B-U-S-O-S, or bathos, B-A-T-H-O-S. Bathos is the word knowledge. Knowledge. K-N-O-W-L-E-D-G-E. Knowledge. So, bis. So, hell is the place of no busos, or no bathos. That is the word hell, and that is the place of no knowledge. By definition. Do you like that? Do you like the definition of hell? It's not anything else. Did you know that hell is the place of no knowledge? Remember, he said, my people shall perish for lack of bathos. I will throw them in the place of no bathos. See, I do it by the number here. And we do it by definition so nobody can forward. That's the Hebrew word twist, change, or pervert. So by number, my son will 100% be cleared. And not just clear him, but how the, not interesting. That's a fact, Jack. So anyways, hell is a place of no knowledge. And the word heaven, we need to spell that out. I need to get back to lesson. Heaven is not above your head. So come back for another teaching on that. So we need to get back to the lesson, which is broad is the way. Broad is the way. Hey, hold on there. You got to remember, don't forget anything. Don't even leave out a jot or a tittle. He said, what do we have right there? We still had to enter through the straight gate, right? Oh, narrow, through the gate. So, careful. Don't forget where we're at in the lesson. So, a lot of people forget. They have an interesting of the fly. Huh, interesting. 5 times 32 equals 165. Huh. How do you get that math, Seldom? That's off. Are you trying to do that Common Core math on me, Seldom? Trying to tell me 2 plus 2 equals 5? Get out of here. Don't try to pervert numbers. That's, look at that. So, excuse me, pardon me. So, he says to enter through the straight gate, or broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, which leads to hell. Okay? So you figured it out. Now, I want to explain to you why I'm not some capital letter or Broadway or some kind of, I'm not part of this corporation, and this is why I'm trying to teach you the spiritual. This has probably never been taught before, but I have taught before, but it's not in this fashion. So he said, enter through the straight gate. I'll put this down here. My bad. We'll put this, I think it was originally down right here. Yeah, attention to detail, attention to detail. So he says, broad is the way, or you enter through the straight. This is the book of Matthew, okay? I'm trying to get my son from not being thrown in a prison, myself as being charged, but I'm still a teacher and a pastor, and I always, this comes first, so they have to look through the thousands of hours of me going through bits of evidence, and then also thousands of hours of me being a pastor, because God makes me do this, not me. It's not of my own will. So anyway, so Enter, this is the back of Matthew. Enter through the straight gate, for broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, which leads to hell. And many enter by that gate. Many enter by that gate. Many, as he says, enter by that gate. He says, narrow, which is the word hados. Narrow, which is the word hados, is T. I'm capital T, but I'm smaller R, smaller A, smaller C, smaller Y. Yeah, that's my name. Okay, if you want to call me by a name, you're not going to call me Broadway. I'm not in all capital letters, because all capital letters is the gate, is the wide gate that leads to hell. So he says, enter through the straight gate, which he says, narrow is the path, and that is the word hados, or narrow, that leads to the straight gate, and there is O-L-I-G-O-S, oligos, who find that straight gate, and only through seek shall ye, and ye shall find, ask, and ye shall receive. Oh, I love you, Father Cook. Shiloh. Elijah. Oligos. Find that straight gate. Flaming chariots, brothers and sisters, flaming chariots. Woo! Battle in the Baal prophets. Here we go. Men in black robes. Men who want to get you to bargain with them. Get this bargain for the bar to gain. Your capital letter law man, straw man, your tin man, your tax ID number, your tin man, straw man. You think this is funny? And you think this is some kind of Wizard of Oz movie? I'll get you, little dog, Toto, too. I am Apocalypse. My name is T, capital T, smaller R, smaller. Okay, so you understand? Narrow is the path that leads to the straight gate. And oligos, which is the word very few, find the straight and narrow gate. Okay? And hados, only by salvation, only by repentance, only by baptism, not of water, by spiritual blood. He said, I want to find your garments white, without blemish. Remember, they didn't eat crackers and grape juice. They didn't eat Cadbury eggs. He was the Lamb of God. David declared him, remember, I am the Ram, born of Bethlehem, through water, through the Pisces, Vesica Pisces. I've done it through T. We're all born through that matrix, the water. He was a water birth. He didn't exist of I am of flesh. He required water. Now, none of this, no celebration, no flesh, none of you, none of this. Remember, any of these teachings are here for any of it. Birthed through water, the virgin in the, remember, in the firmament, it declared Bethlehem, Jupiter, Venus, pay attention, celestial, look up, your redemption draweth nigh. Birth of the king, birth of the age, fire of the water, through the water he birthed. He had to be born of flesh to fulfill the flesh, not just Jews, but Jews and Gentiles. Hallelujah, the king is coming, is nigh. He said, put your light at the top of your house. Do not hide it in a basket. Let it shine. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Men with black robes, synagogues, Satan's. Rebuke them. Shine the light on them. Show them the narrow way. Those, brothers and sisters, is the narrow way. That's, yes, we're not under the covenant of blood and ritual. Not crackers and grape juice. They ate the sacrificial lamb. I am in the flesh, to fulfill the flesh. Come in the king's nigh at hand, brothers and sisters, declare the glory of God. That's what we're here to do. Shiloh will return, the scepter with the inheritance to the kingdom of the heaven. Paul said, through much ellipsis we must go through to receive that kingdom of heaven. Heaven is not above your head. He said to meet him in the sky. Woo! Very few, the bride, will have their name called out in that book. Only those who fear the Lord will be in that third book. That was a gem. Yes, book of life, book of judgments, all shall pass through the book of judgments. Very few. Oligos, fear not. Oligos, flock, few. Teeny tiny number, for it is your Father's pleasure to give you the King of Heaven. Paul said, through much ellipsis we must go through to be with the kingdom of heaven. And the kingdom of heaven is not above your head. That is the inheritance, the heirs to the age of Aquarius. Oh, we already passed an age back at the time of Christ. Remember, from fire to water. Water to welcome to the new age, brothers and sisters. The time marker, the conjunction. If you're wise, you'll know exactly right. Jupiter, Melchizedek, my love. Shiloh, the one who holds inheritance to the kingdom. Hallelujah. The one who comes back with the sword. It says, sell your cloak and buy a sword. The sword of division in Matthew 10. Do not think I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division that will divide. Look what this, look what this judge has done here. My father's the judge. It'll divide a son from his father, right? My son knows that it doesn't apply to us because my son knows his father is not in heaven, but that by scriptural in heaven, I'm his dad. Hallelujah. Thank you, Elijah, for being such a strong man. Give me a second. Not intimidated by this Broadway man in this black robe. Elijah Werner is not the 97% because he's taken it to trial. So narrow is the way. It's a difficult path, brothers and sisters, that leads to that straight gate. That is the word hados. And that is repentance is a long walk. We must be rebuked by our Father. Rebuked. He rebukes our hearts to stop doing these things of the broad way. And narrow self. That is the word idolatry. And that's why God divorced his bride was for doing the things that we want. Things of our eyes, not things of the Most High. Our Father, not to be above others, but to make sure we're all in the hados. We're in the same narrow way so that after we die, we'll get to be with our family in heaven, with our brothers and our sister and our mother. And that's not our nieces and aunts and uncles and all these things in this world. Those are the people be with after I die. You die. We all die. He said, loins girded in my service when I return. And that could be 100 years from now. He comes back. That's your moment when he says, when I return, you better be ready. You better have your lamps trimmed. He rebukes our hearts. We walk in repentance. That's a long walk. Look how long we walk in repentance. And then we're forgiven. This is the Father's judgments, not these worldly. Thank you, Elijah Werner, for not being intimidated by these men and taking this to trial. I know you did these 180 hours, son. I'll keep standing. Did they come out here and swat me again, son? I can't talk to him, so I can't have direct contact. He'll know that I loved him. And it's not just for me. He knows that. Dad, day 12. This can't be all about you. I'm just trying to get him to call Elijah. I'm just trying every tactic I can. He didn't want it to be about him. He knows there's other people who are going through this system. 97% of the people like this get extorted by this system and get their banks raped. Thank you, Father, for the blessing of this ministry, just to continue to show people. You know, when I broke out the whiteboard last time, that's when my house was swatted by the state of Oregon. My life is at risk. I put out enough live streams, so hopefully they'll just stand down. I've asked them so many times to just, please look at my son's 180 hours. And that's not hard. My son, that was the requirements of leaving. He got in trouble, yes, for theft with this rapist back here. One of five guys. My son is the only one out of all those five guys to ever go to jail over that crime, and they were all there together doing it. And this rapist got to run around free for a whole year in this county, and starts all this, and they still don't want to look at this. Still to this day, I just had the state investigator who I'm trying to have arrested now for criminal trespassing on my property because I'm tired of this. They just keep coming in here with men with guns and took my daughter and kidnapped her. They didn't even have a warrant for her. She's the victim. Do this for Adriana, guys. This lady right here supported her husband. He didn't get in trouble for 4 years after he got he wasn't even in trouble. They taken this woman. And I think she took a charge. I don't know. I don't even know anything about my son. Her name is Adriana Masse. M-A-S-S-E, which is the eating of human flesh. I don't want to do that, but that's her last name. Cristo Masse. Careful, don't celebrate Christmas, brothers and sisters. She got kidnapped that day. I have a warrant here that doesn't have her name, and that's illegal. You can't cost somebody on your Miranda rights.
I apologize. I'm a little emotional. This morning I was overwhelmed on how strong my son has been. He's taken it to court. He's taken it to trial. He hasn't backed down. He knows he did these hours, and I did. And then after, I don't know, they made him do. They said he only did the 47 hours back here, which he had to have done to come out of the county. That left him 133. I called my attorney. He's like, dude, you're going to have to figure it out, Tracy. You know, they do whatever the hell they want out there. They told you that. It's probation. I'm a criminal attorney. All right, John. There's no way in hell he didn't. He had 5 guys that, did this. He's the only one. There was 5 people who did his community service with him that we can bring in and the county can bring in, and they're going to have to if they take this to trial, and they're not even. I asked the state investigator about this just the other day, and he doesn't even know what 180 hours means. This is criminal behavior out here, what they've done to my son, what they've done to this county, what they've done to the state. The state's at risk, just using the SWAT team at their leisure when there's evidence, what about cellular data? What about, that guy in the bushes, Trump shooter, where he sat there for 12 hours? They know how long he sat there. They know where all these men went. They're harassing because they don't like me, because I'm a veteran and I speak up about this monkey law, this bullshit, man. You don't tell me to be a veteran and defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic, take an oath to this Constitution thing because of my DD 214. It says, end my tour service. My tour service will end when I'm in the dirt. I said I fight to the death, never with violence, did I say. Nobody can bring any evidence against me. I'm not. I teach the opposite as a pastor. I teach, he said, let vengeance be mine. Turn your cheek. They came here, nobody went violently. And they still have tried to throw my son in prison. Never have they looked at these 100 hours. 6 months later, under my Miranda rights, they have to give me legal. They have to have it. They haven't even provided. That's fine. And there's so many. Okay, I got to get back to this. Oh, I got to slow down, guys. I'm just so fired up, man. Oh, my son did his 180 hours. He starts doing more hours. Adriana goes to work 5 days a week, guys, and then starts to do this guy's work with him again. He'd already done it. That was the terms of his lease to leave from Lake County, Oregon, to Lane County, Oregon. My son's terms, he had to do all this to get out of the county. There was 5 people who did this with him. There's no way with the witness, with the cellular data, they know that was the terms of his release. This didn't get brought up until month 33. At month 18, I tried to get him off, called my attorney. He called his probation officer, Ryan Solberg, to make sure he could just talk about these 47. Oh, what is that? 1,000. Where did that come from, 47? Holy crap, that's a double number. I don't mean to go there, brothers, sisters, but I've done this so many times where I apologize. I don't mean to be like mystical. I'm a veteran and I do these numbers count to me. So, well, I don't want him to change anything, brothers and sisters. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to say he didn't do these numbers. They did. That's crazy. He did them. So he owed $47,000 in restitution. He didn't pay anything on this. Started paying anything until month 18 because we didn't know how much it was owed because there was 5 guys involved and there was some homeowners that was covering something. They were abandoned buildings, but I'm still, this is why they're targeting me, brother, sister, because this rapist got to run around free for a whole year. My son sat in jail for a year and I was pointing that out. So whatever, I get all passionate on this. So he started doing all these hours. There's no way my son I'm gonna have to represent myself, brothers and sisters. I don't know, because my attorney, I have paperwork. They finally got me an attorney after 6 months, and he quit. He just quit. My son's attorney quit too. So both the attorneys representing under your Miranda rights, they have to provide legal counsel. They came SWAT. Elijah already had proof of it. We streamed for hundreds of hours. They have the burden of proof. So now I have to say to them, but this is my attorney who they, Phil Studenberg, after 6 months, they got me an attorney. He turned around immediately, quit. He hadn't provided no legal counsel in any way, shape, or form.
I had to force the right of discovery from him to send it to me. The only time he ever called back is when I called him out in open court for not calling me. And then from that time on, I kept telling him to shut up and be quiet. And so here is the attorney after 6 months after swatting this ministry, this property, and all this, my animal suffering, all this, my eye damage, my face, I'm deplete. My health is now noticeably, viewers are telling me my eye is parting, sinking back in. I didn't realize what was going on. I'm too heavily ingrained in trying to keep my son from being thrown in a rape cage. Okay. So you have to pardon so Dan Spencer, his attorney, I have back in June, right here, saying that he quit as my attorney, my son's attorney. He quit as my son's attorney. Okay. So and then I have somebody approaching my door the other day saying he was my son's attorney's investigator and wouldn't turn around. All this is just a big attack. That guy could easily, under the Fourth Amendment, could have been shot dead. I legally had every justification under the law, my Fourth Amendment, to do so. That wouldn't have been the first man that's come onto this property that I would have had under my Fourth Amendment, the right to be secure in my house's papers, persons, and effects. Okay? And I don't want anybody to use this with your Second Amendment. And I could have shot that man dead the other day. And now I'm trying to have him arrested for criminal trespassing on this property because God spared his life, not me. I'm a man of God. I could have shot him dead. There was one man, the state of Oregon came in before this SWAT raid, intimidating me, and I pleaded them. We're just going to do some numbers. I'm feeling it. So you just have to excuse me. Or SWAT team come in and after hundreds of hours of live streaming here right on YouTube, pleading not to bring in men with Second Amendment items and tear gas and ruin my house and my lungs, permanently damage me, my eye, concussed. All I asked was, Violet, Elijah, are you okay? How's that, Violet? Bam, I get headshotted in the face. My son gets shot. Oh, this is a massive. I used to be a law enforcement, and that is called use of force regulation. This all has to be done in a legal fashion. Even the execution of the warrant you have to show cause, show warrant. They didn't follow. They kidnapped my daughter. Didn't even have her listed on the warrant. You still have to show cause, and they knew she was here. So if they try to pull some stuff where, well, we came there and shoot. Let's go back to this. Let's talk about 2 more dead men that could have, under the Fourth Amendment, under the state police. I could have shot 2 state troopers on this property because they drove out on my property and were intimidating me. That's the state of Oregon. Some people might not take me seriously, but then they eventually came in and I was right. I should have shot those 2 state troopers that day because then my vision would be permanently scarred. My hearing would be scarred. My animals would be scarred. All this would have never happened. But I chose to be a docile man, a meek man, not a weak man. And I stood down and observed and pleaded them to stop doing this. And they eventually came in and swatted my house over Elijah's 180 hours, which I have 100% proof that he did. So I can't keep, standing down, and I will not stand down. I'm going to keep doing this until they either swat this house again or somebody from outside agency. I will take this to a higher court if Father allows me. I just want to go teach the gospel. Shiloh, Elijah, Jonah, Lazarus, Christ himself in darkness, lifted out of the tomb of darkness into the orizo, into the light. So rose out of the tomb, brothers, sisters. Hallelujah. Elijah rose, flaming chariot, Lazarus from the dead, Jonah out of the water, darkness again, out of the sea. It's a long walk, brothers. He said we must endure to the end to be sozo saved. Okay, so I'm trying to do the best I can here. But I don't want to forward, twist, or change. I want to do this by the number. It's a fact. So swat my house after hundreds of hours of live streaming, pleading, don't come onto the property, please. We have proof. If you'll just look, you can go back and talk to Lily Frank, his original probation officer, find out why was she first piss testing when there was no drug, conviction, anything of the sort. And then
we need to go back and find out. I erased the rapist Tony Carson's name, and why was he not convicted ever of this crime? And while a minor child and all of these teenagers were all convicted of this crime, and the rapist never served a day in jail or was ever convicted of the crime, it's because he is the cover under this whole guise of the attacking, as well as that I had uncovered that more rapists, murders, and pedophiles are released into the poorest counties throughout the United States. Not all, but many, many. And so many people are being subject to this. Are these other agencies allowing them to use their SWAT team to go out and try to just eliminate a man's voice? You know, again, they came and went to the local restaurant, which will show by cellular data. They all met and had a big, they were going to come out here and flush me out and try to get me to come out with a gun. And I never said anything of the sort. I'm only letting you know under your amendment rights. I didn't do any of this. That men could have died. 3 men are spared by the glory of Father being make me. So they can't ever come and attack my mental ability, say something's wrong with me mentally, because Father allowed 3 men. My constitutional right was, and I had under my 4th Amendment the right to shoot those 2 state troopers. I've been pleading for quite some time. Stop, you're intimidating my daughters here. You're scaring. This is, you know, she doesn't want her husband to go to prison. We got all the proof. She's already done, you know, extra hours. She you know, 5 days a week she works. She still doesn't work 7 days a week because she works with him, volunteering in her own time. Or +2 is 7 days a week. She goes to try to support my son to work more hours. So 180, 280, 90, 200, 210, 50. So he keeps piling on more hours because he already did. But we'll, let's go back. Watch this. Let's go back and do this. You know, again, I've done this so many times. I don't care about those stupid state troopers. The father spared their life. Nate, I mean, I have nothing. I just need them to please stop. Just come talk to me. I played for a long time. Don't bring men with guns in here. We can resolve this by peaceful resolution, not some revolution with men with guns. Resolution, communication. I need 1 call, and they never did. Still to this day, no 180 hours has ever been spoke of. I'm the only one. It could probably mean the death of me. That is possible, but only by Father's will. If he wants men to come out here and shoot me, or they'll drop this case. I'm just going to keep going. It's got to get out of this state, though. So if you can call, if you know any somebody you can call, or if you want to do something to help me out, I do think there is one thing people can do, and it's to call Ted Martin at Lake County District Attorney's Office and tell them Elijah Werner's 180 hours. And if everybody just keeps pushing pressure with this number, maybe they'll get it through their head again. Once they're not going to run from these 180 hours. I've got the whole case is about that, and the reason why I will not allow, no matter what, under the circumstance, for my son's asshole to be violated by a big cock meat sandwich or something in his mouth or asshole, is because that's just for the state's protection and of not my own. Anybody who gets thrown, you know, into this system illegally. He's illegally been, he already recorded, we can record by cellular data, 5 people who did all, Morgan, Don, Tom. I've done hundreds of hours of live streaming, pleading to the state, pleading to the county, stop, stand down, just please go look at his hours. You got to remember, you wouldn't even let him, he had to do these hours to leave the county. There's a reason he went from after being in jail, getting released and moving. You have to let people, you know, if you move. He wasn't like Tony Carson, the rapist, who, I mean, he could actually move within the state. He could have done that as probation. Well, no, he couldn't, because he's on felony probation. So they'd track everything he'd do. So let's go on how and see how that would work. So if let's do it by the numbers. 5 months after spending almost a year in jail, I think he spent 10.5 months. I think that's, I want to be a little more specific. Almost a year. Remember, Tony Carston, this rapist over here, he's a rapist. He spent 0 days in jail and never was convicted. There was actually 5 guys involved, okay? 5 guys involved, and my son was the only one to ever go to jail. You should find that a little alarming if you're just listening to this, coming in on what we're talking about here. So let me see if they're always shadow ban this channel, because I've been fighting these people for quite some time. Let's see what we got here. Has anybody been commenting? Oh yeah, sorry. I guess I missed a couple comments here. You guys been
little bit. Something's what's been said. You guys aren't totally silent, I guess. Oh yeah, you guys been quiet for a while. So, okay, so five guys involved. Him the only one. My son's the only one to go to jail. This is how this case originated. About how Elijah got his hours. It's a theft crime, not a person on person. Okay, crime, not a, but breaking into empty buildings. So we're not trying to hide anything. So everybody understands. He made a mistake, got involved with this rapist. Doesn't matter. It happened. Doesn't matter who did it. Doesn't matter who the ringmaster is. Even what I call him, my son, whatever. It don't matter. My son is the only one to spend time in jail. Okay. 5 times after he got out of jail, after 10 or almost 11 months, over 10 months, 11 months, he got out and he started doing under Lilith. I've called her Lilith to her face because she's an evil, evil woman. Very evil, very evil woman. She allowed this rapist to, and I told her that I knew he was a rapist and she's supposed to be watching his all movements. Remember, that's why we took a pause. And a rapist has to notify, like Elijah could move around. I know that he's on felony. But two, when you're on supervised felony probation, they watch everything you do. And we're going to show that there's no way in hell that Elijah didn't do his 180 hours. He would have been violated of probation for not doing. It's incredible what's been allowed to happen. So get this out, share this. I should try to compact these and do these in smaller streams too. I was doing them for a little bit, but Lily Frank was in charge. This is a new probation officer and parole officer overlooking the rapist, Tony Karsten. Where I caught on is in the community, multiple people had asked him about his crime of rape, and he was lying. He was lying, telling everybody that it was his girlfriend and not this Hispanic woman, where he was high on methamphetamines, raped her in Texas, got a 25-year conviction, and then served 13 of those years, and then released into this Lake County under Lily Frank. Guys, this new probation officer, to do his remaining 12 years for ching, 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 ching. And that's what it's all about. That's what I'll uncover. It's always was about the money. So anybody got a comment on this, just leave something. So if you're getting it. So yeah, they have a contract. They get more, there's more rapists, which has to tell where they're moving at, and then pedophiles. They also have to notify the courts when they're moving, and murders should have to tell the courts under parole after they get up for their murder, if they do get out in time, which it's crazy how little some people do time for murder. But anyways, the parole / probation officer, Lily Frank, took the guise of Tony Karsten for this 12-year, contract. And I told her, now I found out that he was lying about his charge, his girlfriend, his fiance, and that he was actually moving within the community without contacting her, and said, "You're crooked, lady. How's this happening? You kept my son, under your guise here. You're now piss testing him when he didn't get any conviction of a drug charge. It was a theft. These teenagers, a kid, another Elijah child named Elijah, he got a conviction for, that's on his record. My son on his record, he took a plea agreement, eventually held for a long time, spent 10 and a half months in county jail, locked up with no evidence actually ever put. I even gave him, hey, this rapist over here, Tony Karsten, they're all underage and he's buying them cigarettes, Lily. What are you doing? This guy is, he gets to go do whatever he wants. If I know he's doing this, there's this cop around here running some illicit stuff because his wife's got to have it. And I think he's hanging around them. I don't want him hanging around my son. What the hell? They're both felons. Are they not supposed to be hanging around each other? Trying to get her attention. Like, what the hell is going on here? And then he starts getting piss tested, starts targeting my son. This is all evidence, guys, on how this starts out. So, and more too, because it started right at the time of the COVID. This is all COVID time, guys. Remember, this all happened right around, December of that year of 2020, to give you an idea of how old this case is. And they're trying to run from this 180 hours. Okay. So about 4 years ago, right now, it's crazy how much time has gone by. So I'm telling her, hey, this guy's moving around. He's lying about his charges, and so I started to notify the elected sheriff that there's this corruption going on in his probation office, and that I'm having some problems with these other Tom Rourke, who's under the guise of this saying, oh, Tom Rourke, he's probably the one. Oh my, see what I'm saying, brothers, sisters? With where's this guy getting his other, my son was piss tested, just so you know, and he didn't come up hot for that. So you don't get anything in your, that's crazy. They made him do that. And that's why I'm on, like, what are you doing? If he was convicted of something like that, I'd understand, but it's because I brought up the fact that Tony was running around doing whatever he wanted. And I don't believe he was getting pissed at. I don't believe there be any record show that he was being color coded. That's what they call color code. My son was out of nowhere. I'm like, dude, you're attacking him. Stop, what the hell? So they rushed him out of this county. And so we're getting to shut Tracy dad up at the time of code, because I'm real active. They let my son out of jail almost a year. And so in 5 months, he completed. Now, look, if he gets on the bus one day in 1 week's time, in 7 days, just one day, one time, in 5 months, just one day will equal 32 at a minimum, just doing one day. And my son did multiple days because they went to multiple locations for multiple days. So I just do it this way because I want to do it from a minimum. So there's no question that mathematically it's an impossibility for my son to have not done this. And they're still trying to throw him in prison right now to this day. Okay, so 5 times 32 equals 160 hours. Now that leaves a remaining 20, okay, that he needs to do. And now I told you, they go out to the sand dunes out here. I'm in Christmas Valley, Oregon, okay, the sand dunes. And they go there because the county uses we don't have community service. Okay, this is a little bit of word salad, I believe, on how they were able to do this to my son, which is incredibly criminal as well. But community service hours that Elijah was given after a conviction of theft for 3 years. He was on felony probation, supervised, started out, and then was given a restitution of $47,000. I guess, I don't know, between the 5 guys. So, because there were 5 guys involved in this crime. Remember, he was the only one not to go, or the only one to spend any time out of, not even the rapist spent a day in jail for this. That's criminal. This gets back to, Ted Martin and the whole crew over here that needs to be taken out. So this is the conditions. I just try to put this to numbers so you understand. So after getting out of jail, 5 months, he leaves the county because under the conditions of his release, to leave Lake and Lade County, these needed completed. So for just math, that's why he left in 5 months. That will show his phone somewhere and his phone moves, right? All this stuff by digital and cellular data evidence, all this could be so easily cleared up so long ago. I'm sorry, guys. I just been doing this for 6 months, man, trying to get this county to listen and whatever. I'm doing this on multiple platforms in multiple ways, guys. So, Elijah, 1 day a week, they have what is called, they don't have community service out here, but that's what this is. It's called work crew, where they get in this black van, okay? And there's no doubt that Elijah, not only did he be the only one of 5 to go to jail, the numbers just do what they are. He got out at 5 after, a year and did 5 months of community service, but he did that 5 minutes with community service with 5 guys. So they now, Ted Martin has to prove that my son didn't do these hours and gonna have to prove what the hell is he gonna do when he figured out he did and then made him do all these additional hours. When I told him just to look in the records and you can clear this all up, you can't do it, but he would have been, so let's go. So 5 guys, right, involved in the original crime. He's the only one to go to jail. They let him out after a year. He does 5 months of community service with 5 guys, 5 people. 3 guys, Tom, Don, and Morgan. Okay, their phones will ping with him to all these sand dunes where the community service out here is called work crew, where they take the black van out with the trailer behind it. That could be pinged somewhere. I don't know if it's new enough. And this is ridiculous, guys. What they've done to my son is extortion, and they're doing this to people all across the United States in many ways and shape or forms because it's a written. They write, this is how they did it. No, Elijah, You didn't do 180 hours at month 33. You didn't complete these back here. You only did 47. And I'll show you that's an impossibility. How's that possible? So we'll go back, focus if you can on how this works. You would have been violated a probation. If I didn't show up and do these hours, see, we got to the sand dunes. They have the fairgrounds out here that they take them to. They'll go out and bring wood to people's houses out in the sinks. There's a whole day's worth of work normally. It's an 8-hour day. So one day work, it's 8 hours. He gets in the van. He does it just one day a week. They went multiple times to the sand dunes because out here they have the largest set of sand dunes in North America. And people leave beer cans. There's a lot of this side by sides. It just got more popular. It really is. It's just nonstop out here since the COVID. People love coming out here. Now they got those side by sides and they got like $500,000 outfit. They just go, but they leave their beer cans and trash. And so they use these probationees and parolees to go out there and clean up these dunes. There's the lost forests out here and stuff. They use them in locations to clean up for the county. Okay. So county uses them. They're not called, they don't call it community service. That's I believe what they tried to do to say my son didn't complete his community service, but it was done in the van. And Don Morgan and these two females, there were two females, went with them. See, they keep running from all this cellular data, which they're not, and it eventually will convict everybody in this case if I don't get shot first or something. It's got to have to continue. Somebody's going to pick it up sooner or later, brothers and sisters. The feds are been aware of this. My governor's office, I've done everything. I'm trying to do this for the bigger cause here. Apologize. I have my knee bent there. So, anyways, so Tom, Don, Morgan, and the two females. Now, these even some of these gentlemen, they'll be on his Facebook. They were interacting with each other for long periods of time, and we're doing this together. Lily Frank, I've already brought this all to the attention. I brought this to the attention of the already with the elected sheriff. And then obviously, I have years of phone calls from the beginning. I was there when this Tony Karsten, because I was already pissed at my son for hanging out with this guy. He ended up getting arrested because of his ass. And that pisses me off because I was telling Lily Frank, why are you letting these felons hanging around each other? This lady is on the hook, man. I believe too, because I'm not going to publicly put anything out that I don't believe you couldn't find. She's been convicted for using her service firearm, and I think she's still still over probation and convicted of a DUI, I believe. Please look. I mean, if you care, you'll see. It speaks for itself. So this eventually led to my son getting in trouble because they come in and find all this stuff, and my son's got these other two kids, living with them that got arrested as well. And then there's another one that I don't think they found, the other one, but they know who it is, I'm sure. But anyways, the 5. So, but they're all kids. One minor child, 17, the other 19, the other 19. I think the other one just turned 20. So they're all pretty much teenagers. The rapist runs free. They say my son didn't do this original 180 hours he did to complete. He only did 47 of them, which is a possibility because he did this in a 5-month period of time. One day getting on the bus. He also went out to the fire station. That leads into a whole nother live stream I've done with Josh Bezel, who I have listed on the community page with his face on it. Have you been extorted by local police, sheriff's office? These people are fighting over whether they're police or sheriffs. It's funny. Somebody misspelled something about victim, and they're more worried about the spelling police than the actual corruption of the police actually extorting the people. I have had people contact me, brothers and sisters. There's no doubt there's corruption in this town of Lake County, Oregon, and you can find it just by, I put on cellular data and or evidence. I called a real estate office called me after this, they getting permission to come swap the house for this warrant or whatever, and told them, no, it's just over my son's 180 hours. I'll get it cleared up. I'm sure this isn't going to go that far, before that. And they ended up doing it. And because he had no, that's crazy or whatever. But, then he said, yes, organically. Oh, yes, he did himself, that the people of this community, and he sold thousands of acres out here. He has a big landowner company. And so he said that organically that the people are afraid of the cops out here, man. The realtor that sold thousands, that's IQ could be more organic than that. And I put that on the live stream for the hundreds of hours that I stream as part of my evidence to get them to not do this, that they're heavy-handed. So targeting in Lake County, Oregon, get this out somewhere, share it to another stream. Maybe we get it out to another platform or something. Brother says, I don't know how to do this. Maybe you can help me. Oh man, you guys are awful quiet. Bunch of people, okay, people don't like doing numbers. They're like, oh my God, it's a math board. I got to do numbers. Yeah, I'm doing it by the number in here. So anyways, the stream is shut down. At least some of you in here eyeballing this, but normally I get a little fired up, tell people to leave if they're not going to do something, but that's all right. I do appreciate your, check my battery. All right, we're just burning the last of my gas here, but I keep doing this for Elijah, for the county, for the state of the safety of this county, safety of the people within the state of Oregon, where those take SWAT people's houses who have 100% evidence. So Elijah also worked at the fairgrounds and the fire station, where I was saying Josh Bezel, who got a job, was trying to get a job with the fire station, who ended up, the fire chief got locked up somehow. I believe that has everything to do with Josh Bezel. And he got a job with the police department or the sheriff's office. So Elijah had worked with all these people at all these locations, and there's no doubt that if we'll go back, that at month 5, okay, no, because we have to do this because it's done. You would see it that if you're getting what I'm talking about here on felony supervised probation, they should have been supervising him, not letting him move around. He's a rapist. He never gets charged. He can do whatever he wants. My son starts getting pissed at it because I believe he's got something to do possibly with his hanging out with people with possibly something. The sheriff's got something. His wife does this stuff that I don't want him around. They end up getting in trouble, arrested. He never gets convictions, never goes to jail. My son's the only one of 5 to do any time. He spends a year, gets out, and does 5 months to get released. He wants to get out of the county because I'm the only one over here. His parent, his mom, his brother, so he goes from Lake County, Oregon, under the terms of his release from Lake to Lane County, Oregon, that he has to complete these 180 hours so he can be released out of the county, which I have provided over and over, that these 5 witnesses, and they all brought phones. There's no way he did it. At a minimum, he could have done just 1 day a week, but he had gone several times in a week's period of time, 2 and 3 times. He called me at one time, the fairgrounds. We're going out to the fairgrounds and we're raking the same spot. We're not even doing anything out there. We're just, you're wasting time. Sometimes you just do what you're told. So there's no doubt in cellular data. I think that Elijah did at least 180 plus hours, cellular data will show. So if he didn't, he would have been given a probation of violation between those months. So at month 6, he releases from the county, completing all his terms of service or release, does all his community service. At month 6, there's nothing on what is called an action plan, because he is on felony supervised probation, where Ryan Solberg picks up as his probation officer. Okay, and I have a personal experience with Ryan Solberg, so I have nothing that I don't know this gentleman. He knows me because I've talked to him. There's not like we haven't been in contact, and Ryan knows exactly that I'm on this. So nothing is said at his action plan. At month 17, I contact Elijah by phone. Cellular data will show, and I tell Elijah, I said, hey, I appreciate your making your dad look a little, you didn't get no trouble. Appreciate it. I thought that little car or something gets you in trouble. You like driving fast and you got no trouble, nothing. Get a hold of Ryan Solberg and find out how much your restitution you got to pay. I'll call John Caligo. Now this is the attorney. So this is how the state's going to just have to eat crow on this and end up having to pay probably millions of dollars to give my son back his time. And they kidnapped my daughter, and this judges go to jail, district attorneys go to jail, elected sheriffs go to jail. This should take everybody that's involved in this case with their bond. Hopefully, if my son doesn't sue the county, I'm going to encourage him not to, so the taxpayer doesn't have to pay for these people's all their actions. Just go after the bonds, not in vengeance. And then if myself, my daughter, and my son sue the bonds, none of these people will work in law enforcement or as community service. And then that's not taking their ability to earn a living away. After they get out of prison, they can go flip burgers or do something, that doesn't involve community service in any way, shape, or form, or judgment like Judge Vanderberg criminal or criminal Ted Martin. I have all 100% evidence of all their criminal behavior. So this is included. There is more than that, obviously. So at 17 months, I tell my son to call Ryan Solberg. I call the attorney, John Kaligo. There'll be cellular data evidence showing. I call John to discuss this $47,000 of restitution because I don't know whether I need to divide it by 5 again with 5 people. Does Elijah owe the 47? It's how would he? He's the only one to get convicted. I can't figure it out in the paperwork. He's trying to make him pay. I want to try to help him get off. He's got no trouble. He completed. John knew that because I called John and he told me at month 5 to call probation office, Lake County probation office, and get some printout, which I know I always just call for. And I did. I made a cellular call to Lake County at Elijah 5 months at the end of this and asked them about Elijah's 108 hours. And 2 times on the phone, they told me yes. 2 times. Irregardless, and it doesn't matter. That will probably hopefully get this criminal Judge Vanderberg thrown in prison. And Ted Martin and arrested the sheriff, unelected, seated, and put in prison. And I would like to see, I've tried to have a contact with him before all this, just to do this as professional courtesy on prior law enforcement. To do this for it, I had to go out of the, you're not supposed to police yourself, brothers, sisters. That was just professional courtesy. Hey, you got corruption in the county, man. I live here. I don't want to stir, I want to stay here. I like this county. The stars are amazing. Dark sky sanctuary, crack in the ground, hole in the ground, Black Hills, all this Fort Rock, all it's beautiful out here, brothers, sisters. Look it up, Silver Lake. Other than the corruption out here, it's the world's largest dark sky sanctuary in the world. 2.5 million acres set apart out here in Lake County. So it is what it is. I'm trying to get them out of here. If I can get these residents protected from this criminal gang that is in charge of this from North to South Lake County, this will probably be one of the best counties to live in the whole United States of America. I kind of stayed here through this. I could have left, but I really do like this town. Some of the people in town don't like me, but I do care about the community members, whether they like me or not. So the country, whether they like me or not, I don't do this for any. I do this for the Father. I do it because it's the righteous thing to do. Stand up against perversion, and that's all I've done here. And now I'm facing criminal charges of hindering prosecution, felony, 4 felony counts of having my ass raped and being thrown in prison and standing in. I'm the cock blocker in the situation that's blocking my son's asshole from being violated or having to eat a big cock meat sandwich from Big Bob. So have to do it, guys. I don't like doing it, but man, maybe someday I'll get to go into the prisons. Maybe that's what the Father, hopefully not just by conviction. I want to just talk to I want to try to go into multiple and only by the Father's will. So, okay. Anyways, if Elijah would have violated his probation, it would have been shown there. Something would have been done on his action plan. Nothing was put. Elijah didn't have to do any more community service. It didn't come up. At month 17, he asked Ryan Solberg. Ryan Solberg said, yes, Elijah. Yes, Elijah. Yes, Elijah. You can get off of probation at halfway because you have completed. There'll be a phone record somewhere. Elijah had a phone on him. Everybody carries, they'll both probably have phones. They're always being recorded, everything. I don't know why people forget that all the time. Everything's being recorded on these phones. Okay, so anyways, even there's conversation. I'm sure he called, phone. It doesn't matter. He says, yes, Elijah, you can get off probation, but you got to pay your restitution. So that's why I called, again, John Kaligo. I called, and he said, we couldn't quite get it figured out. So I called Elijah and said, hey, man, I don't know, divided by 5 guys, that's like 10 grand. How much you got? I don't have 10 grand. I just bought land out here. I bought actually a couple parcels, about a 20 acre and a 5 acre. I've been paying on that one. I've been paying on this one for 10 years. I just bought that other 20 acres off cash. I sold everything out here. Remember, I just don't, your timing's bad, son. You know what? You got anything cars? Do you flip cars? You always have a couple, 2, 3 cars. You make an honest living. You do tuners. You got lots of parts. I'm sure you got some of the ECUs and stuff. You were $1,000. So you got something you can throw into the pot here or something you can help here? Dad up did too, say, all right, Elijah, I'll just, I appreciate it. And so at this time, at 18 months, my Elijah's life has been violated since then, son. Since then, he could have been off probation right there. Look at that. More proof right there. So at that point in time, Elijah had paid no restitution because we'd really didn't get caught up. So Ryan required him to start paying. And so at 18 months, Elijah will start to show actual payment onto the restitution to just put more proof to convict Judge Vandenberg, to convict Ted Martin, to convict, call please Ted Martin's office right now and tell him Elijah's 180 hours. If you care and want to do anything about this, about a man that's been, my daughter, his wife was kidnapped by the state of Oregon, and just completely violent. She threw into jail over something she has nothing to do with. She was going and working extra time with Elijah 2 more days a week, 7 days a week, volunteering her own time, doing these extra hours that he just put his head down. My attorney's like, well, you got to get it taken care of. You'll get it documented, but you can't get in trouble. So close, do this, get this taken care of, and you can figure this out. They're just extra hours at that point. You can get it back, reimbursement, lawsuit, whatever. It's that's extortion of his body. He could be living his own life. Instead, he's having to go to these appointments, drive his car, do all these extra things, but he could actually be making money for himself. He's become a slave to the system. So extra hours, 133 hours my son was made to do, plus, not by violation, because again, no violations here back at month 17, so he can get off because it's all completed. Look at how crazy this is. Somebody help this young man other than me. Please, somebody help this young man. Somebody help this state. Call Ted Martin. Call somebody outside this county, please. It just takes one guy sometimes. I don't know what else to do. I've been doing this for 6 months. Okay, so Elijah gets, after month 17, brothers and sisters, he could have got off probation. And so this is where we come to the month 33, where Elijah has 3 months to get off probation, and he's contacted by probation and says, hey, look, if you want to get off probation, you don't have, I believe Ryan told him this, you didn't complete, you only did 47 hours back here, because they said he didn't do community service. And I think what they tried to do is, because they said he did work crew out here, which is the same thing as community service, where like over there, these extra hours he worked for the garden and the church and in the kitchen and the actually Lanecounty. He is extorted and did my son, I think, on this whole thing did almost 300 hours. Cellular data will show that Elijah was extorted and made to do an additional, I believe he did 300. He was only ever required to do this, which he did to complete the fulfillment. That's why he left. And there showed no violation. He would have, at month 6, it would have been on his action plan. He would have had to pay $100, I believe it is, to community service. And it would have said on his action plan. Nothing was said. That's why Ryan said, yeah, you can get off, just pay your part. We couldn't pay the cash. That's crazy. You could have been off right there. If I had 47 or even 10 money. Wow. Actually 10, I paid $10,000 to bail him out in gold, of the gold that I put away for my own retirement. I had silver, and that got stolen from me. Again, my silver got stolen. Darn it. It's okay. I don't care about shiny dirt. But anyways, so at month 33, that's an impossibility for Elijah, only done 47 hours, because Lily Frank would have given him a violation of probation if he didn't even do his hours to release. And then at month 6, if he didn't anything, this is felony probation. So Elijah eventually gets it off felony probation. Remember, because even at that time, he's on unsupervised felony probation, just so you know. To complete all his, it's not like there's not a total 100% evidence that Elijah had not done this. If he needed to do more hours at month 6, it would have been on his action plan that Elijah needs to go to community service, pay the $100, and continue his hours. That didn't happen. That's why there's record at month 17. I told him, get a hold of Ryan Solberg. You can get off early because if you haven't done any violations, halfway you can petition the courts. There'll be phone calls of me calling him. How is this possible? That all this stuff is, and they won't look. And I've streamed for hundreds of hours saying these same things already for hundreds of hours. Please don't swat this house. Please don't do this. Please don't shoot us. And now we're days away from my son being thrown in prison. They think they're going to put a trial up, and they haven't even, the state investigator doesn't know what this 180 hours means. That's incredible. So, all right. So moving on here. At month 33, he calls me. I called John. John says, put your head down. He does these. He goes to work at the sheriff's office or whatever over there, sheriff's center, with Sergeant Black and Officer Dumar. How do I know all these people's names of these people? Because I've done this over and over for
months, after and before with who all these people, because I was involved. I was telling him to call Sheriff Dumar and Officer Black and get record of this stuff that he's doing. And I'm trying to, they won't have nothing, it's just a big shit show. So it's called analog probation is what I call it. Or let's call it Stone Age probation, where they write stuff down and then enter it to a computer where there's a possibility that, Elijah, you didn't do 180 hours. You only did 47. That's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy how they can do this to these people, extort these people who are on parole and probation. I'm not trying to track them like a dog. Somebody has a violent criminal or something like Tony Carson, who's a menace to society. He's not contacting convicted of rape and not contacting moving lying. He probably should have had an ankle bracelet. But, two guys get in a bar fight or something, just a little scuffle or something. You think they need to have collars on their ankle to be tracked? It's these parole and probation officers that I want to have Lily Frank, I believe she was convicted of her service weapon and DUI. Maybe she'd had a collar. She'd be where she's supposed to be, or maybe she can take accountability for where she's at, during some of these. Is she out? I don't know. I don't want to go there, but it's an impossibility for my son to not done these 180 hours because he would have been violated his probation somewhere. He wouldn't have been able to get on to unsupervised probation if he'd had a vote violation probation. So what ended up happening, push, Tracy, push. What ended up happening, I thought I heard my dog, so right over here. So, okay. Like I said, what ended up happening is at month 33, they told Elijah this. He had 3 months, right? He had 3 months to complete these 133 hours, right? So he starts doing the hours at the sheriff's office for Officer Dumar and Sheriff Black, doing work at the community center and at the church and at the garden. And how do I know all this? This is incredible. Let me push through this, Father. So at this point, Elijah starts calling and they tell Elijah, he's like, look, I have done these hours. He's trying to tell these people, I've done all this already, but I'm trying to I'm trying to document. They say if I can document that I've done these 180 hours. I apologize, guys. I'm suffering from respiratory. I ate tear gas for 2. There's still tear gas probably somewhere in this house. I bet somewhere. I found some the other day that got stirred up. So these 180 hours, again, the 133 is what they told him he needed to start doing, and he started completing these hours week working for these community service places, putting his head down, and then was told if you can document these 180 hours, you don't have to do any of this. And he's still doing it now. Keep in mind, he's putting his head down by attorney. There's all this documentation. These people said he never did this. It's an impossibility, but we'll keep pushing through this. So Elijah has these 3 months, okay, to do this. He doesn't complete them. So at month 36, they say, you didn't complete these, so we're going to give you another year of probation to extend out your probation, right, to 48 months, right, for another year, right? So plus 12 is 48 months. And now you have 12 months to complete the remaining of these 133. We said you only did 47, which is a lie. They're extorting my son. This is a mathematical and by cellular data possibility. It's extortion of a man and his wife, because she started working with him, doing some of these hours of her own time. Help this young lady, extorted, kidnapped, works 5 days a week for her own job to pay. Never been in trouble. Never had a complaint from the neighbor. They're good young kids. They're adults, not kids. They've never had a complaint noise. They do their own thing. Elijah fixes cars. Oh, his car might be a little loud, but he's respectful. You don't drive like that around. That's on the highway. You can get no tickets, nothing. You can get in trouble. So this, 5 days a week starts to go work with him 2 days because he knows
you know, he has these times to start doing it. That's a 7-day-a-week for work week for this woman who was eventually kidnapped by the state of Oregon without warrant, brothers, sisters. Somebody make a comment in here. If they just shut off all the comments, man, not one comment for a half an hour or something. All right, it doesn't matter. It's still an evidence stream. This how I'm doing it, not for you guys' eyes. I'm doing it for the state of Oregon, for all the people at risk by this county and this judge and this criminal district attorney and this criminal sheriff, Ted Martin, because he knows this Tony Karsten ran around and raped this woman and still let him run around this community. That's criminal. You should be relieved. But subjecting, you know, this woman to work 2 extra days a week over in Lane County with him, or where he's all this stuff she's doing, driving, and her residence is up in Lynn County. So, you know, long drives, long hours, try to support her husband. She ends up getting thrown in jail over this. Kidnapped and thrown in jail, not even with the warrant. So he does, you know, he says, okay, they say you got 12 months to complete the hours that we said you didn't do back here. So he starts doing additional, or these hours they said he didn't do. Okay. It comes up to month 42. And they say, Elijah, you didn't complete these hours. We're giving you a probation violation. And they threw him in jail. And I'm like, what the fuck did you just do? Are we getting shadow banned? Is anybody, can I get a combo check to see if you're even here? I'll make sure I'm not streaming for no reason. We're not got mute on or anything, anyone? I hope this is entertaining, man. The state of Oregon is at risk. I'm sure it's working. I'll continue. Are you just that and isn't it awe-inspiring how I'm still going? I don't know how I'm doing this. I'll do this in front of a jury. I think I'm going to have to represent myself. Was that kitten on top of the roof or something? Sorry, there's something out on the roof. So, no nothing. All right, nobody's commenting, huh? Days of our lives, huh? People get shot up and people can't even use their time to say, okay, I hear you. No worries. Hold on, I'm going to go get some more water here. Go turn that off. Turn that off. Still nothing, man. Any of you three that came in here or anything? You guys are quiet. Is here being entertained here by old man's life and his daughter, state. A bunch of people running roughshod on the community and state don't have a voice in them. The silent majority. That'd be all of you in this case. Don't even have a voice. Tell you got a voice, you don't even use it. Got a voice and don't even use it. My dad said, son, I'm not going to get you in more trouble than your hand and your feet combined. He believed he was right. Thank you, Dad. You were a good dad. Didn't get it all right like me. I'm not the best dad in the world, but hey, I stand up for you kids. I stand up for you majority that are the silent that won't speak up and can't. Some people can't even speak up. They don't have a voice. They don't even have a voice. You can speak right now.
Some people don't. Their larynx are gone there, and you can speak up and you say nothing. The silent majority. That's how it works. That's why it's called a majority. Get it? Get it? Let me try to get this fire going. Is what I need to get going here. Excuse me, pig, old dog, my biggest guy. Come inside to warm up and get them, boy. Wow. Got them on lockdown today, boys. I'm on lockdown. Locked up, they won't let me out. They won't let me out. I'm locked up. Oh, they won't let me out. That's gonna be you. You're gonna go in your FEMA camps, you silent majority. Go get in your camp. Go get re-educated since you can't speak up. Since you won't speak up, you'll be in the camps. You're going to the or it's like band camp, ball camp. What camp are you in? Red or blue? Democrat, Republican. Which gang are you in? All right, combo check. Anybody, any voice? Maybe I'll start over another stream. Seems like this might have lost my communication on this stream or something. I have want to make sure I have some kind of voice out there. Anyone? 10-4 combo check. Anyone? Can I get a copy? How copy? Is there anybody out there? Just not if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Come on. You know, 7 is the number of completion. 9. Can anybody? Oh, okay. Copy. Got a good copy. Thank you so much, there, General. General. All right. Anyways, I appreciate, guys. I'm trying to do this for the residents of the state of Oregon. The county residents here out in Lake County are getting extorted by the sheriff's office, and there's criminal behavior. And I've had the house swatted, and so because of over these 180 hours of Elijah's original. Hey, I gotta sit here and teach, buddy. Right away. Can I get right here? This one's gonna be right here. I'm not teaching. I'm trying to keep your boy from going to prison so you can see him again. So maybe someday your dad can see your boy again. I'm not sure, boys, if we'll ever see the boy again. Well, maybe they want me to go to court on the 11th. Trial, cool. Hey, that's very cool. My son is taking it to trial. So I'm being put through hell. My son's being put through hell. The residents of this county being extorted by the judge out here and then the district attorney who's trying to weasel his way out of the back of this case. But I'm sure there'll be a new person come in and start extorting as well. But I have plenty of proof that 4 years ago that my son did these 180 hours because it was the terms of the release, guys. I appreciate anybody's been watching. So I lost the stream for a while, and I've been doing this for 6 months, guys. Can you move, Tuggy? You're right there. Please do remember, under your Miranda rights, you do have Miranda rights, right? Your Miranda rights. Remember your First Amendment, your Fifth Amendment. All right, I won't go into all that. I don't need to break down the Miranda rights. Everybody has the right to remain silent, and you should use that right. Okay. Anything you do and say, you can could have just been left out of it, guys. That's not even. Really think about how important. Let's just have that discussion just for fun. I need a breakdown. I got some of you guys talking. Let's just have a talk about that. Can I take an intermission? You guys take an intermission? I've been breathing in. Apologize. I'm suffering because the state of Oregon tear gassed me with 6 of these tear gas canisters because of my dogs. I was just asking them. I would come out of this cabin that I'm in that I had built. I just need to get some numbers for my dogs. And they had already concussed me in the face with a headshot at me just for asking if my son was okay. They came in hot. I mean, they really, if you'd like to spend some time and see a really difficult time for me, and I watched the last 6 months of these live streams, but no, it's not. I've done other work in here, but it's still all difficult. But I'm hovering back over because
this needs to be continually done. I'm not going to stop, but they 6 of these in this house because I needed to get some numbers for somebody to take care of my dog. I'm a man of I don't know a lot of people, and I was trying. It didn't even take long. You can see the SWAT raid. I filmed all of it, and that's why I'm kind of suffering still from this. I stirred some of them up the other day, and there was 6 of these shot in here, and I did that for my puppies. Some people do crazy things for their animals. So I've already cleared that my son was okay, and they shot my son. So I mean, as okay as I could. Elijah, are you okay? And that's when I got shot in the face. But anyways, it's on the live stream. It's about 6 months ago, and I apologize for that I'm having a little bit of an issue here because I stirred it up the other day, and my eye is starting to recess a little bit, and I'm having some problems with a little bit of vision too. So why are you standing right there underneath me? Do you want to show them? He knows. So the point that I was trying to make here, two brothers and sisters, is this is an impossibility for my son to have not done this. And so I'm just a father standing in for not just my son. My daughter was kidnapped that day. They don't have her on the warrant, and she has been thrown in jail. That's was unnecessary. They did come and brag to the local restaurants, and they're really mad at me because during the COVID, I asked the sheriff to bring out the sheriff's office to bring some cop cars, the SWAT vehicle, something that and stand with the business owners. Kathy is a business owner out here in Christmas Valley, Oregon, who owned the farmhouse, and she didn't want to close her business the second time to shut her. She's afraid that she couldn't do the hours, the restricted hours, all the extra, paper products and all the burden it shuttered 2 to 3 million small businesses in America. So I asked, now I got to get much cooperation from the sheriff when you're pointing out his sheriff's office is corrupt. But I asked them, you're corrupt. You're letting a rapist run around in this community, and you're not, these probation officers not doing their job. And there's other questions with this other cop that's involved. And, okay, now I want you to bring out your vehicles and protect Kathy's business from these OSHA guys and tell them to leave, because the sheriff, the elected sheriff, has the authority over the federal government. If he knew his authority, like the Bundys out in Nevada, who had the sheriff come in and told the federal government to leave. If people knew their rights, this elected sheriff doesn't obviously know his rights. And I made him aware of this and asked him to use his right as the elected sheriff to tell OSHA, not some feds, just to tell OSHA, go somewhere else. We're going to be the town that doesn't do this, and we don't. This is why they're mad at me as well. You listen to me, brothers, sisters. I believe that Donald Trump should be convicted months ago, years ago now, because a national emergency, if you got that COVID and you were between the ages of 18 to 60 years old without any conditions existing, health conditions, your survival rate was 99.8%. And that is not a national emergency. So he should be criminally convicted of wrongful national emergency, which allowed him to use that Emergency Authorization Use Act to usurp the federal short, medium, and long-term trials. I don't do politics. I care about this country. I'm a veteran. The facts are the facts. I don't like politics. Poly meaning many, tick meaning bloodsucker. I don't want their rights to be violated, brother, sister. So I get attacked. Okay. So that is a fact. I don't want to he represents something else, but I'm a math guy. I'm a prior traffic crash reconstructionist. I was a certified as a teenager in reconstruction as an investigator, and I cannot take my past in the way I was trained that is math. Either way, numbers, I like economics, and he's part of the central banks. Look what happened. He declared that national emergency. He is the number one drug dealer on this rock. He makes the, mafia, makes all these people look small. Back in the day, remember Tommy? You know who that was, right? Racetracks go around and around, and whiskey and moonshine and all that. Well, that's not alcohol, it still is, but anyways, classified. Anyway, so no, Pfizer was the number one selling product ever. He's not only the number one biggest drug dealer, but he sold the number one single selling product ever in the history of mankind. the Pfizer jab, and you can't take that away. The fact is that he is the number one spending president ever to ever walk this rock, to run this pretended show of the mass murder in chief, whether red or blue, under the Uniform Code of Military Justice, leads all of the military services. Yep, the mass murder in chief. Which one are you voting for this time? Red, Democrat, right? Or Republican? Oh, wait, I got, Republican red, right? Democrat, I got that backwards. Sorry, donkey or an elephant. I don't know. I think a monkey could do a better job than these clowns. Bad man orange. How come he didn't say anything about transgenderism in his first 1.0? How come he's bringing it up now? He'll bring you back under the Noahide laws too, so don't listen to that. MAGA means high priest of the Satan church. Yeah, MAGA, the peace, MAGA. So anyways, nothing in scripture, if you're a spiritual person and I'm a teacher and a pastor, says things are going to get great again. It says birthing pains. So don't fall for that, please. And I don't like men who live in the same amount of towers that Satan was and decorate their house with Satan. So I'd be very careful with that man in that MAGA red hat. And that's a fact, Jack. So if you don't like it, move on. There's other streams where people just pulling their pud. It's called hub. You can go pull it over there or something. Don't pull my chain. I won't tug on yours. So I'm a veteran. I defended this country's rights, and I want people to have them and not be taken from them. There are constitutional rights. This was a constitutional republic. I'm not a corporation. Hi, my name is Tracy. It's not all in capital letters. What's your name? They don't call me Tracy. I've been called other names a lot worse than that, but probably less of my actual birth name. But I am a Pastor Apocalypse, Pastor Revelation. Rested is that name under this 180 hour. So they're going to have a problem because I don't encourage people to be the 97% of people who in this American corporation called America take a plea bargain and give that man in that black robe that bar the game to the one that Donald Trump supports so much, the banksters, the big banks. Remember Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, he was going to audit the Fed and said he blew Powell. Members bubble up. He said the bubble was going to blow. If you looked at the data on the spread on their balance sheet, they just kept pumping the emergency monetary greatest policy economy ever for the largest expansion of debt ever. The largest number one spending president outspent his Barry Buddy Buddy, the behind Buddy, EpiPen Island boy Buddy Barry, or what is it, Joe? They're all island boys. EpiPen Island boys. Yeah, they're all part of this wings to the same dragon. Red, blue, Democrat, Republican, two cheeks to the same hole. I told you a monkey could do a better job than the people. I could run this country. I'd arrest Donald right away and Hillary. I don't know which one to put that in, a man's or a woman's. That one's another questionable one there. We better get out the head height. We better get out the shoulders. We better get out and let's do a pelvic bone examination. And not me, I don't know. Hey. Now, anyways, we'll be able to, God created one race. The human race, man and woman. Why is he talking about that now? You might ask yourself that. Did you hear somebody talking about that long before that? Huh? That's always been, hasn't it? So cultures and customs were different, but no, there's no aliens. And he's going to pull Christ down from the cross, watch, and put people under the Noahide laws. You mark my words, because it's written. It's not mine, it's his. So anyways, that's the way it be. They'll be fooled by Pharmacia, the number one selling drug dealer in the history of America, the history of the whole entire world, Donald John Trump. That's why they don't like me, brothers and sisters. Why they send the state of Oregon come swap my house, because they don't want you to know this capital monkey man law, this Wizard of Oz. It's not a movie. This extortion of your Tin Man, your tax ID number, your slave to these banksters for their wars. Who do you think they send and kill? Our children. A national emergency when 18 are best to 30 into war, but 18 to 60, you survive with a 99%. 0.8, 99. I'm a good number. I remember Rica's 99.8. How do we know if it's working? The survival rate goes up to 99.9. Lock them up. And Hillary and Joe, everybody who works 40. Do you know the largest employer for the in the United States? It's the Beast. And everybody who works for it, whether they're private contracted through this or state or federal, work for the government. More jobs created last year were government jobs, and this government just keeps growing. That is the neuter gender beast. You know, nobody works for it. Yep, that's it. That's the beast that it says in scripture. It's neuter gender. It's not the beast that it's talking about. There's more than one beast in scripture. As a pastor and teacher, I try to bring into this word, no matter I put the word before, well, he does, not me. My words are not my own. I'm trying to tell you what his words say. So anyways, there's more than one. If you look in Greek, it's either feminine, neuter, or male. That I put that in between, so you understand that there's man and woman. The neuter gender is like this whiteboard be here. This would be a neuter gender, and that's what the beast in this reference to scripture of this, their karak. They take that neuter gender mark of this government and all this capital monkey law. An 18 guaranteed percent or 80% guaranteed occupancy of private prisons in America before they're ever built. How do you think those get filled out? By cop suckers like Sam Birch and every cop in America is a failure because they're all doing part of this. State troopers and all the corporation, they're all part of this. You're enforcing your capital letter name, your tin man, your tax ID, your slave to this. You have a job. Those banksters, they print that money and get interest. Donald Trump, number one selling drug dealer, number one spending president ever, greatest economy ever, expanded the debt larger than ever had been in history of this country. Ebb and flow, 68 years, brothers, sisters, basic economics, give and take, okay, push and pull, free economy. Economy is going to give back about 10 to 20% of the gains over 6 to 8. That's a natural cycle. He expanded that debt into 10 plus years. I was trying to tell you, better be careful here. This has never been done. That's how he was the number one expander. He created $8.8 trillion in 4 years. Outspent his Barry buddy behind Buddy Obama, Barack Obama was. That means I saw lightning fall from heaven in Hebrew. That's Satan. People are so ignorant. The whole time people running around for 8 years saying Satan, 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 and they call me a scapegoat bin Laden. What was that all about? Oh. He was an oil tycoon with the Bushes. They're all in bed together, brothers and sisters. It's all about oil. It's all about Mr. Two towers, three towers dropped into one. One tower, brothers and sisters. That's transgenderism. Satan is transgender. The Antichrist has boobies. Apologize. Maybe I'll get some of them guys riled up. Guys like boobies, but I don't mean to go there, but if Satan came with lipstick and high heels and fishnet stockings, would you recognize him? Careful. Actually, that's not Satan. Remember, he performs all the same miracles and wonders as Christ. He's not that red kitty devil spandex leotard, I call it, that red, wearing red spandex, little pokey tail and horns. I'm the devil. I'm going to fool the. How are you going to fool the elect looking like that? Or this white devil over here? No, I thought that was an angel. Angel's a messenger. Angelos and messenger is the same thing. Hado said to mean the same thing. What do you mean? Well, she'd be given the wings of an angel. That's not wing. Tell me this: was Lot's wife turned to a pillar of salt? Answer that. Oh, give me your understanding of what's in that book. Have you done any kind of study? So it says if she was she? Okay. It says he. Okay, here, answer this. Let's see. I won't even give you the answer. You can. Was Christ? Did Christ carry a cross? Was he hung on a cross? So, okay, moving on with, should we move on and let's know we always take time for the Father. I have produced so many hours of evidence against this state, against this, and I still do work for the Father because I can't stop it. I can't. Brothers and sisters, narrow is the way, he said. Through much thlipsis, through much tribulation, we must go through to be with the Father, to receive that kingdom in heaven. Brothers and sisters, to be with Shiloh and to be in his house with the Father, we have to be put through suffering. God is not down here with the devil trying to fool people that are already, it says they cannot. It is not possible. Okay, it's those who blot their names, their own themselves by porneia, idolatry, just like in the time of Israel. Idolatry and God's in the sky. And I'm warning you, brothers and sisters, God is not in the sky. God has never been over our heads. God has never existed in flesh. He sent his son Shiloh, who will return with inheritance to the kingdom of heaven, which is not in the sky. He said to meet him in the sky. You might want to go back over what this word says. He said, don't change a jot, a yod, a tittle, don't add to my book. Even your own opinion, I will blot your name out. You will receive of all the written plagues that are in this book. These are his last words that he left us with. So as the message says, I bring this message as his messenger, a teacher, a pastor of this gospel. That's what this is about. This is about the inheritance. We have to go through tribulation. That is part of the refiner's fire, like gold and silver refined, like a press, like a wine press. That is what I teach. I teach the narrow way. We must go through this. This is part of the walk in repentance. Is a process. It's not, you don't get to forgiven unless you have been rebuked first. Forgiveness is not something you just ask and you forget. You have to be rebuked by Father. You have to stop and come out of the ways of your unclean things that displease, that are unrighteous and upright. And although we make mistakes, you walk from that in repentance. It's a process. That's why salvation, as he said, we must endure to the end to be saved. So all this whole world running around blasphemous, thinking they can be saved. I did that, not thinking I could be saved or that I could assist people to God, and that's not what we're here to do. We're not here to, we judge with righteous judgment. God said, if I didn't call out to their hearts, this is from the foundation of the world. Anybody's ever lived from the beginning. There's been no seventh trumpet. Nobody's gone to heaven unless they have never sinned, and heaven's not above your head. There'll be a new earth and a new heaven. You might want to study how this works. He said, when the dead rise from the ashes and the dust, that's the seventh seal. That's the seventh trumpet. There's a cosmo, orderly arrangements, brothers and sisters, of seals, shofars that will sound, trumpets, horns. There will be a final. That's that great and dreadful day of the Lord, brothers and sisters, that it talks about. That's when the dead, that you could die today. He said, have your loins girded in my service when I return. That could, nobody knows. It says in that book, that great and dreadful day of the Lord, when that will be. Not the messengers or angels. Now you know that a messenger is an angel in heaven, and that's not above your head. Not the Son, that is Shiloh, Christ Jesus, the Hamashiach of Bethlehem, not right, Lion from the tribe of Judah. Only I am, who exists without flesh, knows he said, I'll put one foot on the land, I'll put one foot on the sea, right? You'll be changed in the twinkling of an eye. Time will be no more. That's it. This place is done. No more. There's no getting out of here early. I don't know if people understand how this works. So we must endure to the end to be saved. And when that happens, nobody knows the day or the hour. You could die today. And when the dead rise from the ashes, that's going to be from the beginning of the time. All will rise. Dead from the ashes. Did you get burned in a fire? Yeah, everybody's going to burn with fire in this judgment, not by water. Yeah, right. Like 6,000 years ago would know he could use water. We hadn't invented cesium, 137, vinyl chloride, the BP oil spill, fracking, and the water it just slosh this crap around during this judgment. I don't think you understand how this is going to work. As above, so is below. You better watch about lightning coming right. Fire will be from lightning. Arc discharges onto this rock, scarring and marring, just like it's already here. Canyons are not formed by water. The water and electricity both take the path of least resistance. Where's all the dirt from the Grand Canyon? I'm not going to fall for this hypocrisy of this worldly nonsense. As is above, so is below. There will be lightning from above and lightning from below. He used water from above. He used water from below. There's proof right out where I live. Yep, right out of the earth, rip fissure off. Yep, it's here. I see it. I live right where I'm a reconstructionist. I know what I see. I know how this rock, not everything. I'm not some kind of, I traded time for not Busos knowledge. So that's how he sent me to this understanding that knowledge is even more valuable than money. Knowledge is the best thing you can do with your time. Trade Busos for time, because time is irrelevant. We're all eternal. What do you mean? We're all eternal. You ever met somebody that says from the past? You ever met somebody that said they're from the future? Well, guess what? I'm from both. I don't ever end. So my dad told me, and I know that nothing can take this. Only self can take this inheritance while I'm here. And that's all this is about, is a crowning moment in time when the dead are raised from the ashes and the dust. Maybe you don't know why you're here. Maybe you found your purpose. God, many are called, but few are chosen, brothers and sisters. I don't get to make that decision. So don't go and worry about changing a goat to a sheep. All you need to do is take up your cross daily, as he says. He didn't carry a cross. He wasn't hung on a cross. He wants you to take your cross up daily. So if you don't know how to take up a cross, you might, not sure if you're only the disciples of Christ will carry out the commandments of the Father. That's agape, love, Shem, authority of the Father, 2 John and 6. That means to walk and follow in his commandments. And he commands us to take up our cross through Matthew. His apostle Luke said, who shall be my disciple? Take up your cross daily, he said through Matthew, and to do it and deny idolatry is the word porneia in the Greek. If you'll study these eyes, idolatry, and anything of the dirt, flesh, anything you see, this right here, that's a idol. It's a piece of dirt. Anything you are an idol. Anything that comes from this rock, not of the Father, or the Father doesn't exist of rock and flesh. He sent Shiloh to fulfill that covenant. You ever been taught the true gospel? It's so fulfilling, but you can't get quenched. I know it. You just have a thirst, because he calls out. He said, if I didn't call out to their hearts since the beginning of the world, brothers and sisters, the foundation of the world, the dead will be raised from the ashes and the dust. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, the one who doesn't exist with flesh, that not one of us would. He makes us through this covenant, through this bride, through the bride of Christ, because they walk in the commandments, 2 John and 6. They love the Father and the agape, the authority. They're disciples of Christ. They know what to do. They carry their cross, and that crucifixion for not doing celebrations and customs and rituals and standing against the law, the halakha and haggadah, the perversion of the law, froward, hewering, changing. He said, wrestle not against flesh and blood. We're covered. He paid that price in blood. Remember? Postmark with doorway, modern day world, post office, you get where you live, your address had to be a sacrifice of a lamb. And these were requirements of Aleph, I am. He said, before Abraham was, I am. Shiloh, Christ Jesus here was in the Hamashiach, meaning, right, the Messiah, the anointed Christ, born of Bethlehem, from the house of David. There's a reason why this lineage matters, brothers and sisters. So you understand that we're not under some contract of Jews. It's Jews and Gentiles. It's all flesh under this covenant. But not everybody, only the disciples of Christ, only those who take up their cross and don't celebrate anything. Do you celebrate, or you're a Satanist? You're doing celebration. It was a requirement of the old that was perverted. I'm sure God did require celebration and customs to burnt offering, or two offerings of burnt offering of flesh, we turn that into burning of people, eating of kids. Moloch, Mammon makes his own Shem, makes his own rules. Things of the dirt, things of not of the Father. Apologize. God did require war, blood, sacrifice, ritual, burnt offerings, actual physical payment, 5 shekels paid, sacrifice of a lamb, postmark, headdress. This is Passover, not Easter. They didn't eat crackers and grape juice, Cadbury eggs. He became the sacrificial lamb at the Last Supper. They ate the sacrificial lamb. David called him the Lamb of God. Aries, the ram I am. Do you understand who Shiloh is and what he represents? Shiloh is the second sign that the Magi saw. Do you know there were not just one sign? There were not 3 wise men. There were many Magi. They weren't wise. They were wise, but there weren't 3. There were many. Daniel was a Magi. I am a Magi. I've told you everything the Magi know. Have I not? If you've been on this channel? Absolutely. I've declared everything and more. I've declared the current time of the Magi to show you these celestial markers, the return of the second sign. Remember, he said there was always 2 and declares 2. Again, Bethlehem, star, conjunction, B2, marriage between 1 and 2015. Over 2,600 years, we hadn't seen that since the passing of an age, the declaration in the firmament, celestial firmament of the birth of the king. This is how Herod knew to have all the firstborn of 3, killed. He was trying to kill Christ. Satanists who celebrated these things, this pole worship and this celebrations on these pole gods and north and south. And that is not I am. He said, I am orizo. I am east and west. If you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, light. Orizo. Not this north and south perversion of this. Is it 2024 in your year? That is the Satanist orgy calendar year of this orgy Jesus that they call Christmas, or they've hijacked this Bethlehem, as I'm telling you, this conjunction of this celestial Magi knew that this coming of this declaration in the firmament. Is anything making sense? The Magi were they call them wise men because they were watching the star of Jupiter. that is Melchizedek in scripture representing Christ, the Hamashiach, who later, as I tell you in this current, as a current magi, to tell you the only one on this entire rock, one isolated one, just one, not above other, but just one has this 12 apocalypse. I am apocalypse. I declare this didn't happen in the age of apocalypse, but it declared the coming of this age and the coming of the second coming of Christ in the stars. Remember, John was visited by the angelos, the messenger. Remember, I told you earlier, messenger and angel mean the same thing. Remember, not the Baptist, but the one who was at the island of Patmos at the gold mines, where he was visited by the messenger Christ Jesus, the angel, and given this apocalypse of this sign. That this sign was spoken to John, and we witnessed this in our day. Did you miss it? Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? How about the birth, the union, the marriage between Jupiter and Venus, the morning and the king's star, to perform what is known as the Star of David? He was from the house of David. Remember, David declared him the Lamb of God, Aries the Ram, I am, the one before fire, God of fire, wrath, sacrifice, ritual. But under this covenant, he does not require any of these things. We're not going to get in his grace by doing anything, not by works, but by faith. And only those he chose, the Lamb of God, will have their names called out, and they will be the disciples of Christ, because they will be walking in his commandments, and they will be carrying their cross daily cross. And though the disciples will not set it down, and there's nowhere in the books of instructions that does it say we can, well, rest. We find our rest daily in suffering, in crucifixion, in isolation, imprisonment from the world, because we do not do these celebrations of this 2024 and Christmas and happy thanks. We get, but celebration, birth, we don't celebrate. Do you know anybody who celebrates birthday? That is a Satanist, because Satan means the adversary, and under this covenant, we're not required to do any of these rituals. These are all, remember, the postmarked star, Ishtar, Ashtar, you call Easter, that's Passover. They ate the Passover lamb. He became the Last Supper. There's no dietary requirements. Eat what you want. Brothers and sisters, please, as his messenger, I'm trying to make you understand you were sozo saved by faith, and you must endure to the end to be saved. So you can't get out of here early. You got to do this suffering to the end. You got to tell people, hey, the king is coming. But hey, he came and he filled this covenant of flesh. So don't celebrate these things. That's not pleasing to him. We always twist it and make it our own. Shem, Agape, authority, pornea, idolatria. We serve our eyes and make our own, these requirements of 2 turtle doves at the altar. You know, the circumcision of flesh, the male genitalia, and the water dipping. True baptism is in blood. Pitch, stain, dye. By definition, baptizo doesn't have the word water in it. For somehow, if I truly baptize and have to hold you down till you drown, that's a baptism, because you must be completely over there and be no other way to baptize you in water. Blasphemy. I rebuke that teaching. That's the Pharisees with their halakha, their perversion, and their haggadah. That's all been, there was a requirement at one time. Remember, God did require things, brothers and sisters, all these baptism. Remember, Noah was told to baptize the ark with a red pitch. If Noah didn't know what a baptism was, just try doing water, we'd have sunk. Correct? He was told to put that stain of a red dye pitch over inside and out so it wouldn't sink. If he didn't hear the words, commandments, he was a disciple of Christ, the Father. Was he not? He was told he didn't listen to the world. They scoffed that old man for decades. You better be doing that right now. Christ is preparing a place. He's tarrying. He ain't got back yet. He's the biggest prepper ever. He's still preparing that place. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's get back to Noah. Noah didn't listen to the world. He just kept doing what Father said, didn't he? They scoffed that old man. Never even rained on this rock. Imagine building an ark and it never even rained. Boy, they call you nuts, huh? Conspiracy theorist. Noah was a conspiracy theorist up until the day that door slammed shut. The day of the flood, wasn't he? And then people wanted in that ark, didn't they? On the wrong side of the door. Remember the wedding? Bam! He said, have your feast. All right. Yeah, this lamp, your sup, your ready, your oil, your service, your girded. You need to be doing him, not these worldly things, brothers and sisters. Cut it off. These rituals are blotted out in the book of handwritings, in the Colossians, ones on stone, scrolls pounded out on tablets, little honor thy father, thy mother, and the 10 commandments are now written on our heart. The laws of flesh are blotted out. We're under none of these. We're not under the law. He said it's fulfilled, unblemished, sacrificial, not a broken bone in his body, fulfilling that flesh law. That's why he said it's fulfilled. Don't you get it? What he meant? Not a broken bone in his body, fulfilling. He was prophecy. How about nobody's teaching this? Spread this good news. The king is nigh at hand. Be ready. He's nigh. Your redemption, he said, draweth nigh. Look up. There's been celestial markers, brothers and sisters. In 2015, we saw a repeat of over 2,600 years ago of the Star of Bethlehem. If that doesn't call out and send chills down your spine, that was the same marker that birthed the HaMashiach through the matrix, the Star of Bethlehem, the Star of David, from the house of David, the lion, Leo, the scepter sign. The scepter shall not depart from Judah, the one that the second sign the Magi saw, where Jupiter moved opposition and pointed to the head of the church, destroying the physical temple, destroying Christ, the Father I am, as our free. No Father I have, they're paid. I paid that Father. They're coming with me. I'm taking them to the wedding. You want to stand before the Father? You want to rip my HaMashiach down from the tree? Good luck. The wages of sin is death. Yeah, go ahead. Don't have a mediator. Stand before the Father. I am. Do you understand what he fulfilled? Yeah, we're not under that covenant. Rip him down from that tree. Rip him down from that covenant he made with his bride. This is how you do it to yourself, brothers and sisters. This is what this book says. They will blot your name out. If you add to this book or take away from this book, your name will. If I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So you do it. That's called idolatry. Pornea. I'm warning you about this Shem. We're not under the law of flesh. Don't take him down off that tree. Don't rip him down. They call it. He formed a cross. He was not hung on a cross. He tells you to carry your cross daily. This is the gospel of Christ Jesus, the HaMashiach, Yahushua HaMashiach. I come in the name of my Father, I am, Yahuwah. All glory. Hosanna in the highest. Lift it up, brothers, sisters, raise it. He said, put it at the top of the house. Do not hide it in a basket. Not one above the other. Hados, the narrow way. The difficult path is the way that leads to the Father. Only through tribulation, the ellipsis, we must go through, Paul said. So it's a refiner's fire. I want to keep teaching you this no matter what, because I'm going through things that I couldn't even imagine in my day with my son, and that's okay, because that's what Christ did. They imprisoned him. I've already been thrown in jail. My son's already been thrown in jail, and I have the proof, but that's okay, because the Father, the reward that I believe that lies ahead is definitely for, in this questioning my son, not questioning that in his case, I know he knows it's further on in this life. We've got to meet him. If I never see my son ever again on this rock, that I'll have to meet him on the other side, and I'll get to be with him, with the HaMashiach and my family, my brothers and sisters that are in the narrow way, the disciples of Christ. If I don't blot myself out of that book and do it on my own, send myself to hell. We said people send themselves to hell. I mean, it's God creates all things, but through pornea, if you do what the word idolatry meant, that is to, latria is to serve, and ido is your eyes, or things of this dirt of the world. Everything you see is idolatry. Yep, people don't understand what it is, and that's okay. It's not for me to. Busos is the word knowledge. He said, my people shall perish for lack of knowledge, and I will throw them in the place of no busos or no bathos. Those both mean, again, like angel and messenger mean the same thing. Busos and bathos both mean the word knowledge. So I taught the lesson earlier on broad is the way and why I do what I do, because Father makes me do it. I don't have a choice. I can't stand and sit around and let my son be thrown in a rape cage and let this county be extorted. And I'm a veteran. I took an oath to the Constitution, and that's, I don't like we go outside our borders, but I do defend the righteousness of this one nation under God. It said no foreign entanglements. This was a blessed nation. This is the Mayflower nation in Scripture. I've taught this to very few people, but I wish everybody knew that this is the nation in Scripture that talks about that was blessed, and it would be blessed for 400 years. That covenant ended at the beginning of the COVID. That blessed nation was called the Mayflower Nation. There's a reason why he was followed by the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. They were allowed to come over here and genocide all the pagan people that worship pole gods and men on poles and animals, and all this is, whether we like it or not, is part of not pleasing to the Father to worship other gods and totem gods, and there shall put no gods before me. He said that. So they're deities, little g gods, false gods, and God doesn't. That's why he divorced his bride Israel. So it's not accepting back then. It's not accepting today. And to be honest with you, it took me. I didn't understand that in just a couple of years. You understand? And that's hard for me to understand, because I don't want anybody to be genocided, brothers and sisters. But I've come to the understanding on why they were Puritans fleeing the Catholic Church. Catholicism is religion. It's all anybody who follows the Pope. Okay, that's Christmas. That's Masse. That's Satanism worship of the pole god on a pole, north and south, sun god, 923. Being the Samhain rituals of the Yule wheel of dark festivals. I've done this over and over teaching. This is your yin yang. This is your Christmas wreath. It's the swastika. We'll just teaching just for a second, just for love you, Adriana. There, I say I can't have contact with her. I can't say anything like that. Okay. I love my daughter so much. I hope she's doing okay. I haven't given up on you, Adriana Massey. I have given up on you, sweetheart. We have the evidence. Okay. This is what peaceful worship today, as they know, is 2024. This is why I rebuke anybody who worships 2024. You're a Satanist and you do the works of your father, the devil. You can run off and be all pissed off at me. Israel Jews, I take your brothers and sisters. All right, here's filthy sodomite. Get out of here. I know you by your works. You say it right out loud. Filthy swine, man. So anyways, this is the month of 923 that starts the Samhain rituals. I don't know how I got into this, but I'll just do it for a minute. 323, 1223. I'm not going to go into all of it, just real quick so you can understand why I rebuke this whole 2024 calendar and all they have this. You got court dates on these days and stuff. That's why it's all twisted. 623. Is anybody offended yet? This is a fake Jew. Anybody know what that is? That's this calendar worship where they have you celebrating the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. That's why I know that Donald Trump is not the seventh king, the Antichrist, but he does decorate his house with the Antichrist. And he does live like Satan lived in a 58-story tower, so does Donald Trump. They call Apollo the beast. He's not, the beast is man, but he does live on a 66 penthouse floor of a 58-story Satan tower or Trump tower, the same amount, and decorates his house with Satan, the seventh king, who will be revealed as the eighth king. So Donald Trump isn't the Antichrist, but oh, hey, hold on 1 second here. What do we do? How's that still on here? Okay, anyways. All right, so this is what is known as the swastika or the Yule wheel, where they used to celebrate. They thought that the sun was dying, and they would pray to Kronos or Saturn, the time marker to try to slow the sun from dying off and going away, because in the equinox of equal day, equal night, 323, 923, equal day, equal night, it starts that this is your yin yang symbol where it's darker and it gets more darkness and more lighter. Same thing back here, right? That's that yin yang symbol of darkness. That's what that symbolizes. I don't know if you understand what it is that you're seeing there in that. But that's that yin yang symbol where it's just a little bit of dark. It gets darker and darker, darker, darker. And then in the spring, it gets a little bit of light, right? That's your yin yang symbol. That's this symbol right here, symboling the light, dark coming into more darkness. This is the symbol of the yule wheel. This is your Christmas wreath. Christmas is the sun god. Jesus, born in a manger. Satan on 12/25, Christmas. Anybody ever teach you that? Did you know that's Christmas right there? Satan, Jesus, born in a manger. Catholicism, Christianity, Lutheranism, not Luciferian, Baptism, Mormonism, Calvinism, Christianity, mostly Christianity, right? Christ Mass. Right, they're in the field. And in the month, and look, guys, and look, Ross is right, because in the month of, there's 9, in the month of 10, that would be their Samhain rituals of the, watch this, Samhain, this is All Hallows Eve, which was turned into Halloween by the Catholic Church, Satanism, All Hallows, Christmas, the months of October, November, and December. November and December, that's 3, 6, 9, 12. The sheep are put up because of the rain. Look what Brother Ross is showing you. There's no way Christ was born in these months because the sheep are put up because of the rain. October, November, and December, all that time. Even more, a little bit because of Israel. There's a little variance, but we know for sure there was no way that Christ was born in this time. But we 100% know that on the 17th of December on their 2024 calendar to the 24th, they would have a ritual where they would take a peasant, a poor man, and they would let him live like the rich, like the king. And what they would do, because Satan, the one that Trump has his house decorated with, is transgender. He's both beast because he has horns, right, and hoofs, and he has breasts, so he's woman, and he's also man. So he's 3 genders, and that's why Donald Trump loves transgenderism so much. And he's 100% lying to you about this transgender crap. That's blasphemy, and I'm calling him right now. Nobody else will call him out, but I'll always be the first on this rock to call him out. He's a liar and a deceiver, and he's just trying to copy me, because I was telling you this I've been screaming this, there's only one race for how long, and trying to get you to understand there's not all this pelvic bone and all this nonsense, and now he starts spitting this. Yeah, right. Tell me they're not watching the man in the red hat. So anyways, whatever. I ain't trying to be above anybody, brothers and sisters. The hope be warned about a man who comes in a red hat. Okay. And I don't think they're talking about this MAGA Satanist. But you tell me. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will feel no evil, Father. You are with me, Lord. You are with me. I have no need. So Satan is 3 genders, and this is Christ Jesus. This is who they call Jesus Christ. Jesus, because that's not his name, wasn't Jesus, but we'll all glory to Christ Jesus, because letter J didn't even exist at the time of Christ. Let's not fight about letters, okay? Satan is 3 genders, and then so they had a marination of this peasant where they would take a poor man and let him live like a rich, and they call him the king of the Saturnalia, or the yule wheel. This is my horrible crown. This is this peasant getting to get. Boy, this guy's gonna suck and dump and pump and he's gonna get marinated. Boy, all his orifices are gonna be violated. He's gonna violate orifices. He's gonna have sex with sheep, both beasts. He's gonna sleep with other men. He's gonna get rotted and poked and pushed and pulled, and he's gonna suck and dump and pump. We're gonna give him all the finest.
He gets of all the finest to eat, of all the finest veal and all the caviar and meat. And man, this guy is just treated like an absolute, like a rich. And this is just a poor man. But for 1 week, they get to marinate this guy. And he comes like a rack of ribs that's all pre-marinated. You just buy that oil wrapper, plastic wrapper, and it's ready to throw right on the barbecue. So after 1 week of the marination of sex, with man, beast, and woman, just a constant marination. This body has been prepared to be burned, and they sacrifice him. Like they threw children on the fire to the owl god Moloch, the fire, the worship and eating of flesh, the children of flesh of Christmas, Jesus, or Krampus, Santa, right? Same thing, right? The Krampus is same thing. That's Nimrod, Apollyon. The one that Trump has his house decorated with. That's actually Lupercalia back over here, February, but we'll get to that in a minute. We want to show you that Jesus is Satan, Apollyon, the sun god. There's more than one Jesus, not the one of Bethlehem. Jupiter and Venus from the house of David, the star of Bethlehem. There's no such thing as a Christmas star either, by the way. I don't know why they do that. That's blasphemy. Don't ever let anybody say Christmas star. As a Magi, both of old Magi and of new, I rebuke the Christmas star. That is not, this has nothing to do with when Christ was born. You need to look when he was born. You'd realize when was the Magi, when did they see that celestial mark? That will debunk this birth of him being birthed in the middle of the winter, showing them that they took a calendar where the new year starts, new life starts in the spring, and pulled it back to line this north star, north star, and the sun with the moon goddess, who Satan's wife was Semiramis, the spring sex goddess of fertility, and the one who married her son. You got to think Satan is Christmas, okay? Satan is Christmas. We've established that this month right here, he wasn't born because he was born when the sheep, they were out, in the field with the sheep. So he couldn't have been. They were put up during this time. And so it's an impossibility. But we do know that from the month of, for 1 week, from the 17th on your Gregorian lunatic sex rape calendar of beast, man, and woman. Well, not rape. They did it willingly. So that couldn't have been rape. It was willing they gave their authority to animal, beast, and woman. He knew what he was doing. And so I don't know, did he? I think he did. It's a big pump and dump festival, the marination of this peasant to become the king of the Yule wheel, called Christmas wreath, swastika. It's all this same Yule wheel worship, where this is the same thing why they would take you. This is what they were doing, is known as the Catholic Inquisitions, that cross, red cross, and they would kill you and impale you on a stake if you wouldn't go eat their orgy, their crackers and grape cracker. Their cracker represents the king of this orgy. The Catholic Church, when they say Christ says, "Eat my body," they're trying to say, "Eat this orgy, king of their orgy, Yule wheel festival, where we marinate his body." It's this big suck, pump, dump, festival. By the time a week goes by, they don't have to put garlic or anything on him. He's ready to go. They barbecue him, and then they all eat him on the December 25th in ode to their sun god, Jesus, or Apollyon. Apollo, the sun god, or they called Mithra at the time of Rome, or Christ. Mithra, the sun god, or Satan, or Nimrod. This is all the phallic worship of the god, of the pole god, this is all Satan's cock. I'm not going to try to play this off. And when you rebirth this sun god as this sun, Yule wheel over and over festival of the sun god in the middle of the winter, this is the sun god who is married to the sex, or Semiramis, or Ashtar, the star goddess of sex, who, when Satan died, she married her son Tammuz, the son of Satan, and then they had sex like rabbits. And you know how much rabbits have sex. So Satan's mom, Christmas, Jesus' mom, Semiramis, Horus, and Isis. This is in the church. This is where your Ankh and your paganism, if you go research Constantine and the rebranding of the deadly henwood where it was healed, you'd find that this paganism is this Nordic gods who brought these pagan gods, Baal worship, Mary, the feminine side. God is not feminine. God is bride. that's feminine, but God has no feminine. I am, and he said, Christ, no, Christ doesn't have gender. Christ is born of flesh, a man. That's crazy, born of a woman. And that's insane how they would take and convince people that Christ is some transgender God, Satan, and celebrate his birth when Christ was born, when the sheep were, not in the pasture, right? No, he was. The sheep are put out. They were out in the pasture. So these sheep are put up. So there's no way that he could have been born in during this time. And so they had a ritual. So we have 100%, like I was trying to prove my son's innocence earlier, 100% proof that Jesus is Satan, Mithra, the sun god Apollyon, not the other Jesus born of Bethlehem, but the one that they say born in the middle of the winter, who was born in a manger. And they say that when they came and was 3 years old, right? No, they said it's baby Jesus. Christ, the Magi, when they came into Bethlehem, Christ was almost 3 years old. So this is Satan, who is represent baby. That's the son of Satan, Tammuz. That's what you're worshiping. The son of Satan, the baby manger Jesus, or Apollyon, the rebirth of the sun god in the middle of the winter. Tammuz, when he rebirthed and stand up, when Satan died, Semiramis cut his body into 12 pieces, like that's blasphemy, like scattering the 12 tribes, scattered his body, all but one phallic, like that church that has that steeple, right? Your church that has that steeple on top is a representation of the phallic. That's the Washington Monument, or that's in front of the Vatican. That's Satan's genital, upright, Nimrod. Get your blood pumping, Nimrod, This is the worship of the sun god in the middle of the winter. This is Jesus Christ born of a manger, right? This is disgusting. The reason why I wanted to put this out there too, hey, cool, I get to teach the jury, if they ever look at this, have to look through all this. This could be so much time for them to go through all of this, guys, through this stuff. I love this. This is just, thank you, Father, for giving me so much time to study, and I feel so blessed to have even graced this rock to even see some of these things too. Be aware and teach these things, to pass these. Thank you for Brother Jim at Grace and Truth. He teaches this lesson. Brother Bross will keep you hover over the dose of the word as we go through this lesson. Thank you for the mystery. Boy, if they came and just shot me today, hopefully I fulfilled the Father's. I hear both wise and faithful servant. I don't know, though, brothers and sisters. I can't condemn myself. Am I deserving? I don't know. We're all filthy rags. How about that? I'll tell you, I don't put myself above anybody else. But just to give you this teaching, what a lesson, brothers and sisters. I rebuke 2024. 2024 is orgy worship. If you worship 2024, I rebuke you. Stop letting people pervert time. Remember, the devil will be able to allow to change times and seasons, and everybody's probably waiting for that to happen. And, it doesn't say seasons. It says times. But if you change times, that's possible to change times. To change weather could change. You could change the time by changing the weather. So I just don't want to add to his word. So it doesn't say seasons, like it doesn't say one world order. Hold on one second here. I got my shirt coming untucked. My boxer or something that's creeping up over here on this one side for some reason, walking around. So, okay. So there's something you can do. Foolish Savior, cannibalism. I like that, Ross. That's Big Pippin right Oh, that's Big Pippin right there, boys. That's some good stuff. Good stuff. So, all right, I'm going to sit down for a minute, guys. I'm going to take me a break. I'll go back at this here. I'm going to do this until they come pump more. I hope they don't pump no more of these in this house, guys. I hope if they do come here, for some reason, any reason, to do whatever they do, if it's Father doing it, that they don't pump rounds in here and they don't shoot. I've never shown violence. Gotta take a break, man. So body is getting a little. Okay. So I may have to get off here in a minute, and I'm kind of, watch out, Beaky. Thank you, Big.
Oh. I'm sure I could have continued to teach on into Lupercalia and all that, but Lupercalia is just the same worship, the same sun god in February. It's just February is the wolf god, the god that's Apollyon, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. The one Trump has his house decorated in warp speed. Remember, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease. Who? Trump or Apollyon? I don't know. You tell me. Why are you so mad at Trump? I ain't mad at Trump. He's only doing what God's making him do. He's just a puppet on a string. Little deity. Mammon. That's why I stand against him. And I think that if I go down and they come take me under the NDAA or whatever could happen, or nothing will happen to me, if God so chooses, that there's not another blogger out there that's trying to have the whole world's attention that Donald Trump is a criminal drug dealer who is the largest drug dealer ever on the planet, who spent more money than any other president in the history of the United States, who decorates his house with Satan, and declared a fake national emergency because the survival rate, if you caught the COVID, 100% got it, was 99.8%. That's not a national emergency if you were between the ages of 18 to 60 years old and had no existing conditions. That's not national emergency. So lock up Donald Trump, lock him up, lock him up. Everybody starts saying this, lock him up, lock him up. By math statistics, he's criminal by math. The number one drug dealer ever on the planet, Donald Trump. Number one selling drug ever on the hit, number single selling product is a drug, more outpaced real estate. Pfizer, the number one selling product ever, the jab, the creator of the jab. Donald Trump, the fake national emergency. Lock them up, 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 put them in prison. Well, whatever. You just sit there and act like it's not happening. F you, man. You suck. You're swine. I can't stand you. Make me sick to my stomach to not say anything. That man should be in prison for the rest of his life. Made him an example of. Maybe we'll let him out. Nope, don't let that man out. He killed how many, responsible for the MAGA death of how many people with his greatest jab ever in warp speed, gene therapy, spike protein mimicker with his, yeah, it was a novel corona. Remember, that means it's created. It was man-made. So I'm not going to let this criminal drug dealer, number one spending president ever history in the United States of America, to solicit the future generation through their bond, through this whole capital letter straw man law thing that they did as well. Same thing. This is an extortion. They printed people's money and gave checks future generations were stolen from. The bond. The man in the black robe, the cop sucker who pulls you over, all this, they stood down. Look at what they did. Those cops suck so bad. I'm glad they did. Then extort. They just stood down, show you how much of a failure. There's not one. There'll be no good cops in America, even at state, county, or city, until they stop enforcing your driver's license and convicting you in the courts under your capital letter name. That's not God's law. And anybody who supports that, I rebuke you. You have just given. You can't stand by and talk about it. I'm going to call you out. You do the works of your father, the devil. Get behind me, Peter, stiff Peter, Satan. So, anyways. I'm going to keep working at what I'm doing out here, hopefully girded in the Father's service, and understanding that I need to keep my focus here and don't get ahead of myself. Slow and smooth is a SWAT tactic. They didn't really use that on me, did they? They just went straight hot, 45 seconds. Headshot, so I thank the Father for the strength every day he gives me to keep getting up in this quite the struggle of the flesh, but I'm a strong man. I'm healthy still. I have some issues now because of respiratory stuff, so That's why I'm being prosecuted or trying to as well, because I stood up against the COVID during the national emergency. Said, bullshit, I don't think so. I'm a veteran. What the hell you got people wearing masks for? You know, if the mask worked, then why are you making people? I thought we kill people in other countries and we're supposed to shut up here in America so people could be free and of choice to have to not. We don't kill people for freedom. We kill people, children and women, military bases, and 1,000 military bases in 180 countries with your tax dollars. You pay veterans. I'm a military veteran, like myself, and commit MAGA death and children law. How many children lost during? I served in the early 90s. That's Desert Storm, Desert Shield. How many Iraqi women and children lost their life? Not men of fighting age. We give the best of our best up to these banksters, and they sit in their ivory towers and make more money off these, sell bullets and band-aids, and our children are annihilated. Our 18 to 30, the best that we have now in Ukraine. The tax dollars just paid with your dollars to kill. There's a whole generation of Ukrainians are gone. Women, and they threw their women in the meat grinder over there, and they're gone. The average fighting age over there is over 41, 2 years old or something. They're just going in the streets, nabbing people up, and most people fled the country. That's with your tax dollar, by the way. You paid for that. So congratulations to being a killer. You got blood on your hands. Put W-2 in the chat if you've had filled out a W-2 and you paid taxes last year. Welcome to being a killer, and you paid for it with your tax dollars. You get a vote on that? How about the $500 million that was taken out of your taxes to strap and tuck children in America if they were trying to become, Jack wants to become Jill, wants to become Jack, all that nonsense stuff that Trump's finally starting to talk about. That don't listen, that man is a devil. Why didn't he say anything about it on his 1.0 tour? Yeah, right. He said he was going to build a wall. He never did build a wall. He said he was going to put Hillary Clinton in jail. Put Donald Trump in jail. That's not a national emergency. He is a bankster. How rich is he? Oh, he's one of us. MAGA meets, that's a high priest of the Satanist church. His house is decorated with Satan. I mean, how much more this is insane how people could just fall for this nonsense. He said, my people will perish for lack of knowledge, brothers and sisters. So there you go. But anyways, I rebuke the national emergency. That's no national emergency. I warned of it back on Truth Viral television, the original Truth Viral on this blog. Go find the oldest Truth Viral channel that you can find. Back to the original one. I am TV, the host of Truth Viral television, where the truth goes viral. I was telling you, under those 923 executive orders that Obama passed, Executive Order 11004, they're going to use these things to perform this soft medical emergency. But that's basically what all that national emergency was. It was done under the guise of usurping the short-term, medium-term, and long-term trial testing from the FDA trials to create a vaccination is not for mRNA or Moderna. It never even produced a human vaccine, brothers and sisters. Mr. Warp Speed, this national emergency created so they can create a jab. He solicited the American public for $2.2 trillion straight out the gate to create that greatest. He is the king of the creator of the largest drug dealer, number one spending president in the history of this country. And he created that jab, usurping what is normally takes 12 years to produce, to ring through short-term, medium-term, and long-term trials. So anybody who took it, they're a lab rat at this point. And I'm not saying they're just a trial. They're not even, I think we're just getting into medium. So we've seen the effects of short term, and now we'll see if medium everybody dies because of it. We don't know. Maybe they'll all die at long term. We don't know. They've never put this stuff through these trials. They usurp that using what is called the Emergency Use Authorization Act. The Emergency Authorization Use Act allowed them to go surpass these trials and allowed them to create, using that $2.2 trillion, declaring a national emergency. If there had been some kind of cure, keep in mind it was novel coronavirus, which means they created this thing. And yep, that's Dr. Fauci with his gain of function research out of Yale, moved up to China. They can trace this thing too. That's what's so it's hard to believe that they haven't criminally locked up Trump for this, because he created respirators too when this was all part of this hydroxychloroquine with the raising of the this was an oxygen depletion saturation of white hemoglobin and white blood cells in your hemoglobin. There was a whole 5G is not anything to do with the internet. That has everything to do with oxygen. I can't breathe. George Floyd. What was that gentleman selling cigarettes again? Come on. Oh, it's right there. Okay, I'll try for it in a minute. But anyways, they stood on him, told him, he said he couldn't. That was all set up. They're gonna have a funeral with George Floyd on television. Who has to be? George Floyd was a CIA operative trained high when he was pulled out of the car. Nobody will look into anything in the whole, truly. George Floyd, the porn star George Floyd. Remember, they had a television public mockery of people. You couldn't go see your grandma at the the old home. You couldn't see funerals. You couldn't go to your mom. They cut everybody off, right? Oh my God, we're all going to die. Nobody could see their people in the hospital. You couldn't see your people in their last moments of death. And they held a national on television funeral with nobody wearing a mask for George Floyd, the porn star, CIA trained operative, high on fentanyl at the time of his death. This is disgusting what they did in this whole make a mockery. You couldn't see your kids and all this, parents are separated from children. There's, oh my God, this was just actually there was more death caused from even the Jabadooski and the old bow to the altar jab and the all this, COVID itself or whatever they wanted to fake all that. No, you have to isolate a virus to create a vaccine. They never did isolate it, right? There's all this nonsense. It was created in a laboratory. That's why it was called novel coronavirus. It was all scam. They got caught. Fauci got caught. How are these people still running around? Seriously, this is all out there over this thing. It's all out there. This can all be traced. How is Donald Trump still walking around? He's gotten reselected. So I'll go down in history no matter what, knowing that I stood against this warp speed, gene therapy, spike protein mimicker. That's what they created. You know how long it takes to create a booster? Same time it takes to create a vaccine. So there's no way in hell they created more boosters. Every one of those is that same spike protein mimicker from the Wuhan strain to begin with. They didn't create 5 boosters. That's bull crap. You don't even have any understanding how virology works. I'll make doctors look foolish, brothers and sisters. Somebody like, wow, I've forgotten some of the stuff you're saying. Yeah, you learn what's in a box. I've been studying for 30 plus years. You just study for 8 or 10 or 12 and you got your doctor. You just been fishing the farm guy, trying to get everybody on the old script, fishing them out. Oh, a doctor and MD will sell your, I'm an emergency, doesn't have first response training as a veteran and military police officer, traffic reconstructionist. I'm going to come to your senior and put your guts back in your body. But I've studied virology. I've studied the, ND, nutritional. I've studied the way our immune system works, autoimmune, the autoimmune response and how I'm not, I like to consider myself a master of none. I've tried a little bit of everything, try to learn everything I can and not just be biased. So there's no way that even to this whole, it's a virus, because a virus is not even of an organism that is of living in any way, shape, or form. A virus it's not alive. So there's no national emergency right there. Right there, Donald Trump should be locked up. That you should be locked up for not even speaking up, in my opinion. God will take care of you. He'll pour out a just measure. I don't want to, maybe I'm condemning you. I'm not supposed to do that I'm judging you with righteous judgment is what I'm doing. You're a sick, twisted individual to allow this to happen in our country. Just as a right of a citizen, you're giving up your rights to free speech. And everybody should have done some research. And God, we have this web. It would take, like I said, there's no way I could ever compare to Brother Jim, but my teacher and my pastor, Brother Jim, to hear somebody like him, the words that come out of Brother Ross's mouth is the scripture. Okay. Myself, and I don't mean that to be, just, but to hear one of us, any of the words that have come out through this ministry, would take in their lifetime to learn what somebody can come in and I come in here sometimes and do an 8-hour study, and I can't. That's what I'm saying. That's not even close to Brother Jim. I'm all over the place, but there's no way you could do that in a lifetime. And now how is he going to hold them accountable when they didn't even get the interlinear Texas Receptus? They didn't have all these to go through all these tools of, study tools to find the gospel. Seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive, knock. All the ability to come in here with Brother Ross and DSW and some of the others that join us over from Grace and Truth that come in here from time to time and, help support this ministry and help put this word in here, and that's people don't get. And now we have it all at our fingertips. So, I send a warning out to you, please, so special to have this understanding of this gospel, to understand what is going on. And Christ stood against the law. So be it. Whatever happens to me, it's by the will of the Father. As long as I'm not doing my own pornea self-will, idolatry, then it's all I don't really shouldn't have like that he won't provide. Like Daniel, he will put me through fire. I will be put in a den of hungry lions, but no weapon formed against you shall prosper. He said, you put on that armor, and that armor is the word. That's the sup that I have. So I've done enough, to know he's given me so much time to study these things such as autoimmune, response in our body and how that works, so that I know that a virus is not an organism that's even alive. It's a program. It's not a fungus is alive, and a bacteria is alive, and both of those can get into an open wound and cause infection. And that's why a doctor wears a mask, but never for a virus. That's not even a thing. That's like, are you that stupid? It's not alive. How the fuck do you catch something that's not alive? And I apologize for cussing, but what the hell? Seriously, apologize. What in the flippin' hay are you talking about? You're afraid of something it's sitting there on the counter dead. How do you catch a dead thing? You can't catch something that's dead. It has to be alive. Live virus is the biggest oxymoron ever that's like the two stupidest words I think I've ever heard in my entire life is hate speech. I rebuke those two words together. Hate speech. Shut up. Grow a set of balls or something, would you? Careful. They try to cut Raggedy Ann and Andy and switch around Jack and Jill now. Careful there, Tracy. Seriously, guys. Words. Shut up, man. As I said, we have a First Amendment. Did you hear me call that cop a pig? Pig, swine. Let's listen to that. Let's listen to this for evidentiary purposes. Let's take a break here. We're going to listen. Oh, dude, what's going on with this phone? Yo, this phone's tripping. This phone's doing some weird stuff. Oh, hey, let's turn this on. We can be charging. We can be charging, and I'm not even doing nothing. That's okay. I'm not concerned. Father's got me here. He'll just keep me going no matter what. Just keep pushing me through this. Where's that one at? Oh, that one's over there. Okay, hold on. No. Oh, difficult as the path. Difficult as the path. Oh, you guys are all flipping light switches. You guys got it so easy. Oh, I do this to myself. I'm a minimalist. So. Oh, hey there. Woo. Woo. So eventually I'm going to have to get off here in a little bit, guys, and call the Lake County Sheriff's Office again, because I'm trying to, without vengeance, have my son's supposed attorney's investigator arrested for criminal trespassing on my property. So we're going to go through and listen to me reporting some more information for evidentiary purposes, just to make this thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. No, thousands of hours that they're going to have to go through if they want to convict my son. I'm going to make sure that I try to produce as much possible evidence as I can to try to help the people in the community that I live in, the state that I live in, is all at risk from this SWAT team. So this is, of all people they have call me back, is Sam Birch. And this is that cop that took me to jail that day. And I did tell him, you know, you could be a hero, dude, in this case. And I ain't trying to be like that, but you can look into Elijah's 180 hours. You guys just swatted this house over the 180 hours. And I have all the proof, man. Please, nobody's going to listen, but you, come on, man. Look into these 180 hours. Get a hold of me. You know, come back to the jail, something gets hold of this. Is credible what they just did. You probably don't know what you did, but you probably do because you were watching the whole time. So, but you can change your ways. Be a hero, man. Do something about these 180 hours. And when you do that, all this was in vain. You destroyed this ministry. You guys wrecked the property. You ruined my vision. You know, you don't realize. I didn't know at the time he ruined my vision. I didn't say that. I would say, but you ruined the property. You know, that was all unnecessary. Shot out my windows. My son did all this stuff. You could easily prove this without going to court. This was all unnecessary. So please help me help my son. You know, they're going to take us all to jail over this. I took my daughter to jail, dude. Are you serious? She didn't have nothing to do with this, man. For her sake, be fucking a hero, dude. Do it for your community. You say I live in this community with you, man. We both live in the same county. I don't even care if you work from them. Stop, dude, whatever, be the hero. So what if they cast you out? At least you did the right thing, knowing that I'm a veteran, man. I served your right to even be a cop if you think about it. Come on, man. Just to even have a choice. Come on, man. Be a hero. Go look at these 180. So when I call and they have him call me back, I'm gonna rip him a new one, just so you know. So I'm not like with these cop sucking pig, corporate thug pigs. I can't stand them. Jim Jones can see why I am single. He thinks he's gonna have something to do with my. Are you some kind of Dr. Phil or something, man? Cool. All right. Well, Jim Jones thinks I'm pathetic. I love it. Go have some more McDonald's there, buddy. Go get some Starbucks or something. Enjoy your fast food microwave, your conveniences. So, okay. So I'm going to listen to this. So what I'm doing is I'm pursuing this gentleman for criminal trespassing on this property because it's clearly posted. When he entered into the property, it was already posted. Okay, he made it through the gate. But when I asked him when he exited his vehicle, do you have a warrant? And he said, no, he should have turned around. Anything else other than that will get you shot, brothers and sisters, under your Fourth Amendment. So don't enter somebody's property, especially if it's posted, because they have a Fourth Amendment right to do so. If you get shot in the back, they're going to be liable. If you try to leave, they can't. They have to give you the opportunity. They have to say something, okay? So I do appreciate people who understand their rights and assert their rights. And I sure hope that that man appreciates that I didn't shoot him dead yesterday or the day before. It's been not yesterday, but the day before. And I would have been in all my constitutional Fourth Amendment rights to kill that man dead. Dead. There's no questioning that. I would have been in confined Fourth Amendment law. He was told to exit this property. He did not have a warrant clearly posted. I gave him the chance to leave. He continued to pursue me, brothers and sisters. That man, only by the grace of the Father, is still walking this earth. So I don't think having him arrested for criminal trespassing is probably about the least of his worries. He could have been dead. So you don't go entering on somebody's property And then when they tell you to leave, just keep walking towards them. They could shoot you to death and there's nothing you can do about it. Unfortunately, this is just, no, it is the law. And I didn't do that now. And there was 2 more men that did this. That could have been 3 dead people on this property, and there's nothing that could have been done. I would not serve a second in jail. You can't, and somebody tells you to leave. Now, look, just because you have your property posted with no trespassing signs doesn't give you authorization to shoot somebody. You don't need no trespassing signs on your property. I mean, it's better to have where you're clearly marked your property. Mine's all fence. He came inside the fencing where it is marked. There's a thing out there with a Second Amendment item that says if you enter this property, I think it says nothing on this property is worth taking, or losing your life over, something like that. So he's clearly marked by the thing that I know my Fourth Amendment, don't enter into this property. I have arms. And if you think you're going to come and cause harm, and look, brother says, I don't know if that guy was going to shoot me or not. If you watch the video, go back, it's 51-minute live stream. And it's that clown. I don't know what that guy is. He's very lucky that the Father has me reserved, because I could have legally shot him. And do you think this case would be still going today, or you think the district attorney called me up, go, oh, shit, Tracy, what do you want to do here? Dan Spencer is liable for that man. That's my son's supposed investigator in the case. And on that video, I asked him about Elijah's 180 hours that I was talking about earlier, and he don't know nothing about it. How do I have any confidence that in 11 days, when they serve me with a subpoena, and they didn't serve me, because actually you'll see again that that's not a legal service. This isn't a legal service. This isn't a service. When I told him to leave, no, I don't have. Listen, nice. Just hear me out. I don't want to. They have under your Miranda rights. I'm prior cop sucking pig, thug, military, police, law enforcement. I can't stand what I did. It is what it is. So listen. You under your Miranda rights, if you're going to cost your body. You understand? Cost your body. Take your body. They have to Mirandize you for one. They have to show probable cause. They have to have a warrant. Just like if somebody comes onto your property, they have to have a warrant. Nobody can enter your property without warrant. I'm on private property. I have 40 acres. It's fenced. I have the right to shoot somebody out here. If they come onto this property, I announce them to leave, and they don't leave, and I can think they're going to steal something, take something, cause harm to my property, persons, and to effect under the Fourth Amendment. I will not serve a second in jail, because that is my constitutional right under my second and my fifth under my Miranda rights, all my rights, remember, to have that if they're going to take me under warrant. I'm trying to explain warrant. Warrantless search and seizure is part of your right. Nobody can come onto your property without that warrant. So they came, this gentleman on this, and as far as the attorney, once they went ahead and arrested me with warrant and my son, not my daughter, they illegally accosted her. That's an illegal kidnapping on this case, which will eventually, someday somebody's going to look at this. Maybe it's NICE that comes in or something that's, I don't know. Maybe NICE will put it on Twitter, or NICE will do something. It doesn't have to be NICE. Okay. Okay. It doesn't matter. It says, anything you say can be used against you. Okay. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, will be present during, you have one to be present during questioning. So they have to give you an attorney. They threw me out of jail after being in jail an extra week, because they could only keep me for a week, because they couldn't provide me an attorney after swatting my house. So for holding my son for hours that I know he already completed. So a good attorney is, all attorneys work for the bar, just so you know. Whether you pay him $1 million for you, he still works for that bar, the judge. Whether he's a public pretender, still works for the judge, or whether he's the district attorney, they all still work for the bar. So let me just try to educate you on how this works, okay? Yeah, no, they all work for the bar. So let me go back to the lesson here, brother, sister. So they have not provided me an attorney for 6 months. When they finally got one out from another county, I have proof he quit. So my son's attorney also quit. So that's why I was questioning back for validity. I have proof right here in this. Right here, we'll do it for evidentiary purpose. So this is my son's attorney, Dan Spencer, the one who sent this guy out, supposedly now, quitting as my son's attorney, the one who's represented me as well in court, which is illegal. And I believe my daughter. You can't co-counsel dual defendants. You can't have every person in a case has to have a different attorney. And that attorney represented me and my son, and I'm about 99% sure my daughter. That's 3 people, which they arrested her illegally without warrant. There's no show cause warrant in this. I don't have it. So I've already shown. I don't need to keep repeating because I've already shown it in this live stream. I guess that's fine. I'm just thinking maybe some could pick it up and go, wow, that would be an illegal arrest of her body. That's under your Miranda rights. They cannot detain your body, accost your body unless they show cause warrant written by a judge, signed by a judge. And they took my daughter that day. So I feel so sorry for what they are doing to her. And she is an innocent victim in this whole case. I just feel so sorry for Adriana Massey, and I want her to know. I can't talk to her because they charge us all with criminal conspiracy, so we can't have any conversation. I haven't talked to my son in 6 months after they shot him. I know he's alive because they're trying to take this to trial. That's what this whole thing is. In 11 days, they're going to take it to trial, and this guy doesn't even know about my son's 180 hours, which the whole case is about 180 hours. So early on the stream. So if you enter somebody's property, brothers and sisters, please do. When somebody tells you to leave, they can kill you dead because that is the law. Whether you like it or not, that's the law. That is the right under your sitting on something there. Second Amendment, you can, whatever you use, that's you deem the force necessary, depending on how much of a threat you think it is. You get to use that. That's what it says under your Fourth Amendment. What I chose to do was not to shoot that man. And it's not because I did. Father knows I have to do this for the bigger thing here. Although that would be the easy way to get out of this. I'm already a veteran. I've already served as a law enforcement. You think I want to have to deal with anything? I grew up as a white boy named Tracy in Los Angeles, California in the freaking late, 70s, first part of the 70s. You think that was I've done enough things, been backed into corners, before when I was young and would strike back, but this time I just won't do it anymore. I don't want to kill somebody. I already have enough things in my past that I don't need to, as a veteran and a law enforcement officer. It's not okay. Anyways, moving on. Father, please be with me here. Okay. So I'm a meek man, not a weak man, and I've proven that the state of Oregon tried to come in here with their, warrant saying that if backed into a corner, I would strike, which I didn't, and that I would fight to the death. They're damn right. I haven't stopped fighting. I'm not going to stop fighting until they either kill me, because I'm going to use my mouth and not a gun, and I've already proven that. Yeah, no, they don't. That's incorrect, Ross. If you deem them a threat, Ross, if you deem that if somebody enters your property, please, Ross, don't twist the law at all. Don't change it and give somebody. If somebody enters your property and they are told to leave, under the Fourth Amendment, you have the right to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effects. You deem if they are a threat and can eliminate that threat, Ross. Don't change the Constitution, please. Don't change the right of this country. Don't change the right of the people. Love you, brother. So, and you know why I acted the way I acted. And I don't follow that mammon, even though it is constitutional and under the Father's laws more. He said, turn your cheek. 7 times 70. I'm still, I don't think I'm times 490. It feels like I'm getting awful close, but I won't. I don't think I have enough time to even strike back at anybody ever again. I won't do it. I won't. Could have killed 3 men out here. They were taunting me, and Oregon state troopers have the #1 sniper team in the state. They're harassing me, driving on my prop, physically entering onto my without warrant. This is those 2 state troopers could have been killed that day, justified as well, and I didn't take a life. So thank you, Father, for giving me reservation and not shooting a man. But I'm gonna turn around. Correct? If they're turned around, you shoot somebody, and you have to give somebody a chance to leave, brothers and sisters. I don't care if you have your house marked, clearly marked, and it's on every stinking post. It's all your house is just a big no trespassing sign. You have to give somebody the chance to leave. You verbally have to tell them to leave. Okay? Please don't shoot somebody. Even if they don't, if yours can. I mean, I made it. He charged me like a bull. You saw that. He just kept coming. He wouldn't stop, and he wanted to drop these papers, and it didn't matter. The minute I told him, you don't have a warrant, leave. This is not a legal service. Oh, yeah, thanks a lot for telling me that. They're nice. I know. I live in Oregon. I've been dealing with the most criminal nation probably. I think Oregon is probably the most corrupt state in the nation now. I really do. California's bad, and we all have them, but what the goings on by this, what the state troopers just did to this house shows that they can do this to anybody in this state. They could go anywhere and do this. So heavy-handed men with 29 men with armored bear. I'm a veteran. That's the same stuff the get up there wearing that we during Desert Storm, Desert Shield, militarized police with armored vehicles. I don't know how many armored total that I know there was 20 some plus men, and then there was the county too. So So they can use a SWAT team on you at any time. And I have proof, brothers and sisters. There's no way that on the 180 hours that my son didn't do them. It's an impossibility. He would have been violated on the probation, and he didn't have any probation to do. After at 6 months, it would have said it. So, okay, let me see if I can find this other phone. Oh, where did I put that other phone? Am I sitting on it or something? Is that what I put? That other phone go? Uh-oh. How did I lose that phone? Is it over there? So, because I want to play this, I'm going to have to do a follow-up. I just want to do a continue, because this is the most current thing that I've got going, is that, okay, here it is. The most current thing that I have going is this gentleman enters my property without warrant. I tell him to leave. And the no arms standoff. You're an idiot, Seabass. You're acting like your last 3 letters in your name like a brutish. Maybe not. Let's see if you're brutish. Nobody ever called for arms. I actually called for a peaceful, right, resolution to the problem without arms. Never called for arms. They're the one who brought guns. And maybe it is like that because the government came in and just destroyed, burn up. They shot 6 tear gas canisters in this property. There's 6 permanently scarred for life with the headshot of me with this concussion grenade at 45 seconds. All I was asking is if my son was okay. So let's go through and talk to, I wonder what this one is. Hold on, let me, we can be doing that right now too. I should be doing that. Oh, that's the call from Sam, the criminal, cop sucking pig, swine, foul, disgusting, lay down. Let's see, probably somebody commenting on my, I've got this town in such an uproar up here, brothers, sisters, in the North Lake portion. Of this county. Oh, interesting, yeah. We used to, the latchkey program in Oregon, brothers, sisters, you have a certain age, you can't, the kids get to, where's that speaker? That's a big speaker too. Let me try to find my, okay, here it is. Okay, what do we got here? We can actually take this off here and put this on here, right here. All right. I can't speak to my daughter directly, but, you know, for her sake, Adrian Massey, I have not given up. Sweetheart, I'm not going to give up. I know they kidnapped you, and I got the evidence. I said to you on the SWAT raid, you're doing the right thing by going peacefully, sweetheart. Go peacefully. We have the evidence. I'm not going to let them put your husband in prison, okay? I'm not. I haven't so far. He hasn't gone to prison yet. I took that gold that I had, and obviously, and so he's out, okay? And I'm glad he's not in prison. I'm not speaking to her directly. This is speaking into the ether because, you know, I'm not going to stop, okay? Especially for her, because she is an innocent victim who was kidnapped by the state of Oregon without warrant. And I can show cause that they had zero plans of arresting her because she would have been there, and they planned on killing me that day because I thought I would come out armed, okay? So that never happened. If you'd like to entertain yourself and jerk off or be some kind of jerk off and you get off on people's pain, you can go pleasure out of pain. You can go see my troubles of a 16-minute SWAT raid by the state of Oregon after pleading for hundreds of hours for them to not do it. And they just still did it anyway. So I live in a town where there's lots of corruption. It starts from the judges down through district attorneys, and nobody's ever stood up. 97% of cases in America do not go to trial. They take a plea bar gain, and then the gain is the bar. The judge and the whole system gains. They extort not just your fines. If you got restitution, notice there's other money. That all comes out of your bond. So irregardless if you know what that judge up there and that man in that black robe is doing or not, I do. And so I point this out, and I get shot, and my son got shot. My daughter got kidnapped for doing this, for speaking up. I'm an Army veteran. Don't tell me to surrender. Don't tell. My son told me, I got to surrender. I don't hear surrender. Shut the fuck up. I don't hear surrender. I'm a veteran. We'll figure this out. We have the evidence, son. So even at the SWAT raid, you'll see it's a 16-minute and 40, something like that, about 6 months ago. Nobody was violent. Nobody acted in violence. No, they failed. Wah, wah, wah. Everything they thought they were going to get didn't happen at all in any way, shape, or form in the fashion they thought it would happen. Everybody had hands up. I was only pleading them just to get some phone numbers so I can stop shooting in my house here. You're shooting this. I have kittens in here and I have animals. I'll come out. They called on the phone. I said, okay, I'll come out. With the hands up. I won't have any weapons. I'll just have my phone in my hand because I'm recording. You know, I'm live streaming. They know I was live streaming. And I just need to get some. They pumped 6 of these in this house. One of these you probably not one of you in this room could take one of these before you would blow out that front door. And they put 6 of them in here before I could get enough 2 numbers written on my belly. I didn't know where to write it. It is my right hand. I couldn't write it on my arm, so I wrote it on my stomach. The numbers of 2 people I thought I could get a hold of so somebody could take care of my dogs. And that's what I was pleading. So I took 6 of these from my animals because my son they'd already shot my son. You know, my daughter was out of the house. And so I pleading to her, go peacefully, sweetheart, go peacefully. We have all the evidence. You're doing the right thing, sweetheart. Everybody they didn't get what they wanted. They thought they were going to come get some armed standoff. They went to the local restaurant up here and bragged how they were going to get a standoff and pump me out of here and get me off this live stream and kill me. Well, eliminate me. That's what Josh Bezel was bragging to all. They all had cellular phones on them. Let's go into their cellular data and figure out who said what. All these devices are always recording us all the time. I'm sure we'll be able to figure out exactly who said what, but they definitely bragged. And the business owners that I stood with during the COVID camp said, hey, they were coming out there and saying they were going to, get you out of that house and, bragging, especially I got to put Josh Bezel. That's why I put his name on the local page, a picture of his sorry cop sucking corporate thug. God, that man's it. His cellular data will prove he stalks community service, or he stalks community members out here. Seriously, the guy's got some serious issues with being seen at people's places for long periods of time, just doing all the the cellular data on that man will prove it. But he had a phone, I'm sure, and he was definitely one of the louder ones there that I heard. There was 30 guys or something plus guys there at the restaurant saying, hey, you know, having this big meetup before in the middle of the night, they were going to come out here and watch my live stream until I stopped live streaming. And then, like, I don't know. I mean, I stayed up for a little bit, but I was still on. So they obviously knew they were watching this phone. And then I went to bed. 17 minutes later, they swatted the house. So I just went to sleep. I've probably been asleep for 2 minutes, even if that. And then bam, you know, they start announcing they're here. And I go to the door to see if my son's okay. And I get headshotted. Try to get me pissed off to get a gun and fuck you, motherfucking police. Try to some Al Pacino nonsense or some kind of Scarface or some bullshit like that. It's person wacko, Waco. And that's not at all what was said out here. I only ever asked them to come to my door. So what I'm pursuing now, if you're in the chat, is pursuit of criminal trespassing charges, because I could have shot the man dead and I didn't. I think he should definitely be held liable for the criminal trespassing through passing through the signs and then being asked if he had a warrant, and then he left. No, he just kept coming towards me. He should have turned around and left. So under the Fourth Amendment, I would have been justified to deem him an intruder. He did not announce who he was. I kept trying to get him to stop. I told him he started talking. I told him stop talking and exit. He didn't. I could have shot him dead right there. So don't enter on people's property, especially out here in like country where most other people would have shot him, and I wouldn't spend a second in jail. I'm justified. Yeah, thank you. And it's not. Thank the Father. Thank all four. I could have done it with the state troopers, but instead, so now, not out of vengeance, I'm seeking criminal trespassing charges because he didn't. This is not a valid service. That can't be a valid service. I told him to exit the property. So even if they think this is a valid service, because you can go watch. It's a 51-minute live stream 2 days ago or 3 days ago, and go towards the end of the live stream. Obviously, I came back inside the house, but you can see him approach and watch him walk towards me. That you'd have been dead. And I'm telling you, anybody out here in this country town would have shot him. There, people aren't very. Yes, they will out here. These country folks out here are live in a little hick town. This ain't even a town. This is that go around and find out kind of town. So, yeah, they come here. They can come here. But remember, the minute, Ross, they're told to turn around, they have to leave. By warrant. Do you have a warrant? No, leave. They got to go. He can't continue to serve these papers. I've served paper. You got to kind of sneak up on somebody and get close enough to them and go, oh, you're served. It's a tricky little game that these people play, but if you are driving onto private property that is marked to try to serve papers, and you do enter to an open gate that was marked, and somebody tells you to leave, you need to turn around and exit. Let's not twist this in any way, shape, or form. That is 100% the law, and that's why I'm going to pursue criminal trespassing charges, because he did not turn around and leave. You try again, try some other way, have somebody call me, meet me up at the store, try to play some game. You ever serve papers? I know how to do this. My uncle did it. My brothers did it. I got blood that's done this stuff, and I know that's not. This guy's a state investigator. He'd be a little better at how to operate a service of papers. So if you are trying to serve somebody on private property and they tell you to leave, you have to turn around and exit the property. You can be shot dead. Do not go on private property that is marked. When somebody tells you to leave, I don't care who the fuck you are. If you're the government, I don't care if you're some inspection officer, you cannot legally continue one more step. You can be shot dead. Please be careful. Yeah, well, they have to on some of them, I believe, under their body cam. So this gentleman was not wearing a body cam. He's not a gentleman. He's a cop-sucking part of this investigation, and he didn't even know my son's 180 hours. So go watch it. It's filthy pig. This guy, I'm not doing it out of vengeance. He should know so he doesn't do that next time. Maybe next time the person will shoot him, and maybe this will make him hesitant not to ever do that again. I'm not seeking vengeance in any way. I'm proceeding criminal trespass charges on this John Mogul for not exiting my property when told to leave. Ross, this is Elijah's court date in like 10 days or something. It's December 11th. They're not ready for this case, Ross. There's no way. This state investigator, I asked him, what do you know about Elijah's 180 hours? He's, I don't know what you're talking about. What about 180? I don't know what 180. This whole case is about 180 hours. When it's settled with guns, there ain't nobody right. It's a short trial. It leads to nowhere. I agree, Joseph. Thank you, Joseph. I agree. That's why I didn't use a gun. I didn't do anything of the sort. Never threatened anybody. Never did. This man's alive because the Father made me a meek man, not a weak man. I could have got my gun and shot him. You know, I have been so harassed by the state of Oregon and this county and targeted. It's getting, that's why this man should spend some time thinking about in jail or whatever, get charges so he knows not to enter. It could have cost his life. No, this is Ross. This is subpoenaing me to his case. They're paying me. They're trying to pay me to go appear as a witness in Elijah's behalf. It's like, but I'm with the lie. I'm like, shut up and leave. Stop talking. Go. I already told you to leave. Get off my property now. I don't care, Ross. They got to do this right with me. I'm done playing these people's game. You obviously see I've lost it over the last couple months. My mouth has just gone in the dumps. But I have no more reservation as far as the only thing I swear that I know that there are people who do not like it, you know, to hear it. But I know Brother Jim would just be appalled if he heard, you know, but it's normally involving like this pig something, you know what I'm saying? So when I teach the gospel, I don't have any reason to curse, and I don't curse when I teach. So I'm sure once I get this done, I go back to the gospel. I'll have no reason to add. The word doesn't need fluffed or even an exclamation point. Okay. So you know what I'm saying, Brother Ross. Appreciate your support through this real difficult time here. But so think about this, Ross, for just 1 second. For just 1 second. Okay, so they want to summons me, Ross. I know this, Seabass. I know this. Please, there's no such thing as luck, but we'll say it. I don't need to go into a whole teaching, but right, like they're going to convict one of their own, and I've got no phone calls back. So we're going to go into this real quick and show you this phone call of me calling, following up on, okay, is there anthrax on this paper? Would this guy leave? I want pursuit. I want charges. Watch for this phone call, guys. Just calling back to try to get the reference number and do a follow-up on what is happening. And then in the next day, somebody comes in as Lake County Sheriff's Department in this chat, like you guys are in here, and you can go. I don't know how to see the old. I screen captured it. I may have it on here. I may have it on here. Look at this, guys. Watch. I think I have it on here. Please, Father, have it on here. Oh, I don't, because it's on the phone that I screen grabbed on this. Maybe it's on here. Hold on. Maybe it's on here. Oh, come on, phone. I screen captured. It is legal to say you are a police department. You could be a whole SWAT team if you choose. You can go on and intimidate people in the state of Oregon. Say, I'm going to come SWAT your house. I'm going to get people. I'm going to get people in the community to put a mental warrant. We're preparing a mental warrant. We're going to come out and SWAT your house again, get you your Elijah, mention my son's name, gang stalk me, and say they are Lake County Sheriff's Department. I think it was yesterday or the day before. My days are going hard, guys, in the pain here. That came on. I'm Lake County Sheriff. We're getting a warrant ready. We're going to SWAT you again. Stop. Enough is enough. Quiet. We've, and try to intimidate me, saying they are Lake County Sheriff's Department, and they're getting some kind of mental warrant. We're coming in with a SWAT team again, blah, blah, blah. And that's legal to do in Oregon. You know that? You can act as a whole, not just impersonate a police officer, but you can impersonate that you're going to be a whole SWAT team and intimidate somebody and make them feel like they're going to be. And see, I have all this background and stuff, but this happened already. And so I'm like, is this you? And he's like, no. And I'm like, maybe they're just telling me that because cops can lie. They have sovereign immunity. They can lie to you. They can't break the law, but they can lie to you with sovereign immunity. So let's go and listen to Sam Birch call me back and do the follow-up after I called. Maybe we should listen to both of them. Darn it, man. I thought I had this all straight. Do I have the wrong one plugged in? Okay, I think I have the wrong one plugged in. Okay. Okay, I got this straight. Okay, so I call to report this crime to the dispatch that this man has entered in my property without warrant and he wouldn't leave. And I didn't know who he was. I had some paperwork, but I'm not sure because I have paperwork that says Dan Spencer's my attorney, son's attorney who represented me and my daughter illegally, has quit. And it's not my son's attorney. Now I got somebody saying they're my son's attorneys and I'd already told him to leave, but he keeps talking and he's saying my son's attorneys. I thought I recognized him as the state investigator or the county investigator. He works for the system, for the bar, for the judge and all that. He says finally I get him to, he says something about, he's the investigator. He's my son. I'm here with your son. He says they're forcing us to take this to trial. What does that mean? They're forcing us to take this. Who's they, are forcing you. Yeah, 97% of cases take a plea bargain, brothers and sisters. The bar gains, the judge is part of the bar. The attorney's part of the bar. The attorney you hire for $1 million is part of the bar. So is the public defender. They're all part of the bar. So you take a plea bargain, they extort your bond, whether you understand what's happening or not. So that's what's going on in the courtroom. And I'm not going to be a part of their monkey Wizard of Oz law. And so I've been standing in for the right of my son to just his 180 hours are separate. Me, I'm not going to let them convict me. I'm not some corporation. So they're going to have a whole different animal when it comes to me. But right now they have a trial set for my son, which proves how strong he's not the 90. He's 97%. I'm getting some complaints. Some complaints about parole and probation department of Lake County. I took video where I went to Lake, FOIA request, ongoing issues with, and Jake Greer came to the window. He used to serve me because he was recording. I love to bring a situation. See, guys, listen, I can't tell you who this is. Guys, I can't tell you. I don't know if you, okay, I apologize. I just had another person contact with me, guys, that says, no, they're not. Ross, listen to this. Listen, please. Okay, Ross, let me get back on track. You guys, listen. I have put this image on the local page. Now I put imagery on this. I put this on the local page, guys. This is the presiding judge in this case. This is the presiding judge. This is the guy who signed the SWAT warrant, who won't listen to these 180 hours. Please call right now Ted Martin's office and say Elijah's completed 180 hours. This will make a difference. I'm not kidding. I know Father showed me something. Don't sit there and try to be wordy. Call Ted Martin, this guy right here, his office, the district attorney in Lake County right now, and say these words. Elijah Werner's completed 180 hours. We need to pound this district attorney. This is the criminal elected sheriff who has tried to get involved with the judge, with these police officers, and letting them know that there's issues within the county with his own police department. Now, this state of Oregon, which is very criminal, they brought 20 plus 5, 6, 8 men here with armed and shot me in the, literally headshotted me, shot my, I don't know if they hit my son. I've never seen his body. The state of Oregon, that's the state seal. I put corruption in North Lake County on the local page, and everybody in this little tiny town is freaking out. Now, I also put, I apologize, guys. I breathe. My lungs are damaged. I don't have the other one, but I put a picture of Josh, the other guy, the other one that I said that was bragging so much. He was the loudest. That's what they told me. Josh was definitely the loudest, Tracy. He was over there just bragging how they're going to come out there. Josh is pissed because I audited him. During a First Amendment audit, I audited him during a traffic stop. And so that's why Josh, I'm sure, will show that Josh Bezel is the one who caused physical damage to my motorhome. His phone's got to be somewhere. It was outside the gate. My motorhome was outside the gate. My little Toyota motorhome. This is the one he pulled me over in, and they ripped the headlight out of it. There was nothing wrong with the headlight. They ripped the whole headlight out of it and brought it inside of the gate. That means somebody had it in their hands with the frame, ripped it out. I think that's so I couldn't drive it again. And if I drove out, it would have like my tires were flattened, and they caused a lot. They shot out the windows in the motorhome. So, oh no, Josh got to his lung. What the hell are you talking about? Nice. If you put anything stupid in here, I'll, plus, so you know, you'll probably your IP address be pulled up, and viewers in the YouTube has been mentioned. So you've become part of the stream, evidence stream. So you are now on a federal list. You might want to leave if you're going to put something stupid in here, because everything you're saying is being recorded. So, okay. I don't have any other pictures. But what my point is that I opened up a can of worms. Sorry, I got my 4-legged alarm system going off out here. I don't know what they're barking at. That was kind of a bark like somebody might be coming down the driveway. Uh-oh. That sounds like somebody's coming, Bart. Okay. Hey. Hey. No, I'm gonna heat those up a little bit more. I'm gonna heat up some more of these hash browns that I made. Man, really wish I would have cleaned up behind there. All right, man. I'm probably eventually gonna have to go to the doctors. You were joking, chill. Okay, that's a great time. My house being swatted, my daughter's being kidnapped, and you want to joke. Goodbye, nice, leave. We're not supposed to be nice. Your name is or rebuke your name. We're not here to be nice. Next thing you're going to tell me, take pills, right? Chill pill. Don't insinuate drug users, please. Man, the dude is salty. So, all right, let's get back to this evidentiary stream against the state of Oregon. Brother Ross thing. Thanks for the teaching. The way the Lord leads you is that you are being served papers and you have to, address this in as against the law for them to enter. Cool. Don't worry. Hey, Joseph, don't worry about spelling police in here, okay? It's so funny. I put this stuff online, guys. Do you have police corruption in this town? And I want to let you know, guys, please help this. And again, if they're going to come warrant this house again with SWAT or whatever it is, I'm not going to go guns blaring. So they're going to get the same results again. I'm not going to pull no guns out. I'm not going to do anything to risk my son being thrown in prison. We've all done exactly what we're supposed to do. They thought they were going to get an armed standoff. They got complete opposite of that. So they think they're going to take this to trial. Ross. So they want me to testify on Elijah's behalf. Now think about this, Ross. It's just me and Brother Ross for a second. I got to put you guys on hold. If you want to watch this, pretty exciting. You guys should go back and watch all this. You want to see the SWAT raid? I mean, this would be a movie that I don't think people would even believe. I said there was no way that happened in real. That had to be non-fiction. That can't be true. There's no way so many things could happen to one single family. Me and my son, my daughter, starting just be 4 years of my life. We can go back to my prior. We could go do the Star Wars things if you wanted to go back and do whatever. I don't want to go into how that's worked. I never did understand that. What do you mean? I get it now. They went to back when he was a kid. What do you mean Star Wars or this, that, or the other? So, but if you wrote the movie starting 4 years ago with Tony Carson, the rapist, where the dad got wind that the rapist wasn't convicted and his son was in jail for almost a year, that starts this whole movie. It would start out, you could probably pull a little back into it, but then, go show Elijah doing movies with all Dawn, going with Morgan to the dunes, going to the fire station, getting hazed by the, you got paint on your pants, and do the whole movie, and then show this whole, state SWAT. You'd just be so nobody believed it was even real. It'd be a suspense, thriller, action. Why, you wouldn't even believe it was even it's possible. You would just keep going, no way. No way. Come on, man. Somebody look at this dude's 180 hours. He's been screaming for how long? Look at it. They're going to SWAT his house? No way. No way, man. They're going to do it. Oh, my God. And then you show all those guys getting ready. Get them, boys. Get them, boys. None of them knowing about the 180 hours that he had already completed. Not one of them, because hopefully someday we'll be able to interview these guys as they get their bond sued for coming out here and swatting this house when he'd already done all the 180 hours. And the whole, movie, maybe it'll be called 180 Hours. That's the name of the movie, 180 Hours. 180 Hours. Please call Lake County Sheriff's Department and call Ted Martin's office and say 180 hours, Ted Martin. So, okay, but it's because they issued a warrant for his arrest because I was holding him, okay? They revoked his probation, okay, and issued a warrant for his arrest, Ross, because they said he didn't do those 133 hours, additional hours. Remember, he was made to do not like he had to do, got in trouble and had to do, like they added more hours. They said he didn't do them, which he already did, and then he started doing them like extra hours. And they just wouldn't let it. Anytime he kept getting difference in those, they kept moving the goalposts around him on him with those extra hours too. They said he didn't do these, and he's documenting all, and it doesn't matter because his cellular data will show he was everywhere he's supposed to be. The only time Elijah left early is when he said, Dad, he was getting close. He only needed like 10 or 12 more hours to complete the 133 to get all that to go away. And then he was trying to get a printout while he was here. Remember, we were live streaming, Ross. He called Sergeant Dumore, all that. We live stream all this. And then he said he only did like 20 hours or so. And his wife was with him the whole time, volunteering her time. Her phone will be pinged with his phone. I mean, it's unreal what they've done to him. Over and over, they keep moving the goalposts. I guarantee Elijah has done 300 hours. I can't, by cellular data will probably show he did at least 300 hours of community. That means for every hour that my son was made to do extra hours, the bonds of all 29 police officers, state troopers, the judge who's bonded, Ted Martin who's bonded, Michael Taylor who's bonded, Tom Rourke who's bonded, all of those will hopefully reimburse Adriana because she worked 5 days a week, right? Adriana worked 5 days a week and went and volunteered her time to try to help her husband out. So the only time is when he was getting towards the end, they kept moving it back. And Elijah, you can check this. There are things you can check. Call and see if what they'll do is they'll revoke your probation. And if they do, you'll see that. And I showed him how to look that up. And he's like, yes, Dad, they revoked my probation. And he said, they want me to show up here at this time. This is like a half an hour early. I said, they're going to arrest you, Elijah. Call him up. What do you mean? I said, Elijah, they're going to arrest you. They've revoked your probation. Look, you'll see you'll be able to see this warrant for your arrest. I showed him how to look this. He can't get print out of his stuff, but I can show him how to get this information. And sure enough, they issued a warrant for his arrest. And so he called and they said he had the option to go at that appointment or to come over to Lake County and to turn himself in. And I said, well, just come over here and we'll figure it out, is what I told him. Just come over and figure it out, So he left 3 hours early that day. And so even at that, he left 3 hours early. So maybe he'd only have 130, but he still did more than that anyways. Plus the 180. He didn't have to do more hours than 180. He completed the terms of his service of community service back at month 5 after getting out of jail. They just were trying to mess with him because of me. And then he started doing more than he was supposed to be doing, additional hours that all these bonds will be reimbursing my daughter because she volunteered her time at the kitchen, food for Lane County, over at the fair or at the garden, community garden where they work for a church, and all this work, extra work was done and documented. So they did say that Elijah didn't show up. Well, yeah, I told him to leave that day because I knew they're going to arrest him. And so when he came out here, I didn't know that he was bringing Adriana with him. I thought it was just going to be him. But when he got out here and he said, Dad, I have to surrender myself, and I said, I don't hear surrender. Fuck you. You don't tell a veteran surrender, Elijah. That's a wrong thing to say to your dad. No way, not a chance in hell am I going to surrender you to a state to have your ass violated and you eat a big cock meat, Big Bob sandwich. Elijah John Werner, you did these hours. I know we'll get online. I have a pretty good size following. I don't have the numbers I had over on TikTok, but I've got a good following. Somebody will hear this. We'll get this taken care of. Give me your fucking keys. I don't want to hear that ever again. You say surrender to me, don't go there, son. Don't you ever say that word. Don't give up. Remember, we take it to trial. Don't give in to these people. Don't let them scare you. You're not going to prison. We have all the proof. There's no way in hell. Okay, Dad. And I felt bad because Adriana was here and I didn't know she was coming. And it's like took the battery out of their car. Oh no, man, they just ruined my. Oh, well, I apologize. I just burnt my breakfast early. I already ate this. That's okay. I won't get rid of it. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. Ooh, that's a lot of. I just put that lid on it. That got hot fast. It's just the onions. The onions that got a little crispy. So crispy. All right, I'm gonna get some more to eat here. So, but anyways, all these bonds will be sued from all these people. The reason why I encourage suing of the bonds is because they will not be able to operate as in their job, like a contractor who, messes up too many houses. They are licensed, bonded, insured. You don't know how to read a tape measure or something, or you get something off layout, you don't fix it on the first, floor, it's going to become a bigger problem. I've done a lot of corrections in people's houses where people don't know how to read a tape measure and don't know how to use a framing square. So, but anyways, hold on one second. Again, by the number, again, Elijah had already done the hours. And so all I've tried to do is from the beginning is get the state to look at this, get the county to look at it. And they've never, ever actually taken the time to look into Elijah's 180 hours. And now they have given me this paperwork saying they're going to take him to trial. But as I was saying earlier to Brother Ross, that they want me to testify on Elijah's behalf, on his behalf, not against him. I'm not testifying against Elijah. But how is that? What am I going to say? Don't I get some kind of counsel before they put me up on the witness stand? Like, don't I get to talk to an attorney about, like, hey, don't I get to talk to his attorney? Or I just show up and be like, get on the stand. What do you think I'm going to say? What do you think I'm going to say, Ross? Let me ask you this, Ross. What do you think Tracy will say when he gets, no matter what the question asked, what will Tracy say? What are you talking about, Ross? They don't bring a SWAT team. Oh, what is Ross saying here? It's usually a probation officer who comes with the local police to come arrest you. They don't bring a SWAT team. They don't bring a SWAT team. He also told me Elijah did time, and probation is usually one or the other. What are you talking about? I'm not sure. You're all over the place there, Ross. And you've been here through all this, Ross, so I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, man? You're losing me. So, what ended up happening is they issue a warrant for Elijah's arrest. And then I wouldn't have let them arrest him. Because I already called the head of probation of Lane County and said, bullshit. My son came into your county under the guise that he completed all his community service. He had to complete it to move into your county. How the hell would you let that slip? So, Ross, they're summoning me to go testify on his behalf. Let's go forward. Let's get past that. What do you think what do you think is going to come out of my mouth? And this is so crazy. We're still charging here? All right, we're charging. All right, cool. So I have people commenting on this local page too, commenting saying they are being victimized. I put on this local page here and fired this community up on 4 different of the platforms of the local community page where they all gossip and, farmers' wives and all that. And it caused a shitstorm in town. So, Okay, Josh, you see that. If you watch 51 minutes, on that 51-minute video, this came to serve the papers. Now, there's a way to serve papers. There is a way to serve papers. I know I have a brother who's done it, an uncle's done it, cousin's done it. I haven't been part of this. No, you got to be kind of sneaky when you serve papers. So when you come on private property, regardless if you're a paper service, you're a code enforcement, you can't enter somebody's property if you're code ordinance officer. Nobody can enter your property without a warrant. Let me establish that to begin with. You can be the federal government. You can be the Department of Defense. That's one office below the president. They still have to come with warrant. You can be the elected sheriff who has more authority than the Department of Defense. Higher than any government official is an elected sheriff in this state, whether you understand. Most don't. Most cop-sucking pig, thug, gang, elected sheriffs don't even know their authority. Cop suckers. Yeah, corporate thugs. So for the bar game, filling prisons, private prisons with a guaranteed occupancy of 80% before they're ever built. They're thugs. I rebuke every cop in America. You're a freaking pig swine. You do the works of your father, the devil. You don't even, 99% of you don't even know that you're enforcing Wizard of Oz, corporal, capital letter law, straw man, tin man law. I'll get you, little dog, Toto, too. Fear. 97% of cases take a bar gain. Plea bargain, where they get paid. The bank spam. Out of your slave labor, your credit card called your social security card. Written in capital letters. You notice they try to bring you to court under capital letters. I'm not a corporation. They don't like people like me. That's why they swat people like me. So, don't enter on somebody's property if it's marked no trespassing. That does not give you the right to shoot anybody if they do without telling them to leave. Don't just shoot somebody without giving them warning to leave your property. And if you now feel threatened in any way, you can apply. They have a use of force regulation. I know I used to be one of them cop-sucking pigs myself. I was a veteran, 95 Bravo, military police in the military. So the jackboot on the neck of people myself and a veteran, so on the nations, as a veteran. So you might want to know, you be judged by the law that you go by. So I'm not a monkey, capital letters, corporation, straw man, tin man, tax ID number. I'm not a sovereign citizen. That means you're above the law. I don't claim any of that. I'm a man of the land and soil. I have organic, natural rights protected by the Constitution, God-given rights, the rights that have always been here, such as the right to travel. Things like these things are all covered under that's part of your Fourth Amendment right. You have 14th Amendment right. You got all kinds of rights, brothers and sisters. You apply them. Do you know that there are people have rights in America, even if they're not a citizen under the Constitution? Did you know that? Yeah, you don't have to have citizenship under the Constitution. If you're on this rock, you got rights. Yes or no in the chat. Let's spark the algorithm. Did you know that? Yes or no? Did you know that you can be not even a citizen and you have rights when you're on this rock? Did you know you don't have to follow the law? It's not constitutional. Did you know that? Are you a straw man? Are you a tin man? Are you the Wizard of Oz? Monkey law? Flying monkey law? That's what I call it. It's a big circus in there is what it is. So anyways, I'm not part of the bar. I rebuke all that. I will not let this judge extort my credit from my blood contract from birth. My parents made a deal with the snakes up a pole, the doctor, to complete a contract of blood. By birth, they take your blood, every one of us, so they can know type. No, that's a contract, and it's written in capital letters. This is called your straw man, your tax ID number, your tin man. You ever see the movie Wizard of Oz? You think this is a joke in a movie, huh? It's not. This is the reality of the world you live in. If you live in America, this is what's going on, and you don't even know it, do you? Are you a corporation? Why is that cop allowed to force corporate law on you? Because he's a jackboot, thug, pig, swine, and every one of them in America are. State troopers, elected sheriffs, deputies, city cops are all enforcing this Wizard of Oz, capital letter bond. Remember that man in that black robe they're all part of the bar. Washington District of Criminals, D.C., To the queen. They give her authority to the queen, not this country, to the banks. Central banksters are part of this system. That's why they're extorting your bond, written in capital letters. Whether you understand what they're doing or not, it doesn't matter. You give your authority to that, and I will not. So I guess that's why I was asked, would you like to take a seat? Because they know I know my rights. Black's law, my rights, my laws of the land, my natural organic rights. I know the laws, and I will not go by some flying monkey. You know, if Donald Trump really cared about this country, wouldn't he be exposing this? No, he supports this Federal Reserve, banksters. He loves cops, remember? He'll be the one to take your Second Amendment, watch, by Executive Order 11004, bringing the National Guard to your door. He said he would do it during his administration, but deliver the jab. Maybe he'll deliver some Trans de la Agua guys that they're going to say, oh, we'll cut your paychecks off, but no, okay, we'll give you money, but put these blue helmets and go get, you know, the American out of here. It's your country now. Remember, we're paying you. We're not paying them. Americans are dying in the streets. We're paying these people that don't even have citizenship in this country. See? Ha, ha, ha. You think this is some kind of joke, don't you? I've been maimed by the state of Oregon. My vision, yeah, people have noticed that this right eye is starting to, you know, pull itself back in. I didn't notice it. You know, I breathe CS gas, 6 of these for 2 weeks straight, trying to clean this out so my animals wouldn't have to live in this. I slept day after day, week after week, and now I permanently have respiratory issues that I'm just denying, because that's what I do. I have not time to go visit 2 snakes of a pole doctor. Okay, so I'm not going to fall for this. No matter what happens, is the Father's authority. I'm only concerned about the judgments of I am. Well, no, Shiloh. I'm not under that covenant, remember? So, not of flesh and blood. My battle is against principalities, powers, the rulers of the darkness of this world. Spiritual wickedness is a spiritual battle, and spiritual wickedness in high places. He says earlier in Ephesians 6, that earlier, to wrestle not against flesh and blood. Put on the whole armor of God, he says. Twice. Therefore I say unto you, put on the whole armor of God, after he tells us that. And high places. Twice, as he declares to witness that armor, no weapon formed against you will prosper, no fiery darts will penetrate that armor. So I have to stand in faith. And I guess Brother Ross didn't answer me, but this summons was delivered, and it was delivered illegally. So therefore, Josh is correct, or Joseph. I apologize there. That's I think so. This isn't legal. The minute, so Ross, let me ask you this real quick, Ross. They want to summons me to go testify on Elijah's behalf. It's not testify against him. I know, huh, Ross? I know, huh? So, Ross, they want me to appear in court on December 11th to testify on the behalf of Elijah. This is why this guy came out. I don't care who he was, should have left my property. I'm a man of God. He's alive today. That's why I'm going to continue, not out of vengeance, to pursue criminal passing charges, because he should think about entering people's property. His father's life was spared. His life was spared by Father, not by me. I don't act like that. That's Father made me this way. So all glory to God. He made me a meek man, not a weak man. I can kill you with my bare hands, but I won't do nothing of the sort. There is no threat of violence. There is no threat of killing anybody. I've never done anything of the sort, since this time of this arrest, even if I'm not it's not my nature. I've already done the things in the past that I don't like to think about. And so I want to try to figure out a way to put myself further away from this situation. So, cool. So, anyways, what do you think, Brother Ross? You're going to put me on the stand to testify in Elijah's behalf. When I get up on the stand, what do you think I will say? I mean, what do they expect? I'm supposed to, think about this for a minute. They're summoning me. I don't have legal counsel. Shouldn't some legal counsel be talking to me? Hey, before you go up on that witness stand, like my own counsel, before they bring me in court summons, don't I? I am co-defending the case, so I understand, but what would I say, Ross? What would I say? If they asked me anything, what would I say? I asked you that earlier. You know, I know you might be busy, but what do you think it asked me? I mean, I don't know if you know what they're going to try to, what court date is all about. The court date is about the day we left the house to go get Adrian a shower. And like an idiot, I let Elijah drive the car. That's what this is all about. That's what they think this is going to be all about. They got another thing coming. They're just trying to walk over the 180 hours. Ross, why didn't I let him stop the car? Same reason I didn't let him leave the house. Same reason, didn't turn himself in. So that's no different to me. And not I worry about it's constitutional right. They can't stop the vehicle without show cause. And they couldn't even see the license plate or the expiration on it because it was covered in dust from driving out here in the dusty desert. So you couldn't even see in the back window. It's dusty out here. I live where they filmed the moon landing. All right, let's see if we sometime may have shouted my band or anything. All right, I guess I won't ask that. I've asked it a few times. So, okay, anyways. Oh, man, I think I need to walk more of this. I'll give this a little shout out. Warm this coffee up, guys. Oh, I gotta keep going, gotta keep going for the state of Michigan, for the Father to do what he did. He said, conform to my image, and he stood against the law. He stood against the perverted law. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Shiloh. Or yes, it wasn't Father who stood against the law. It was Shiloh. What are you talking about? Blasphemy! Don't be twisting the word of God. I am is not one transgender pole God. He is separate flesh and Hokadesh spirit. 3 separate. Abba, Father. Father, why? Forgive them, for they know not what they do. For they know not what they do. They're a bunch of monkey lost. They're see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. They're monkeys. They're circus. Put on their big clown suit. Act like a bunch of actors. Bunch of actors at the circus. Circus Vargas. Did anybody ever go to Circus Vargas growing up as a kid? The big top. The big top. Lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. Good stuff, man. Thank you, Father, for coffee, right? For hot coffee. Here we go. Flying monkey ball. Are you a flying monkey? I'll get you, you little dog, Toto, too. Checking on the puppies. Checking on the puppies. Well, it's just getting worse and worse. I think I huffed way too much of that CS gas. So, yes, I'm going to probably, Joseph. Is inflation high in your country? Inflation is high in every country that's been extorted by the United States of America, central banksters, and all the banksters that are all across the central banks. You give a man a gun, he'll rob a bank. Give a man a bank, he'll rob the world. So there's inflation is high. What do you mean? I don't think you have any understanding of economics, Ali. What do you mean? Can you explain yourself? What is inflation? I don't think you can even define the word inflation. Seriously, and on a monetary, level. Or you're doing surveys. Survey says, you want to go Monty Python? You want to, let's make a deal? Go with what's in the box or behind the curtain? Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. What's going on there, Ali? What do you, somebody wants to talk economics, really? Do you have any idea what currency is? That's what this capital letter monkey law is. Currency. Bank, bar, sand bar. Like in a river, a bar, currency. You put your money in the bank and go with the flow. Probably don't know anything about. What's money? How do you define money and currency are two different things. Give a man a gun. Yep. Ross, how come you won't answer my question, man? I've asked you like 3 times. Oh, well, I tried. Sometimes I just feel like I'm talking to the walls. All right, so this is what it's all about, brothers, sisters. How do you think all these people are paid? They're paid by your bond, your U.S. Treasury. More dollars created than any other currency. It is the inflation creation machine called the Federal Reserve. A bunch of banksters. Donald Trump's friend, remember, he blew Powell. His bubble. I know. So what do you think they'll ask me, and what do you think will come out of my mouth? What do you think the words will be? If they get me up there, I've got to get some kind of prognosco. I got to start getting some kind of idea, which I'll use Luke 12:11, obviously, but that's not, I'm supposed to be going to testify beyond his half. That's insanity. I don't even understand what they're, so when do you think he would counsel? The attorney would call me. No, I've already called the attorney. He said, I got the bar on you, buddy. The bar has already been notified. You represented me, my son, and my daughter. You're going to be disbarred, man. You did that illegally. So when I get up there and I'm summons, if that day comes, right, that it's only weeks away now or something like that, right? So I know, isn't this so crazy? Joseph, appreciate. I did it again. So Joseph, let me ask you. I don't know if you know this whole case, but I've been making this whole case about, the whole case, even why I didn't stop the vehicle that day or let my son stop the vehicle, because I'm not going to let him get thrown in prison when I have all the evidence of the 180 hours. So I don't even know what I don't care what they asked me. I would just keep repeating 180 hours. 180 hours. So I don't know what, I didn't know I thought maybe you'd catch on that, Ross, but that's okay. Oh, darn it. I'm losing my power. I just lost all the power. That's all right. It's not. I burned up all my gas. Eventually, I'm going to have to go up into town and get some more gas, guys. I went into town last time and I didn't get any gas. That was not a very smart move. But anyways, yeah, so I don't have any idea on how that even work. Why would I even, if I'm testifying on his behalf, what are they going to ask me? They're going to ask me about that incident that day. And that still leads to the 180 hours. They're so fucking stupid. I'm going to pull one hair. I shave my head so I can't pull my hair out. No, you better not stop this car, Elijah. You better not. I'm not going to let them throw you in a rape cage. Hell no, you ain't eating big meat Bob cock sandwiches for dinner every night because that's what they want to double stuff you with Bob and his buddy, his big buddy Bob or whatever, double Bobs. I don't know. I got you, Elijah. I'll put my asshole out there for you. So anyways. So I wouldn't say anything but 180 hours. I don't have to say anything. I don't see. That's what I'm saying. I mean, this is idiocracy. They've had 6 months to get this case prepared, and they've done nothing. And now they think that the guy who came out here said they're forcing us to take it to trial. So they're not going to do any work if they're being forced to do it. What the hell does that mean? I said to Dan, I called Dan Spencer. I said, You guy, I could have just killed that man you sent out to my property. You're an idiot. You could have got a man shot. Are you that foolish? I mentioned Elijah's 180 hours. I said, you think you're going to take this to trial? Then I'll talk about Elijah 180 hours. You're out of your mind. Remember, Dan Spencer, you represented me as an attorney. You can't do that. That's illegal. I already called the bar about you, Dan. And you represented my daughter. I'm almost certain. That means you co-counseled all of us. That's illegal. I already got the call in on you, Dan Spencer. They know about you at the bar. You can't do that. That's illegal. So what are you going to do here? You send this man out to my house to try to deliver, this. I told him to leave. He didn't leave. You put a man's life in jeopardy. You know that, Dan Spencer? So I don't even know what he would ask me. You know what I'm saying? And even if he asked me anything, I'm not going to answer his questions. First of all, I'm going to tell him he's a tyrant, should be disbarred because he already represented me in court, which would be legal. And I'd let the jury know at that time that this man has already co-counseled me in this same case. So that should drop this case immediately, jury. Go look in the law, take a recess. You can't co-counsel two defendants in the same case. And they did Adriana, my daughter, too, as they kidnapped her. Jury, look into this. They would have to drop it. If the jury went back into the jury room, they'd have to look into that and go, oh, wait, yeah, a lawyer cannot counsel more than one defendant in a case. And they'd have to pull up the record and go, okay, well, I want to pull up the record when I was in on my indictment. Why is he representing me on my indictment? Why is he representing me on my first set of charges? That's illegal. See, already he's represented me twice and he's representing my son. Throw this case out, jury. Nothing. Oh, jury, hey, look, they can't keep you under my Miranda rights. They can't keep me in here more than a week because I didn't get to talk to anybody before I got to talk to you guys. The right to an attorney, one, you have that right on your Miranda right. So they don't even have one for me that I didn't even get to talk to somebody before I came in here to talk, but they haven't even Mirandized me. They can't show cause under warrant that they did Mirandize me. They did show cause for warrant, but they can't, once they place that warrant, they have to show that they Mirandize me. That's my right under Miranda too. If you're going to cost my body and you show cause for warrant, probable cause, which they had, you still have to read me my Miranda rights. And that they'll never be able to, under discovery of evidence and suppression of evidence. I've seen all the states or in the counties evidence that there is no body cam footage, and there isn't because nobody ever Mirandized me. See, jury, you need to throw this case out. You have to do this by the book. This is what I'd be saying in court, and I don't care what they'd be saying to me. So, but no, I'm not telling them that I was driving. I'm not changing what I did. I told Elijah, I filmed it, Ross. I filmed it. I should have never let Elijah drive. He pulled a big one on me, which I shouldn't have listened to. Come on, Dad. Don't you remember? I never even got a go-kart. Uncle Sean and Uncle Jeremy. Remember, I was a little trophy. Dad, that's my thing. I like to drive. That's why I'm living out
not being able to live at the rate. Dad, you were a race car driver. Uncle Sean was a race car driver. Grandpa's a race car driver. Uncle Jeremy's a race car driver. Everybody's a race car driver but me, Dad. Remember they said I was going to get a go-kart. Papa took me, packed me around the track, and they threw me away after couldn't wear my Dale Earnhardt jacket. I never got to race, Dad. You guys all got to race at the track. Remember, Uncle Sean works for Dale Earnhardt and Uncle Jeremy, and they're all NASCAR and all that. Dad, I live out my life with these sport compact cars because I didn't get to race. All right, goddamn, Elijah. Fuck, I'll let you drive, dude. Shit. Fucking talk about pulling my fucking heartstrings. Come on, Dad. It's just up the road. We're just going to go get her a shower. I didn't want him to drive, brothers and sisters, when we left that. He were here 14 days without Adriana taking a running water shower. We have water out here, but I wanted her to have some hot flowing water on her body. She was a victim here in the middle of this. So we left the property and went to go get her a shower. When we pulled up the road, there was a cop. They say he did a U-turn. Cellular would show he drove. I said, Elijah, don't worry about it. Just go pull into this house over here. He pulled in. Don't speed. Don't worry. We're not doing anything. Elijah, don't worry about it. Don't just turn around. We'll go back home. Murphy's Law. No, that's not. This is God. Just please don't speed, son. That's fine. We made it almost home. That cop followed us all the way down the 5 mile. Didn't turn his lights on until we got down the thing, and I couldn't see it at first. I guess he did, and I just told Elijah, no matter what, don't stop. I said, don't you dare stop this car, because if he did stop, they just take him in and put him in a rape cage again. And I'm not going to have that. So it didn't want any different if he was here or any different if we were on the road. So, but it sucks because I let him kind of, come on, Dad, and so it's, I almost thought at that moment to say, hey, get out, I'll get in the car or whatever. Because the guy went up to where we were going to get a shower. The cop went up to where we get a shower and turned around and came back. And then we turned, pulled back out, no speeding, came down. And even in his, the trial is for this day that I'm telling you right now, for exactly what I'm telling you, for felony eluding a police officer. That's what they have charges on Elijah for felony, his probation violations for not completing the 100 hours by me telling him, don't you fucking stop this vehicle. You better not stop this vehicle. No, you better not. Not going to let you get thrown in a rape cage. Hell no, this ain't no different than there. Just go home. Shouldn't have left to the sanctuary where Elijah should still be here today. They could not come in here. This is sanctuary. I'm a pastor. I provided him a safe place. And I'm telling you, Ross, we would have not had any issues. Elijah would still be here today. But when we left that house, and I'm sure we could have got him to, hopefully by now, but that's how they show cause to come on this property, to come get him that day. And then they're saying that Adriana said something to him about not stop, but that's not a conviction for felony interfering with a peace officer and hindering prosecution. So I'm not concerned about that day at all. That day would never happen if they just would have listened to the 180 hours. That they wouldn't have, even on the body cam or docky cam, they'll show at the point he turned on his lights. It says under discovery that he did not speed. He wasn't speeding. His speed never increased. He just drove. We almost got home. I thought he was just he couldn't see the license plate. I'm like, it's all right. It's not a big deal. Who knows? I didn't know. He wasn't in panic. I was just, don't stop the vehicle. I'm not going to let you get ass raped because these fucking cock-sucking cop suckers want to throw you in fucking prison, and I have proof of all your 180 hours. Fuck that. I don't care. Do not stop this vehicle. And so I told him that, and we drove, and we made it near home, and then he pulled down the driveway. It says on his thing that he was not speeding. It says he did a U-turn, but Cellular data showed Elijah never did no U-turn. No, he didn't. He never sped off. We went all the way down. We only passed one single vehicle. He never put the public in jeopardy by driving erratically. Or actually, that cop turning his lights on, trying to stop Elijah, caused more of a problem to the public because he had no cause to stop him. He couldn't see his license plate was covered by dirt, and that's not probable cause under the Fourth Amendment. I know that. I audit my public officials. I'm not a corporation. I've dropped my CDL after 30 years of having it. I will never be engaged with the corporation ever again. So they know this too, and that's fine. So I'm not concerned with this. And that's what this trial will be about, just so you know. They think I'm going to skip this for that. Why? Why didn't you stop? Well, because my dad told me not to stop because my 180 hours were completed already. And they're not going to get away with this. So they brought him up on felony eluding a police officer. But if you watch, because I filmed it, he pulls up, his lights aren't on. There's no speeding. There's no speeding involved. He just comes down the driveway. He pulls up without his lights on. No lights, no sirens. I tell him to stand down. Whatever, Lance Brown, I don't know, it was one of the police officers. I tell him to stand down. And he doesn't even exit the vehicle. Never pursues Elijah. Never says anything. Never says a word. That's not a pursuit. He never pursued us. Never pursued us. Go watch the live stream, Ross. He never got out of his car, never said a single word to me. How is that a pursuit? Never even pursuit. They're saying this is a pursuit, and that's why they're charging him, but there was no pursuit. Go watch the live stream. So if he turned his lights on, couldn't see out the back window, and we were almost home anyways, like I said. And then it just doesn't say Elijah's speeding. Says he's not. Says he's going 55 miles an hour. We only passed one car, so he didn't put the public in jeopardy. And he turns on to the driveway, and it says it's dusty. Of course it's dusty. It's like freaking moon dust out here. I told you drive down the back of the car is like that from driving down the driveway. A couple times gets powdered, just the way it is out here. Came home, I told him, go in the house. And I got out there, and he came down the driveway. He didn't come with his lights on. Didn't have a siren on. Pulls up, and I stand down, stand down. I told you to quit your job. You piece of shit, cop sucking faggot, or whatever. I didn't call him. Oh, pardon me. I didn't call him that. I didn't call him that. But I told him to quit his job. I already talked to you guys. He wasn't even the same person. I was just in the moment. Oh my God, my people. I went and ran back in the car to get the cat. Once again, Tracy's more concerned about the animals. We brought the kitty with us because we thought it'd be cool to bring the kitty for a ride. Kitty's been locked up here. Tora's been locked up in the house too. The kitty named Tora, pretty cool name for a cat. Tora's here, and we're like, oh, we take Kitty for a ride. So Elijah gets over the fence, gets into the house because the gate was shut, and so I, telling him, stand down, and he's not saying anything. He don't exit his vehicle. He don't say anything to me. Nothing. I'm like, oh, if there was a pursuit or something, he got to go, get your fucking hands on the ground now, motherfucker. And I went back towards the cat. He could have fucking shot me, right? If it was some kind of pursuit. You ever see somebody run and then somebody goes towards something, you'll get shot. I'm like, oh, my people. I meant the cat was in the car because I told Adrian, it's all on the live stream if you want to watch it. So I went back for the kitty, Tora, but he didn't pursue me. It wasn't even like that. I got the cat and I went back in the house and he drove away. I told him, turn around and leave. And he left. I was like, thank God. You guys don't believe in a God? There you go. There should be proof there's a God right there. Thank you, Father, for keeping us safe. Thanking Elijah from, that cop sucker from taking him to prison over something we could have, and I felt bad for Tora because he got, had to get picked up by me and he probably know what was going on. Poor kitty. But that's what I'm saying. That's not some kind of felony pursuit of a freaking police chase. Nobody sped. No, they came with their lights off. I told him to turn around and leave. They drove on my property. He was on my property. And when I told him to leave, he turned around and he left. Then he sat down at the end of the driveway. And I'm like, you on there on my live stream? And he's like, yep, he's flashing his lights at me. I'm like, stop, stand down. I have the hours. Stop doing this. You're back. If you have some kind of cause, come back down this driveway or otherwise stop. I would have, like I said, that should have never happened. That was so far beyond days and days and hundreds of hours of live streaming for them to ever, that day should have never happened. Never. My daughters should have been able to go home the next day. They should have come to my front gate and said, yep, we looked into this. Elijah has done this. We apologize, Tracy, for the inconvenience. We'll take please don't sue us. Please don't. See, that's why they got to be careful, brother, sis. They ever admit that they're wrong, they're going to get sued. So I'm pretty certain it's going to be, you know, they're not going to admit wrong in this case. They're not. So hold on, I got to check this. So, okay, cool. No worries at my house. Yeah, you boot sucking these bootlickers out in this county. A bunch of people who love these cop suckers out here. So anyways, I'm stirring the town up by posting all these cops is corruption in little town, Lake County, Oregon. And this little town is going crazy, guys. So any moment these people can show up with a SWAT warrant, or SWAT team, they already did it. And they were in here under Lake County Police Department 2 days ago saying they were going to come SWAT the house again. But apparently that wasn't them. I don't know. Yes, no, they'd say it's not, but they can lie to you being a sovereign immunity. But it's not illegal to say you're a SWAT team, or you can come, mention my son's name by name, and going to get a mental warrant for me, and the community's forming a mental thing because something's mentally wrong with me, and they're going to come here and use that mental warrant to come swat me. Okay, so let's listen to this. Let's listen to this call. I'm going to let you guys listen here to this. Try to pursue the charges. Only Father spared him. Only Father spared him. So let's start with the call. Did anybody hear the call to me calling to try to report this guy coming onto my property? Let's do that first. Let's do it in order. Man, we've been on here for 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 27 seconds. Cool, right on. I'll probably need to go get some more wood. All right, but I'll have time to do this, guys. I'm going to put this speaker on, and we're going to listen to the call to Lake County Sheriff's after John Mogul came to my property to try to serve summons for my son's court date. I told him to leave because he didn't have a warrant. They know that. They should not try to enter this property without warrant. They know I know my rights, and I don't care if you're serving papers, you're the federal government. I don't care if you're Donald Trump. I don't care who you are. Do not come on my property without warrant. If you do, that's fine. I will announce for you to leave, and I have every right for you to. I don't want you coming here at all. So don't get it twisted. Don't anybody take what I just said and think I gave you permission. You do not have permission to come on my property unless you have warrant. You better show cause and have that signed by a judge. If you accidentally wander onto my property, I will tell you to leave, and if you don't, I can legally kill you. So you better be careful coming onto people's property. This is not just everybody has this right in America. So don't walk on people's property and they tell you to leave. I don't care what their purpose is. If you think they are going to cause you or and if they don't turn around, they obviously have some kind of ill intent. They can keep walking towards you if you tell them to turn around. That is your legal right for your property. You have the right under the 4th Amendment to be secure, and your house's papers, persons, and effects. So let's listen to me call the sheriff's office non-emergency line to report the criminal trespass of John Mogul, the investigator for Elijah, for the state, for the county, who doesn't even know about my son's 180 hours. This guy's supposed to be the investigator that's going to be trying to help my son get his evidence so he can get himself out of, this is who the guy, and he doesn't even know about 180 hours. So I definitely think not out of pursuit because he doesn't know, but he should definitely spend some time behind bars so he knows he criminally trespassed. That's a criminal act. So that's some time, and then he can sit there in jail for a minute and go, now, wait a minute, I shouldn't do that again. That guy could have shot me dead. I need to be careful when I'm serving papers and follow the procedures. If somebody tells me to leave on a private property, I have to turn around. I can't, this service comes after, I got to try it again. It just didn't work that time. You can't just keep coming. So I call to report John Mogul. I didn't know who exactly he was. I just knew John. I didn't even know I didn't pick it up. I found his name was on the paper. Ross, are you fucking serious? Have you not been listening to me the whole time, Ross? See, this is sometimes I wonder if people are going to get this. 5 times 32 equals 160 plus 120. Don Morgan, Tom, the 2 females, the 5 people he did it with, all their phones, dunes, fire station, fairgrounds. Okay, that's all right. It doesn't matter. The jury will get it. I love you, Brother Ross. Thank you so much. All right, so let's go in here and cellular data will clear. How about me calling Lake County Sheriff's or probation office saying, hey, this is his dad. I was told my attorney to call you, so I've already called my attorney, and now there's one call. Second call, here a second call says, hey, I'm calling because my attorney says to call. I know I'm not Elijah, but I would like to see to make sure I'm facilitating that his hours are all completed. Yeah, they are, Tracy. No, you need to get a copy of this. Hold on, let me put you on hold. Yes, he doesn't have any more hours. He's completed all his 180 hours. Boop, that's done. The case is over. I can prove it right there. Here, watch. Let me prove you Elijah did 180 hours. Wow, Ross. 6 months. Six months, Ross. No violation of probation for those 5 months. He spent a year in jail, nearly after a year. 5 times 32 is 1 day a week at 8 hours a day. If he just worked 1 day a week, that's 160 hours minimum. He worked at the dunes multiple days. He worked at the fire stations multiple days. He worked at the fairgrounds. Elijah did more. Cellular data will prove that Elijah, just cellular data, not with 5 witnesses, will prove Morgan, Don, Tom, the 2 females, but cellular data with their cellular phones going to the dunes, going to the fairgrounds, going to go collect firewood, going picking up trash. They all went together. 5 witnesses, and only that. Let's eliminate the actual statements of the witnesses, but let's take the cellular data. Like Trump's shooter, the second shooter, sat for 12 hours in the bushes and then got 45 miles away. What? 12 hours in the bushes. They know where he went, and so they'll know where they went, and that's will prove Elijah's innocence, and will prove that the state of Oregon illegally swatted the house, illegally arrested without warrant, detained and kidnapped my daughter, that the Lake County Sheriff's Office, everybody involved in this should have their bond sued so that Elijah could be reimbursed for the extra hours that he was made to work, the extra probably 130, 440, probably worked 800 hours, or excuse me, 300 hours, and where the 5 came, 300 hours of his probation. So when Elijah completed this terms of release, because that was the terms of his release, was from to leave Lake County into Lane County, they would definitely get all their hours out of him. They're fucking extort everybody for everything they can. That only makes sense. Why would they not make Elijah complete all the hours? They can't make him pay the restitution, but they can surely get all the fucking work out of him they can, huh? Work him like a horse, and that's what they did. Made him work extra hours. So Elijah completed all his 100 hours and 80 hours after 5 months. That's just a minimum 1 day a week and an 8-hour day. He worked many days extra, fairgrounds, dunes, fire station. So at month 6, with no probation violation, if Elijah owed any more hours, it would have said it on his action plan. Ross, you've been on probation many times. You know what I'm talking about, an action plan. That written piece of paperwork that says, Ross, this is our plan to get you off. You know what I'm talking about, Ross. We got to get you back in line. We got to assess your risk to reoffend. So, Ross, we're going to assess your risk to reoffend, remember? And so if there's anything that needs to be, it's written on your action plan, right? From the beginning, felony, supervised, probation. I'm not going to ask if you ever were. If you were, you know what I'm talking about. Everything you do is tracked and traced. You mess up, you get a probation violation. Can't miss anything. Got to show up to all your appointments. Month 6, Elijah shows up into Lake County, from Lake County to Lane County, completing all his 180 hours, and is not given, if he needed to complete more hours, it would say it at month 6 on his action plan. Elijah, you've left Lake County into Lane County. You now need to continue working these hours. We let you go. Sign up for community service and start doing these hours on your action plan at month 6, right? Nope, nothing was said. I visited at 18 months. Or 17 months, I called Elijah, told him to call Ryan Solberg, his probation officer, since he once again completed all his 180 hours. Terms of his release back into Lane County, over there, he calls Ryan Solberg. I call John Caligo, his attorney, to find out how much restitution. I call Elijah, tell him cellular data will show. I called Elijah Werner. I said, Elijah, call Ryan Solberg. Ask him what it's going to take since you completed all your community service hours, Elijah. Ask him how much you owe in restitution. You made me look a little foolish, Elijah. I thought you were going to go over there and your little car thing might get in trouble in the city, and you did exactly what you're supposed to do. Elijah, I want to help you get off probation here. I appreciate. I know that there was a tough ride to spend a year in jail while that rapist ran free. Your dad tried everything I could. I'm trying. I'll try to. Help you out. Okay. So I've got some little bit of money, but I don't think I have. Call, Ryan Solberg. I'll call John. There was 5 of you involved. There's $47,000 in restitution. I'll find if we divide it by 5, there's no in hell you'd owe all that money. If there's 5 guys involved, Elijah, let me get the dollar figure. And if we get this thing paid off, we'll get you off probation. All right, bud? I love you, son. You've done a good job. And cellular data will show that, Ross. Never again will they ever approve. And ever again would I ever allow my son to be thrown in a rape cage and eat cock meat sandwiches, okay? Double stuffed by big fat fucking cocks, okay? I won't allow it. So I apologize for the cursing again, but this is why. People don't hear me. I don't understand. Maybe if I take the cussing out, people hear me. I don't know. They're like an exclamation point. Fat fucking Bob sandwich cock meat in my son's mouth is not going to happen under my watch. I do it for you, Ross. You know, you've been in prison. It doesn't always happen, but it does happen in prison. So I am the cock blocker. But instead of being in this at this point, I have nowhere. I got to throw my asshole in front of my son's asshole to protect him from the big cock meat double sandwich too. Maybe he's getting it from both sides, double stuff from behind, and that's 4 cocks in the orifices. This happens in cages, rape cages. They want to throw my son in a rape cage, a prison. So I'm like, nope. Here, stick my ass out on the line. Nope, I'm at the point I have no idea that anything's wrong. I should understand something's wrong. That fucking rapist ran around this community for a whole year, and they're pissed off at me because I'm not letting it go. Still to this day. I'm helping Elijah, but I'm not letting it go. I'm still poking out here. I got to live in this county. So I don't want to hear it. I'm still pushing out here on this county. Like, what the hell? But Elijah's over there, and oh yeah, I got all kinds of things, and he's over there, but they'll attack him over there. So at no attacking yet, right? At 18 months, Elijah, again, I call my attorney and his attorney, okay, John Caligo, and I say, hey, John, it looks like, I don't know if they're trying to screw him, like he's the only one of 5 to go to jail, but this $47,000, does he owe all of it? That can't be. There's homeowners insurance on this, John. All of these were just a bunch of smaller empty buildings. There was one like house at the end or something that nobody was in. It was abandoned for some time. But he told him, this rapist said it was some pedophile, got these kids thinking they're vigilantes breaking into empty buildings. Okay, so there was a charge on my son, but he served a year in jail. 1 of 5 guys, nobody else served time. All these others got charges, but the rapist has never been charged to this day or convicted. The conviction of that should send chills down your spine. Ran around this community for a year. Okay, so boom, Elijah hit 17 months. He calls Ryan Solberg. Ryan Solberg says, yes, Elijah, you can get off probation. Proof that Elijah did his 180 hours if you pay your restitution. Elijah calls me, Dad, I can get off probation. John says, I don't know exactly how much it is. I can try to figure it out, Tracy, but there's these clause. I said, all right, John, because I don't know. I'll just divide it by 5 and I'll call Elijah back and see what we can do here. You know, it's in my head because I let him go. It is what it is. He didn't have the exact answer of how much was covered under homeowners insurance, which would make it less in the restitution divided by 5. I was just trying to come up with a number. That's why I called John. I had him call his probation officer. This would and cleared up right there. If I had 10 grand divided 5 people, 47, that's about $10,000. My son probably right there would have been off probation. Because he called me, I called him back and I said, well, Elijah, I don't have 10 grand. I just bought property out here, paid property off, just bad timing. You got any parts for cars? You got very valuable car parts. You work hard. You're a hardworking guy. You're self-made. You trade. Sometimes cars get extra parts. You got some ECUs. You got an extra set of rims. You know, some of those rims you sell are $1,500 rims, $1,800 rims. Can you, get some money together? I'll try. I got some, but it's really bad, Dad. I don't. And so I said, all right, Elijah, put your head down. Continue on. I apologize, son. This sucks. Kind of wasted some time, but it's not. Keep it up, son. Keep your head down. You'll get this done before you know it. It'll be over. You're doing the hard thing by staying out of trouble. You're a really good young man, son. I appreciate it. I know you got involved with that rapist and you probably, have some regrets, but you did your time. Nobody else did. You did your hours. Put your head down. This will be these 18 months. They're gone. These next 18 months will come by. You'll get this figured out. Remember, they can't keep you on probation if you don't pay all the fines. I mean, you've met all your requirements of community service. You just write out your time. Everything will be all right, man. Okay? All right, Dad. So no problems, guys. No problems. Actually, at this point, Ryan Solberg tells him, and he starts paying restitution. Are you hearing this, Ross? You never asked me again that question again, because I don't know how you didn't get this. And I love your brother, Ross. I don't see how you didn't get this. Month 33 comes, brothers, sisters, and they tell my son that he didn't complete his 180 hours back here. He only did 47 of the 180. That's an impossibility. I don't even know where they got that number from. And it doesn't even matter where it came from because it's not the truth. It's 100% lie. And now my asshole is going to potentially be put on the line, and I could be swatted again at any moment because I stood in front of my son for him to make sure that somebody would hear his numbers. And after that, once they did that, I called Kresha Brunsman. What the fuck are you doing, lady? He had to be released into your county. You know, because they told him, well, get your hours, Elijah. You document it. You document it, Elijah. And if you can get them to give you the 180 hours, we won't make you do any more work, Elijah. So at 18 months, it will show in Elijah's action plan, he had to start paying restitution. That's a fact, Jack. So month 33, they tell him he didn't do it. And this where all this bullshit starts with the 180 hours he never completed. That's it. That's what this is about, believe it or not. All starts right there with the rapist, Tony Karsten. He's never been convicted. These children, minor child, 17, convicted of theft. My son convicted of theft. The other gentleman, gosh, I can't remember his name. I think it doesn't matter what his name. They were teenagers, brothers, sisters, a minor child, all have convictions. And Tony Karsten, to this day, the rapist, has never been convicted of this crime. And under right of discovery, I got the evidence from the attorney, John Caligo, and I see Tony Karsten, the rapist, there at the scene of crime, admitting he's there, which is an accomplice, saying that they're going through the top of a window or a skylight. That's a conviction on Tony Karsten. He should be his parole should have been revoked at that point. He was already moving within the community and not notifying parole. That's where I was very alarmed that he can do this to somebody else in the community and lie about his charges. He should have been put in prison off of that discovery of evidence. There will be paperwork. There will be phone calls. There will be phone calls to Lily Frank, Michael Taylor, all these people in this case, me making them aware that Tony Karsten is moving without, he's a rapist. Lily Frank should be criminally charged. She's in charge of this guy and put in prison. Lily Frank, his parole, and my son's probation officer at the time should be put in prison for allowing this community, for this rapist to run around. And I notified her that he's moving around without notifying, and he's lying to people. He's a menace. Get him out of here. Here's the discovery of evidence. It took me a minute to get it. It's been a while, but I got you, biatch. Lock his fucking punk ass up lying to people in this community. That's his girlfriend. What a fucking piece of shit. Rape a fucking woman and lie about it. What kind of dog shit kind of person would do that? Just going around saying it's your girlfriend when you got convicted of a 25-year sentence of rape, served 13 years in a Texas penitentiary, get lucky enough to get out and then lie about your charges? And then be able to move around the county and put the community in risk and nobody does anything? Yeah, that's why my house got swatted, because I pointed out the fact that this rapist was running around and they were getting paid for him. They didn't want to convict him because they lose their funding for him. If my son would have just taken the deal, this would all go away. Kind of like they wanted to probably do now and me do now. And I think my daughter took a deal because she don't know what the hell to do. She ain't never been in trouble her life. I thought maybe she took a deal to be with her husband to get the no contact order dropped. I hope they're back together again right now. And I just don't know anything that's going on in their life because I just don't have any contact with them. I just don't have anybody to let me know what's going on with them. I don't have anybody in my life. I only have one thing in my life, and that's my son. I don't have anything else. I can think back in my life and go, okay, well, is there something I'm attached to here? Somebody in the past? Is there do I have a connection to somebody else on this earth? Maybe I'll be with on the other side, other than my brothers and sisters in the narrow way that I met recently. My family's just recent. Okay. I don't have anybody in my past. Not one person when I show up to him, like, good to see you, man. Nope. Just my son. So when they ripped him out of my life, it really, it put a pretty big, dent in who I am. And I miss just having his opinion. Like earlier, I said, you need to read through the comments section. That's where a lot of, I learn a lot, not just through the article or the blog or whatever. It's through these people's opinions in the bottom. I always loved having his opinion. And now I don't even have that. I just have to work off of what's in my head. I enjoy having him as a different, way of looking at things. He's absolutely brilliant. His work, his mind is a brilliant young man. And So I would stand for anybody, and I do, that has been criminally been made a debt slave, and he made us spend all his time and money, and he's done all these extra hours. So they did violate him of probation at month 42, 4 years after this supposed thing. He's the only one to go to jail. They say, all right, well, you didn't do these extra hours, and so we're just going to throw you in jail. They extended Elijah's probation at 36 to 42, which gave him a whole 12 more months to complete those 133 hours. They didn't even give him. They just started threatening him at month 36. You better get these done now. When he had 12 months to do them, they extended it and given him that much more time. You can't violate him. If you're going to give him that much more time, he has that much time to complete his, he was on unsupervised probation too. It wasn't like he was being supervised anymore. He'd gotten through all that already one time. You know what I'm saying? And and there was no violations. Not like they put him back on supervised. He was on unsupervised probation, and he starts doing all these hours again and then they tell him, you didn't get it done at month 42, and just throw him in jail. And that's when I stood in and I said, no more ever. You'll never let you put my son in jail again. What you just did was illegal. You kidnapped him, and I have the proof, and you didn't listen to me. Too bad. If you ever try to do that again, you mark my words, I will arrest his body before he lives way on another portion of the state. I'll figure out how to get to him. I don't care. You got all your cops, you got a whole state agency, you got all those people. Go ahead and put another warrant out for his arrest, and I will show you. I will arrest his body. Your warrant is not warranted. That's not a legal warrant. I have proof that he did these hours, so you can issue an illegal arrest warrant for him. But my warrant is more valid, that I can prove his innocence, and you're innocent till proven guilty. There ain't even a victim in this case. Okay, so they're not. No, you're going to send him in prison. There's no victim over some technicality of hours that I can prove he already did. Go fuck yourself. I will arrest his body, and I'll bring him here where I'm at, and I won't let you have him ever. Not till you look at his 180 hours, and that's I did. I kept my word. Yes, I did. I called Crusher Brusman, head of probation, said, if you ever issue a warrant again and throw him in jail, like you did, 3 days, you could have put him in jail for a day, 2 or 3. No, you weren't supposed to put him in jail at all, but you just threw the max at him, 3 days. So, Gresham Brunsman, I will have your job. I will sue your bond. You put my son in jail again, I will make sure that I get to him before you, and you will not arrest his body. I will issue a warrant for his body, so you do not throw him so he can get fucked in the ass by some guy who can't keep his cock to himself. Fuck you, Crusher Brunsman. I didn't tell her that. So anyways, that is why I am the cock blocker, and my asshole could be violated by Big Bob now too. I could get double stuff like an Oreo because for you. So if you're a U.S. citizen and you're in this country, I do this for you. I do this for people who all these people have been in prison wrongly. So my son is a good young man, and he did all his time, the only one of 5, and he's done more than probably double time. I'm sure he was told to do 180, and I'm pretty sure he's done at least 300. So I will make sure that he is reimbursed through bond to sue the judge on this case, have him removed, disbarred, and thrown in prison. The district attorney, Criminal Ted Martin, I need you to call right now. Get off your ass and do something. Stop being the silent majority. Do something about evil. Only takes for evil to flourish, for good men to stand around and do nothing. That's you. You know that. You probably didn't do anything during the COVID too. So here's your chance to make a difference in history. It's being made every day. What the fuck are you doing about it? You're not going to change anything that the Father doesn't will already, but you could be a part of this. You could call Lake County Ted Martin right now, the district attorney, and say Elijah Werner's 180 hours. That's all you have to say. If not, get the fuck out of here, please. I can't stand to live in a world where people just jack off on just it's just entertainment. Everything's just fucking entertainment as people being extorted by governments and police officers under capital letter law. So hit the road, Jack. Don't come back. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. I'm a veteran. I have a right to speak up. I insert my right. So if you don't like it, pound sand. Go on, move out, draw fire, go somewhere else, but don't stay in here, just sitting in here, jerking off, is this entertainment? You like this? A man struggling, a state, SWAT team come out and ruin. I'm physically sick for life because of this. You gonna sit around? Did you get your happy ending yet? There's a place called Hub. Go pull it somewhere else. You a female? I don't care what you're doing. Get out of here. If you can't help me, you can't help your country. You can't. This is probably happening in your state. You probably got more rapists, murders, and pedophiles in your county, poorest portion, and they do this, they'll fund these, rapists, murderers, and pedophiles to fund their parole and probation department, just like this one. So this ain't isolated, and you are the silent majority, because not any of you, I don't think any of you have the balls to call. So tell it like it is. Somebody's got to get these people moving. Do something, because I'll probably get off here in a minute if you don't want to help me out, and I'm going to make call myself. But we'll do a little bit of evidentiary stream here. Man, I'm going to be out of gas, huh? So, do something. Call Ted Martin's office. It's already, oh yeah, it's 95 o'clock. Call Ted Martin right now. Call Ted Martin and tell him Elijah Werner's 180 hours. Completed 180 hours. Is anybody gonna do a thing, or you guys just gonna sit there like a bump on a log and just jerk your chain here? And there's a place called Hub. You can pull it over there. I'm a man of action. I'm asking you to take a call of action. Call Ted Martin, district attorney right now in Lake County, Oregon, and call and say to whoever answers, Elijah's 180 hours, or please leave the chat now. I don't want you in here. I can't stand people. You remind me what it says in the book of Psalms. The only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. And you are the silent majority. Good for you. You'll go down in history as that, just so you know. So you're not forced. I'm asking you to call. You don't have to, but I will ask you to leave, please. If you're not willing to call and help. I am an American veteran. I took an oath to defend this country, and I'm still doing that today. I live in this state, and I want the residents of this state to be safe. I don't want rapists to run around and officers not being accountable for him. That man could have went and raped anybody, anywhere. I want this man who came on my property criminally trespassed, because I could have shot him dead, and I didn't. I'm a meek man, not a weak man. He should have an understanding. You can't serve warrant if somebody comes out, or he would not serve a warrant. He serves as a summons. You serve a summons, and somebody tells you on a private property, leave, you leave. His life was spared because of God, not me. I could have legally shot him because I'm a man of God and a pastor and teacher. He gives me, turn your cheek 7 times 70. That guy ain't worth it. Guy's dog shit. He didn't even know my son's 180 hours. Yeah, I'm a pastor. I'm hoping to go into the prisons here, not be in prison, but to go, hopefully I'll get it from these, Father will cut me free from these chains, and I can leave the state of Oregon, and go to some other states where this is happening, where people get wrongfully convicted, and tell them, hey, we got to go through suffering. Much the ellipsis we must go through to be with the Father. Narrow is the path. Narrow is the word hados. That means, to cut a process like salvation. Brothers and sisters, I'm doing everything I can for the state of Oregon. The residents of this state are in jeopardy of this SWAT team coming out to your house because some county thug police department says, come out and take care of this guy that won't shut up in our county. He's keep using his First Amendment, and he won't shut up. He's exposing us that we're criminals out here. He's got a bunch of proof. Hurry up. Somebody come shoot this guy. That's what they did. They thought they were going to have some kind of armed standoff. It didn't work out like they thought. Never did I. I said I'd fight to the death. Never with guns. Never. I only said I would fight with the word of God. They said if backed into a corner, I'd strike, and I didn't do that. So their evidence is shite, and it's not going to happen. So. Okay, well, I hope to join you someday, Joseph, somewhere. I appreciate your comment. I do. I'd like to get out of here. I got to do this for my son, though. I'm kind of hanging around because my son told me, Dad, just go on the road. Don't do this, what I'm standing in here. He's like, Dad, just stop. You can defend this on the road. You still have a voice. Go on the road. Take the dogs. Take the silver and gold. Just go on the road. You tried it. I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to leave until my son and my daughter. I can take my son and my daughter with me, and I'll come join you, Joe. I don't know where you're at. I don't care. I want to go everywhere, man. I want to see all. I've made a lot of things the last 10 years trying to build a homestead out here. I had one, but they wrecked it. They've ruined it. Nobody came, but that's okay. I don't know where you're at, Joseph. Don't disclose your maybe go help me teach to other people around, maybe expats that have left the nation that don't feel good about this, and say, hold on, man. We know we did horrible things for this B system, but hold on. I know it sucks. The most 22 was because I can't believe what I did. Hey, this is what you see on television. That's not what we do overseas. shock and awe. Okay, whatever. So anyways, I'm hoping to join the, you know what I'm saying? Join the ranks of other veterans outside of this, and other expats outside of the country, and keep a base here. I'm not going to turn my back on the United States. There are good people in this country. God's bride is everywhere, but this is the worst country to ever walk. The people who allowed this 1,000+ military bases in 180 countries is an annihilation of the New Testament. He said, "Let vengeance be mine." That's why I did not shoot that man. Turn your cheek. 7 times 70, that's 490 times. So I legally could have shot that man dead. And if you're a prior, if you know your rights as a Fourth Amendment, I could have done that. And I didn't. 3 times I could have shot 3 separate men dead on this property, never been convicted. They would not have any, I would have scot-free. And yet I didn't. And I'm a veteran. I don't fucking miss. If you're a veteran, I'm a 95 Bravo. I'm a military police. Expert marksman across the board. I was trained at Fort Schaffner when I was SWAT certified, special reaction team, qualified expert marksman, single-handed with a shotgun. 30 out of 30 on the paper, combat loaded, one-handed shotgun. All my marksmanship's expert. I double tap. Did you taught the double tap too? Center mass, one in the chest, one in the head. Instead of being some trained killer, I chose to be what God chose me to be, and that's a meek man, not weak man. And so let's listen to this. Let's listen to me call and report this guy coming onto my property. If you want to see the 51-minute video, it's about 3 days ago. That guy continues to just pursue, doesn't stop, doesn't turn around, and still tries to pursue with these papers, which is not a legal service. The minute I told him, do you have a warrant, and he didn't turn around and leave, that's not a legal service anyway. So no matter how they delivered it. So this is me calling to the police department, non-emergency line, reporting this man for criminal trespassing. Yes, this is the non-emergency line.
It is.
Okay, I called yesterday. I'm calling up for a follow-up for the incident number. I called yesterday. I called about a gentleman who came on my property. I have his name, and I want him arrested I have 2 criminal. Okay, so first I called. I didn't record that. I called to report this gentleman had come onto my property, wouldn't announce who he was, did not turn around, and I didn't know if there was like some kind of chemical substance on the paper he had dropped, anthrax, it could be anything. They'd already left chemical deposits on my property where I'm still suffering from their chemicals that they've spread throughout this house. I'm concerned that there could have been something left on this piece of paper. There's some glossy stuff in this area. Something could be under this sticker. I don't know. For my safety, I don't know if he stopped at the end of my property, dropped something. So I wanted him stopped. I saw the first 3 license plate of his number, pursued by the police to stop him to make sure he's not nefarious and what he was doing, because I have copies to show that my son's attorney, Dan Spencer, quit as his attorney. Quit. Here is the paperwork in June. I quit as Elijah's attorney. Here's the paperwork it came from. Here it is. Here it is. Dan Spencer, my son's attorney, who represented me illegally, and that would get the case dropped. Dan Spencer, there it is. Call this guy. Tell him Elijah's 180 hours. You can call Dan Spencer and say 180 hours. Dan Spencer, actually, I'd rather you call Ted Martin's office. But here he is quitting as my son's attorney. And this guy says he's somewhere for my son's attorney, and my son doesn't have an attorney. By paperwork I already called Dan Spencer when I went to court one time. Are you my son's attorney or not? He said, yes. I said, well, how come I got paperwork that says you quit? So here's the paperwork that says he withdrew. This is the counsel after swatting this house that they're going to provide. A quitting attorney. It takes them 6 months to get me an attorney. 6 months from another county, and here's him quitting. So I don't even have counsel for sure, because this guy hasn't quit. I'm not sure if this is my son's attorney, because he said he quit. I got paperwork. I just showed in the live stream he quit right here. Here's the screen capture it. Here's him quitting. Okay, here's him quitting. So I don't know who this guy is coming to do. I don't know what this is, what this paper was. I still shouldn't be holding this in my hands because I haven't tested it. But they've already come and dropped tear gas on 6 tear gas canisters, which took me, a week. I'm suffering again because I found some that I didn't get cleaned up. So I'd be coughing and I'm struggling. My physical health is deteriorating kind of quickly, and I'm not concerned. It just is what it is. My eyes, viewers, like Tracy, your eye, dude, you can see it. Your eye's like, it's sinking in. This eye got a little bit, but this is definitely, so it's from the concussion. It's being flash concussion. It's a headshot. They headshot at me. Okay. With the concussion grenade. So anyways, this guy shows up to my house and I don't know who he is. I don't know what his purpose is. He won't listen to me. So when he enters the property, I tell him to leave. And do you have a warrant? He says, no, I tell him to leave. This is not a legal service. This is a summons, but they have to do this properly. Everything has to be done properly, brother says. You can't be breaking laws when you, especially like things like this. So I call to have him criminally trespassed. And so I call the police department and say, I want to report a crime. I want you to go get this guy. He's just left my property. I want him pulled over and find out what's in his car and I said, the guy's like, you told me not to call you back. I said, no, I don't want those cops coming to my house. They can contact me when they get him. He's like, oh, well, you told me. No. So watch how criminal, even some of these people who work. This is I'm just some dispatcher. I have the right. I'm a prior law enforcement officer, brothers and sisters. This stuff gets reported to the system to ask him for the actual number on the report. They take I don't want to go into the whole system. It's recorded. It's not illegal to ask for this report number. It's not illegal to give it to me. They have to give it to me if I'm requesting this. It's the case involving this gentleman who came on my property. So if I'm calling to ask for the report number or the CAD number, I don't want to go into all this. It's entered into the system. Okay. A report you call, even the non-emergency line, they're going to, if they call an officer. So that's all I'm calling is to request the number for the report and then ask for a follow-up. He'll tell me he can't give me the number. He'll tell me I can't give it to you. He'll tell me he can't give me this number. Watch what I do to this monkey. This guy, see no hear no evil, see no evil. A robot could do a better job than these probation officers, parole officers that answer the phones. And seriously, I don't want to give all our jobs away to technology, but a computer could have done a better job. Yes, I'm calling about the reference for yesterday's reference number for the report number that was taken for this. Pause 1 second, please. Reference number is 12411250032. Press 1. If that could have been a computer could have done this. Watch this guy it takes me like 7 minutes or something to get him. He tells me he can't get to me. And all I'm trying to do is because I've had somebody illegally enter my property without warrant. Now, it's not illegal to enter, but it's illegal the minute you're told to leave. I'm private property. I do have it posted too. It doesn't have to be, but it is. So it's called a FOIA request. So I'm not filling out a FOIA request in this information. This is my right to get this number. That I don't have to fill a FOIA request to get this information. Okay, Joseph? I don't have to for this. That would be, later down after I can get their salary of a police officer. I can get their disciplinary actions. Okay. So watch this monkey, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. This guy could have been replaced and I could have been off the phone in 30 seconds. Watch this idiot, like this person right here, this idiot who's more worried about his eyes. An idiot. You're an idiot, OAG, meaning you're an unskilled, simple man, lame man, uneducated, unskilled. I can already tell by your fruit. You're more worried about your eyes. That's a problem in this world. Coming in, and this people are so unfocused. You need to concentrate, okay? Like orange juice, not like O.J. Simpson, the man with the glove, but like, no, never mind. All right. So anyways, Gosh, society has just gone amok, brothers, sisters. In the end of days, it says their agape will be a pornea. So, okay, sit back and watch this monkey act like a fool, and watch how you talk to these people. Do not let them tell you lies, brothers and sisters. This guy should be fired immediately and replaced with a robot. I don't want to do that to our civilization, brothers, sisters, but a monkey would do a better job.
Different crimes that I want to report. Okay, I have this all on video, so I'm not going to settle for you're not going to do anything. I don't care who this gentleman's name is. John Mogul. Okay, I called you yesterday, and nobody ever followed me up to tell me if this man was pulled over, arrested. Already some serious negligence to follow up to let me know anything. I told you that this gentleman approached me in a very aggressive manner. I just showed this video to about 20 people, okay? And nobody said that they didn't agree that he should have turned around, because I asked him who he was, right? He didn't identify. I asked if he had a warrant. It was actually the very first thing I asked him, because he drove on my property. It is marked no trespassing. He drove on the property. I said, do you have a warrant? He said, no. I immediately told him to turn around and leave, sir. That is a criminal trespassing.
All right. So I am the glorified secretary.
Okay, I still want it taken care of, though.
So I just need to know what's your address.
I'm a glorified secretary.
I'll pass along to a deputy.
No, I want an incident from yesterday's. What's the reference from yesterday's last incident? You didn't do anything. I want the incident number.
I remember correctly, you said you did not want contact.
I want the incident number. I wanted you to go arrest him, because he came on my property, and now I have his full name. So I want him arrested today. I already called Dan Spencer, sir. I've already called the attorney.
So therefore, you did not want contact after he got contacted. So therefore,
I didn't say I want.
Okay, hey, look. Whoever this person is here, right here, somebody tried to do this yesterday or the day before, and I'll show you guys that I reported this. Somebody came in and said they were Lake County Sheriff's Departments doing this idiocracy, this Edison, whatever this just did, that they're doing some kind of cycle. And I'll report this too on this thing that I was reporting, that these people are saying they're going to get a psychological, they're going to swap my team. So Edison, they tried that yesterday, and I've actually reported to the police for something like what you're doing. Okay. So I know it's even not illegal in the state of Oregon. So you can keep doing it, but I will get you out of here because you're just an idiot. There's nobody. They tried that yesterday, just so you know. Why don't you just come back in under the Lake County Sheriff's Department like you did yesterday? You're part of the same shenanigan clown. Are you with the federal government? You some alphabet soup and agency or Okay, see, here we go. This is what they do. So look, trying to turn yourself in. Look, this is Dan Spencer. So this guy is doubling, saying that he's this guy right here. Look, this is what they do. See here? This guy is saying that he's this guy. Look at this guy, attorney, see? Look at how they're doing this, guys. These are tools, and this is how this works. So be careful on this computer system, because they do what they want. So Dan Spencer, go turn yourself in to the law. I'm going to sue the hell out of you, Dan Spencer. I just called you Dan Spencer yesterday and told you I called the bar about you. You represented, it's not Dan Spencer. You're not Dan Spencer. You're a troll. So I'm not worried about, that's not. Look, Dan Spencer, you quit as Elijah's attorney. Go turn yourself in to the bar because for representing me and my son. Dan Spencer, you're an attorney. You have a loyal to the bar. Remember, I'm just this hypothetical. It's not Dan Spencer, and you represented me. You can't co-counsel on. Tell if you're truly an attorney. They're Dan Spencer to the bar. Tell them what it means to co-counsel defendant. You've gotten 13 reports against you in the last 3 reports. I've tried to help you. That's funny. You've never called me, you piece of shit, Dan Spencer. You're dog shit. You know that? You're fine. You didn't help anybody. You've never even called me. So tell somebody what I said yesterday. I called you yesterday. If you're truly Dan Spencer, tell somebody it's not Dan Spencer, guys. I like toying with the trolls. This is how over the target that somebody can act as somebody that they're not. See, you tried that yesterday. You tried that yesterday under Lake County Courthouse or Lake County Sheriff's Department. They're mandating, and I'm going to call right now and get a hold of Sam Criminal Birch on this thing to show that somebody just like you came in and tried your bullshit yesterday. You're just a troll, and it's quite entertainment, guys. Isn't that crazy how people getting to watch? I'll call in, I'll call the sheriff's office and say, is this you guys on Lake County Sheriff's Department? And they say it's legal to do what this guy's doing right now. Here, how about you call me right now, Dan Spencer, and interrupt my live stream? Call me, you chicken shit piece of shit. You ain't got no balls between your legs. They are shriveled up. You ain't got no nads. You ain't got no audacity. You ain't got no intestinal fortitude. Make my phone ring. Make it fucking rain in here, bitch. Make my phone ring. Call me right now. I'll settle the case with Elijah. Here's your piece of shit signature. Is this you piece of shit? Is this your signature, dog shit? It's not. I'm just toying with them. I already did that yesterday. Remember? You see, guys, watch. I showed yesterday. Okay, so watch. Yesterday, guys, I called. This guy said, I called you. I've already called you, like you dumb shit just did. Saying, and then I showed you my phone log yesterday on the live stream. I showed him this Lane County sheriff who's mandating this mental evaluation against me is these reports. And guess what? I showed the phone call and nobody called in my phone call log. You're a lying piece of shit. So make my phone, my ring. Anybody can make it ring. It's 541-214-9232. 541-214-9232. Make my phone call right now. Otherwise, just a scammer. So. No, I know. Hey, listen. Trucks for you. I'm just showing you guys they're doing this. I'm going to show you and continue on this, that somebody did this yesterday, impersonating as Lake County Sheriff's Office, saying the same thing. We're building a psychological mental evaluation. We're going to SWAT you, Tracy. And I called them. I'm like, is this legal? They're like, yep, it's legal. You can say you're going to SWAT somebody. You can be this clown saying you're Dan Spencer. Isn't that crazy, guys, how far this is? They're trying to dox me and try to, that's what it is. They're trying to pull stuff out of my file. And, I'm saying it's not hard to do what they're doing. But if this guy was Dan Spencer, here's truly Dan Spencer's signature, so you know, okay? So you truly know who this Dan Spencer is. And Dan Spencer quit as Elijah's attorney, okay? And I just showed you paperwork because I'm trying to have Dan Spencer disbarred. So that's not Dan Spencer. So if that was Dan Spencer, he would call me right now. Hey, do me a favor, call Dan Spencer's office in Lake County and say, hey, you have somebody online saying they're you, man. Telling they're saying they're you. You got somebody on the internet saying they're you. Who else you pick next, Lake County Sheriff's Office? Why don't you just come in as Judge Vanderberg next, Judge Vanderberg. And I'll tell you to shut the fuck up, you piece of shit, Judge. You don't have no authority over me. You're dog shit, Judge Vanderberg. I can't wait till you get criminally locked up and put in jail. Maybe I'll come visit you in about 20 years, maybe 15 or 10, and I'll pastor the gospel and check on you, make sure you're doing okay. So you haven't got, hopefully you won't get cock meat, double stuffed. Maybe you get a triple, maybe you'll get 4 stuffed by Oreos. No, I don't want that. I don't want no physical damage to happen to your asshole, or to have to eat a big cock meat sandwich, split your lips open. So, So anyways, would never want that to happen to Judge Vanderberg. They don't mind if it happens to my son. So isn't that funny, guys? They come in as Dan Spencer, LLC, or whatever law. Isn't that funny? So, okay, we'll continue on here, show you how criminal this is. This is make a movie that you wouldn't even believe, brothers, sisters. It would make a movie. So I'm going to call and show you that I called and I tried to get this taken care of, that I'm calling because somebody's acting as Lake County Police Department, doing the same bullshit this Dan Spencer was, and it's legal. The cop says, yeah, you can do that, guys. You can act as a attorney, you can act as a cop, you can be a whole SWAT department, you can dock and threaten somebody with warrant, you can or get in the community, that's harassment. But this is legal, so let's listen to this. Hey, Dan Spencer didn't call, by the way, guys. That wasn't Dan Spencer. So isn't that crazy? You got to be careful, guys, on who you think you're talking to. They'll act as whoever they want. So here we go.
I said I didn't want anybody coming to this property, okay? I didn't want anybody coming in. It'll be recorded because it's a recorded line, correct?
I can get deputy to make contact with you and give you that number.
Okay, I said yesterday I didn't want them coming here. I never said I didn't want any contact, whether he was caught or not. That will be recorded, sir. So if you would like to change the fact that will be recorded, you'll be summoned into a court of law. I just received a summons, sir.
That is fine.
Okay, well, don't sit there and blow off what I'm saying. I want the incident number from yesterday.
And I'll pass along
I'm recording you, sir. I'd like the incident from number from yesterday, please. I'd like the incident report number.
Have a deputy make contact.
I would like the incident report number from yesterday, and I would like to report another crime.
Okay. What's something other than Mr. Mogul?
I would like the incident report, please, from yesterday's incident that I reported.
I can get a deputy to give that to you.
You cannot give that to me, sir? You can't give me the incident number?
Well, I've got to report this crime to the deputy today for John Mogul.
I want the incident report from yesterday, and then I will give you more information on this case. I need the incident number first.
Okay, so I will get a deputy to make contact.
I want the incident number from, sir, I've been a law enforcement officer. You're not going to sit there and I know you take.
Sir, I understand.
Will you just give me the incident number, please, and I'll continue to give you the information on the case.
Why is it so hard to talk to a deputy, sir?
Because I'm reporting that they're criminals, sir. You don't have any understanding what's going on in this case, do you? I'm being targeted by these police departments.
They're going to call me and already called me back.
I'm recording as a prior law enforcement officer. I am documenting evidence, and you will not give me an incident report.
The only thing I can do is get you to a deputy, and if you don't want deputy contact, I can do nothing for you. So therefore,
so you're saying I cannot get? I've called the non-emergency line to request the incident number from the report that you said you took yesterday, and you're telling me you can't give me an incident report number. I tell you, I'm getting targeted by these same deputies that you want me to have call me back. That's already a conflict of interest.
Right. Is there, the main thing about in my position, sir, I'm a dispatcher. I sit here, I take your information, I give it to a deputy and or whatever other department.
I'm a monkey.
And as a citizen who's reported a crime, I am entitled to get the incident number. You should never hold that back. That should not be held back from me. So I'd like the incident number now, please. Please give me the incident number. This is my last. I've already called Dan Spencer to let him know that I want
Dan Spencer,
whoever that Mogul, his last name, so you can get the additional name. His name is Mogul, John Mogul. I want him arrested today for criminal trespassing. I have the video showing him being told, do you have a warrant? He said no. I asked him several times to leave the property. He wouldn't identify himself. That is called criminal trespass. I just reported a crime, and you're going to become part of this, sir. You are going to get summoned to court for not doing your job, and you're going to have your bond sued if you do not do your job. I just reported a crime. Now write it down and take it and give me the incident number from yesterday, please.
So therefore you're reporting a crime.
I know I've asked for the incident number first.
I am a dispatcher. I cannot do such a thing. So therefore, I need to get it to a deputy. When that
he said he can't do this.
From you, he can give you that incident number also.
You don't. Hey, you're telling me you don't have that incident number on your screen.
Not on my screen right now.
And you can't look it up. And as I'm requesting it, as you, the person who took this call yesterday, cannot. You're saying you don't have the legal right to give it to me, correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well then give it to me now, please.
Well, I can have a deputy give it to you also.
That's my last request, sir. I'm asking you one last time to give me the incident report number from yesterday, please.
Okay. I will have to get out of this screen and get to that screen. So
He told me he couldn't do that, didn't he?
You're being recorded.
Does anybody want to make a comment on what you just heard? How many times that guy say he couldn't give that incident number to me, and I'm not going to accept that, guys. They are used to walking on people. So, oh my God, look how he's talking to him. I'm not making an unreasonable request, brothers and sisters. I had somebody enter my property and criminally trespass. I want to follow up on the incident number. I want to know if the man was arrested. I want to know what he dropped on my property. I want to know why he wouldn't leave my property. Are they going to come back again? Brother, sister, do not let these people walk on you and tell you, I told you a monkey could have been a better job than this guy. Look how long he kept me. What was it? Nearly like 6 minutes it took him to give me that incident number, which he should have never denied me. That's why I could have called in and a monkey an android could have done a better job. A damn computer could have been. He's see no evil, hear no. He's a monkey. That man needs fired and never should work as dispatch. Oh, I'm just a glorified secretary. Then give me my damn incident number. If you're just a secretary, I'm not asking for that. I am entitled to the incident number of the report. Him holding it back to me, I will sue that man's bond. That man shouldn't work as a dispatcher. He's not no dispatcher. If a public requests an incident number, you don't hold back that information. When I think you mean to us, I say, you tell me you can't legally give me that to me? No, I didn't say that. Then give me the incident number. Stop fucking around with me. I'm tired of these people in this country allowing these people to do this. You better stand up for your rights, brothers and sisters. You see, I'm not threatening with any kind of physical violence, but I use my First Amendment. You should see right there in that incident, I will not stand down. Where'd Dan Spencer go? You know? So what a bunch of bullshit. You know, that whole incident right there show you how much I'm trying something that's not funny. As he investigates, escalates everything, he repeats himself. Okay, this guy is so far gone, it's not funny. Okay, so I'm gone, Road. Road says I'm gone because I'm still trying to keep my son from getting ass raped. Good job for you there, Road. Hit the road, Jack. Oh, and Dan is back. Dan is back saying I'm going in a psych ward. How come you didn't call me, you troll? Because you're not Dan Spencer. Okay, so let's continue on how you can continue to do your behavior and act as Dan Spencer, and you haven't called and you're not Dan Spencer. So just like it wasn't Lake County, or is it, and they're lying, that people can do this. So anyways, let's continue on with this. Can this watch? This is what's crazy. So now I'm going to report the other incident of like this guy saying he's Dan Spencer. These other people are saying they're Lake County Sheriff's Department. Going to come swap my house with a psych thing and all this. I really wish I could see who these people were on the other screen. I really do. I wonder who they work for, or is it just some troll? Just yeah, go ahead.
You see, I'm being targeted by these people. They want to give me to
hold.
them.
He can't give it to me,
They're
but I'm
coming
going
out
to get
to
it.
my house.
I'm
only
going to get it.
requesting just the incident number. This is the gentleman I spoke with yesterday. Well, I know he's just a dispatch, but it's not.
Oh,
I'm only requesting the incident
we know
number.
you're not an attorney.
So this
now.
shouldn't be.
That's not something an attorney. Leave now, Dan Spencer.
He can give it to me.
I'll moderate you. Just admit you're not Dan Spencer, and I'll let you stay in there. You just want to keep trolling. Just do it for the troll. Just say, I'm a troll. This is what we do, and I'll let you stay in here. You keep trolling and keep saying you're Dan Spencer. I'll let you do it. Otherwise, I'll moderate you. Just admit you're not Dan Spencer. You're just a troll. So people can say, come on, be part of the learning experience.
All you had to do is give me the incident number. That's all you have to do.
I'm cool with you staying in here.
If he's just some robot, then
so we can learn from you. That people can impersonate, because you'll hear people can do what you're doing, because you can stay in here legally. You won't get in trouble under Oregon statute if you're in Oregon. So you can stay in here.
Cover their own tracks by doing this.
Just say, okay, I'm not Dan Spencer.
Like he called me back yesterday.
Just tell me who you're with.
I didn't want to call back. I said, don't come to this.
Are you Sam Birch?
I'm going to have to sue this man. He's probably bonded. And
come on, admit it.
Give him a chance. You see?
Come on.
I try to be patient.
Do something for your country.
Unreasonable requests. And this is how I get
like treated. This. I'm only asking nicely.
Sir, we can't police ourselves. You need
come
to
on, Dan Spencer, fake Dan Spencer. Just admit you're not. Tell us who you're with.
You can't police yourself. They shouldn't even
let's
be
stand
taking a report if
you
somebody
keep trolling,
within their own
because you're going to see you can do what you're doing. I can moderate you out of here. I have that ability. I mean, you can make another name and come into some other.
Man, I wish I'd recorded
dox me and try to find some other name.
I'm sure he recorded that.
Who else should he be? Say your next come in and say you're John Mogul. I'm John Mogul.
About having.
Shut up, you ignorant puke. You're not Dan Spencer. Of course, you ignorant fuck. I'm recording everything, dumbass. Don't you see that this call is recorded? Are you that dumb? So, fuck you. You're some troll. You wouldn't admit it, and I'm gonna give you one last chance. You didn't try to help anything. Go kiss my ass, fake Dan Spencer. You're not Dan Spencer. You didn't call me. You're not this signature right here. You're just some fake. I'll show you, and you can legally do what you're doing. Go kiss my ass. You're not Dan Spencer. That's not your signature. Okay. You can pull stuff off. We know you just take part of it, whatever thing, and you dox. You know what doxing is? So anyways, I'll give him one last chance, and I'll let him out here because nobody didn't try to help me. Dana Hammond. That sucks. You have the last name Hammond. You probably don't know anything about your last name, the Hammonds, here in Oregon. Go fuck yourself, Dana. Seriously, get out of here. Leave. You don't like it? Leave. Nobody made you stay here. I don't care about your opinion. Your opinion don't mean anything. It's not going to do anything for the state, the residents, the people being extorted by the police department. Go fuck yourself. Seriously, I have that right, First Amendment right. Pluck you. You know what that means? Give you the bird. Do you have any idea the history of what that word means? Fuck you? Probably not. You're some ignorant layman, woman, man. I don't know. Maybe you're 3 in 1 or something. I don't know. But anyways, okay, you said that. So, hey, okay. Well, since you won't admit that you're a troll, you tried to put that shit on yesterday, and I'm reporting that yesterday because they tried the same shit saying that you were Lake County Sheriff's Office. So you're not Dan Spencer. You're just a troll. I have it on my live stream. Everybody witnessed it yesterday, and I'm going to call on this phone call, you dumbass, to say somebody's impersonating Lake County Sheriff. So you're just impersonating, and I'll let you say one more chance, just one more chance to admit that you're not Dan Spencer. Say, I'm just working for the agency and I'm just acting like Dan Spencer. If you put anything else, you won't never be a part of it. And you are part of this stream now. I don't know who the Lake County Sheriff's Office is, but you've been warned so many times. I don't know who the Lake County Sheriff's Office is. Thank you, Father. Bye-bye, fake Dan Spencer. See, brothers and sisters, do you see that? Do you see that? I don't know who Lake County Sheriff's Office is. Lake County Sheriff's is the office that this is Lake. I'm Dan Spencer. I work for Lake County and as an attorney, not the district, but as a public defender. There's only 2. I don't know who Lake County Sheriff is. Oh, I don't know who Lake County Sheriff is. But I work for the county as one of the not the prosecuting, but a public defender. Isn't that hilarious, brothers, sisters? They showed themselves at the end. Isn't that hilarious? Isn't this crazy that people can come in and do this to you, brothers and sisters, legally? Watch, they can. I'm going to show you the rest of this phone call. Lake County Sheriff's Office. I called to report this same thing that somebody said they're Lake County Sheriffs, okay, department yesterday. They're going to do the same thing. We're going to SWAT raid, and they said, I don't know who Lake County is. Who's doing this? Who do you think? Let me ask you guys. Who do you think is behind these people? They probably just a troll, right? Somebody's doing the porn, the happy ending deal. Probably that's all it is. I know they're in here too, though, brothers. So don't act like they're not. So be careful what you put in this chat because they are watching. They did say that they were on the live stream and they have been in here. So, you know, they have watched this live stream. Lake County Sheriff's Department, the state of Oregon. I'm sure at the time of the SWAT raid, somebody in one of those vehicles was watching the live stream. You would do that if I was going to go for a gun and you knew I was live streaming and you had eyes on inside the building. You would do that, right? I'm a prior law enforcement officer. That would be. And never mind. I don't want to give away all that. Anyways, let's continue on here. I got to put some wood in the fire, guys. It's getting cold. I actually might need to go get some more firewood here. All right, we're doing all right here for a minute. We still got about 60% on the battery. So, all right, let's continue on with the same thing like Dan Spencer. I'm calling saying, hey, somebody's impersonating on my live stream. And they can do this legally, I guess. It's pretty crazy, the country we live in. So here we go.
Arrested for criminal trespassing onto my property when I asked him to leave multiple times. I have it on video. He did not leave. I was live streaming. So I now wanted to report to the Lane County Sheriff's Department saying that they're online on my report, but he's just see here, this is.
Sir, are you still there?
Yes.
All right, here's the incident number, and I'll have a deputy may contact you by phone. 241125 0032.
Okay.
The DA was notified that you were in fear for your life for anthrax scare yesterday, and somebody in a white SUV getting on your property and handing you some paperwork.
Okay, yeah, I have the incident. It's all recorded. Now I have multiple witnesses because there were many people in live stream. The other thing that's very alarming, you have somebody coming on this live stream that as I'm recording these incidents saying
they're
are
Dan
Lake
Spencer.
County Sheriff's Department.
Saying they're Lake County
I have asked them to identify themselves because you're a public servant. You have to identify yourself. They would not.
Mr. Werner, like I said, I'm a dispatcher.
Okay, and I reported it to you as well.
So therefore, it's on a recorded line.
Absolutely, thank you. And you're being recorded as well.
And any crimes that have been committed, it is their jurisdiction to take that up with anybody that you have issues with.
Okay, well, I'm having issues with the car, man, and nobody called me back yesterday, so that's why I'm having to kind of pursue this in the fashion that I am.
on the way out.
Dan, the way you ran me so long to just give me that incident number, sir, but I appreciate all your time today. This is not an emergency line, so not worry about somebody else, but I don't want to waste your time. Can I have
Let's go back and listen to that.
all recorded? Now I have multiple witnesses because there were many people in live stream. The other thing that's very alarming, you have somebody coming on this live stream that as I'm recording these incidents saying that they are Lake County Sheriff's Department. I have asked them to identify themselves because you're a public servant. You have to identify yourself. They would not.
Mr. Werner, I am like I said, I'm a dispatcher.
Okay, and I reported it to you as well.
So therefore, it's on a recorded line.
Absolutely, thank you. And you're being recorded as well.
And any crimes that have been committed, it is their jurisdiction to take that up with anybody that you have issues with.
Okay, well, I'm having issues with the car, man, and nobody called me back yesterday, so that's why I'm having to kind of pursue this in the fashion that I am. Dan, the way you ran me so long to just give me that incident number, sir, but I appreciate all your time today. This is not an emergency line, so not worry about somebody else, but I don't want to waste your time. Can I have your name, please, again?
I'm Ronnie.
Ronnie, okay. Ronnie, I really wish I would have just been given the request that I was asked. I thank you for your time.
Yeah.
I've reported 2 crimes to you, just so you know that.
Well,
and they have the number to call me back at, correct? Tell them do not come to this property. It is posted, do not come onto this property. Let the deputies know. I have a phone and they can call me via phone. I will make contact. I want John Mogul arrested today. He entered my property, criminal trespassing, and you do have somebody saying they're Lake County Sheriff's Office on
you, Judge
the
Vandenberg.
internet.
You're going to
That
jail.
is either that's them or somebody's impersonating. That is a federal crime, so you should probably take note of that and get that to the DA as well for me. Thank you so much.
okay, so
Hey, doing what I'm saying now, guys. I love it.
So you can point that out to them. Okay.
Okay, make note to get that to the DA as well. Thank you, Ted Martin.
Enjoy your cock meat sandwich there, Judge Vandenberg. Fake Judge Vandenberg. Now they're impersonating the judge in the case, guys. You'll be there. Hey. Judge Vandenberg, if I go to prison, will you hang out with me in prison? Because you're a piece of shit. Remember I told you, don't you dare tell me to shut up. Don't you try to trample on my First Amendment rights, you Bond man in your black robe. Remember, you're part of the corporation called America with your buddies up there at the Treasury, the Federal Reserve, you and your buddy Thump. Mr. Powell. Come in and act as the judge, dude. I love this. Is getting this. Hey guys, if they ever write a movie about this, guys, this is just, I mean, this is so good. So far, we have Judge Vandenberg now. We've got Lane County Sheriffs. We've got them playing Dan Spencer. This is thank you, Father. I need a little bit of a laugh, and this is a little bit of a silliness amongst some serious. My vision's ruined, my hearing's affected, my respiratory, my lungs are going to be permanently damaged. My son is probably just, I can't believe what the hell he's gone through. He doesn't, what a good young man to put his head down and do all the additional hours that he never had to do without any resistance. And he's such a good, an example of what it's like to be a meek man. And I thank the Lord for my son, and he's a good guy. And I do it for him. I do it for the people in this community. I do it for my country, and appreciate everybody who stands in against tyranny, especially people like Judge Vandenberg, who's a criminal. I cannot tell you enough that I have a substantial amount of evidence that he'll probably serve a considerable amount of time. I'll go to prison. It won't be me or him. Yeah, that's what it'll be. It won't be both of us won't go to prison. That'll never happen. This troll don't know his ass from a hole in the ground. It's either I go to prison, they come shoot me, or Judge Vandenberg will be in prison. So will Ted Martin. So will Sheriff Michael Taylor. Be Michael Taylor next. Michael Taylor has never called me. Michael Taylor is the biggest piece of shit in the whole thing, because he could have taken care of this as the elected sheriff. He could have told Judge Vandenberg. He could have told Ted Martin. He's never called me. You want to see some entertainment? Watch me call, go back to the live streams, watch me call and tell them, don't you dare send no deputies out to my house. Have Michael Taylor, the elected sheriff, Michael Taylor. Did you get that written down? So you give me Michael Taylor next. Sheriff Michael Taylor, and that he's the biggest piece of shit in the whole thing, because he's an elected seat and he can't even call me. He's never even, I asked him to come to my house. If you can't spend the money to come up here, you can call me. 541-214-9232. You can call me, and he never did. And never once as Michael Taylor. Cellular data will show how much of a big of a piece of shit public tyrant. No way this man should be in charge of all these deputies. I'm pointing out there's corruption in his police department. He don't even care about the corruption within his own police department to police his own police. Oh, wait, you can't do legally. I did that out of professional courtesy for the community, because I live here, to try to get the problem taken care of before we stepped it. I'm a veteran. It's called going over your head, chain of command. I'm a veteran and a prior law enforcement officer. So anyways, let's see if they'll come in and be Sheriff piece of shit Michael Taylor next, who's never ever once, never heard or never cellular data will show that he's never even called me. Why don't you try to be Michael Taylor next there, fake Judge Vandenberg? Remember, I told you don't trample on my rights ever again. The next time I saw you in court, you or I were going to have, no, you're not Judge Vandenberg. So isn't that credible? You just seen that you can call in as Lake County Sheriff's Office. Okay. And so we're going to continue on here. And so now I call piece of shit Sam Birch. Why don't you be Sam Birch, piece of shit Sam Birch, the deputy Sam Birch, or you can be piece of shit elected Sheriff Michael Taylor. You got picks. You can come in here and be more now. So let's go in, and now piece of shit Sam Birch calls me with a follow-up to me calling about the follow-up because I didn't get it. So here's piece of shit cop-sucking pig who took me to jail down to Lake County. I told this guy he could be a hero, but he didn't want it. He don't care. So I'm getting a call from a restricted number. So I am...
Tracy, is that you?
Who is this calling? I'm getting a call from restricted number, so I don't know who this is calling me.
Yes, this is Deputy Sam Birch with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
You pig,
Oh,
you
man,
pig.
how would they call you? Hey, what about Elijah's 180 hours, man? Are you the guy, Sam? Are you the guy who took me down to Lake County? You never did anything about this, man. So now I'm reporting more criminal behavior in this county. Okay,
what can I help you with, Tracy?
Well, first of all, I need you to make an incident and figure out how are you going to correct first these 180 hours that you never ever...
Yeah, I'm not going to go over that with you, Tracy.
Okay, so we'll go over the other incidents. So you have somebody on my live stream, which you were on too. Remember, you said you were on. Either you, Lake County Sheriff's Office, it says Lake County Police Department, it says it's you, are telling me to stop. This is enough. You're going to swat my...
Why did that just stop? What's going on with that?
This was today. And I have this on screen capture. You know what you guys ruined my property thing.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, that's your biggest mistake you guys made last time. You didn't get to shoot county. Okay,
what can I help you with, Tracy?
Well, first of all, I need you to make an incident and figure out how are you going to correct first these 180 hours that you never ever...
Yeah, I'm not going to go over that with you, Tracy.
Okay, so we'll go over the other incidents. So you have somebody on my live stream, which you were on too. Remember, you said you were on. Either you, Lake County Sheriff's Office, it says Lake County Police Department, it says it's you, are telling me to stop. This is enough. You're going to swat in my house. So is that you guys? Because I asked them to identify themselves.
When was this, Tracy?
This was today. And I have this on screen capture. You know what my... What's that?
This is the first time I've called you today.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying there is somebody on my live stream, because you know I live stream everything.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, that's your biggest mistake you guys made last time. You didn't get to shoot me like you thought, did you? So anyways, we'll move on. I'm a pastor. You guys ruined my property too. You realize what was been done out here? Do you know I still don't have legal counsel? Do you know that?
So what can I help you with today?
I said that I'm reporting the fact that somebody has said that they are Lake County Sheriff's Department on my live stream. And they are saying that they are going to swap my house. Now I'm asking you, is that your department?
He's driving and
So
talking on the
somebody,
phone.
I need to report that is a federal offense, is for impersonating a police officer. Are you aware of that? Deputy who works for me, so you better start doing your job, okay? I'm the victim here, okay? They're telling me they're going to swap my house. You guys with the state of Oregon, do you realize that day they took Adriana without show cause for her warrant? That is criminal, okay? So you have somebody impersonating your police department.
Can I say something?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
The ORS for impersonating a police officer?
What's that?
Have you looked up the ORS for impersonating?
No, that's a federal offense.
No, it's a state law too.
Okay, well,
it's
state
state
and
law
federal
too.
offense. You can't impersonate an enforcement officer of the law in any capacity, okay? So I don't need
But
have
if
you.
they're doing that, that's technically does not fall under the ORS, the Oregon Revised Statutes of Impersonating a Police Officer. If you'd like to read that and then get back to me so you're clear on what an ORS actually is.
Also, somebody can be a police officer, right? Somebody can just impersonate a police officer. You're saying that's legal under the Oregon statute?
Depends on how they do it, Tracy, but how they...
He said he was going to swap my house.
Okay.
Is that legal? Is that legal, Sam? Is that legal, Sam?
That is not impersonating a police officer according to the ORS in Oregon.
How do you impersonate a police officer in Oregon? What does the Oregon statute say?
I thought you said you knew.
I never said I did.
Yeah. Okay. What else can I help you with, Tracy?
What
So
is
he
the
ain't gonna
Oregon
tell me.
statute say? You work for me. I'm asking that request. You work for me, please.
I do not work for you.
Yes, you do. You're a taxpayer public servant, bonded, correct? And if you don't serve me, I'll sue your bond. I'll audit you by. Okay, the second
FOIA
incident I
request.
would like the that I'm reporting, and if you don't go do this because I've already reported yesterday, would you like the incident number, or do you have the incident number on this case to yesterday's reported incident of John? His last name is Mogul. He entered my property. I want him immediately arrested for criminal trespassing. You can go on the live stream and you can see him enter the property. I asked him if he has warrant. I know my Fourth Amendment right, so I have my right to be secure. You can't even come on my property without a warrant, without proper warrant signed by a judge. I have the right to be secure in my house's papers, persons, and effects. This John, who I didn't know who was at first, entered to my property through the gate where it is
fake
posted not
judge.
trespassing,
You're
and
going to
he
prison.
exited his
Enjoy
vehicle.
your
I asked him if he
cock
had
meat
a
sandwich.
warrant. He said no. I told him to exit my property. He still continued to approach me. I didn't know if he had a gun. I could have shot him dead. Do you understand? Under my Fourth Amendment, and I would have not been breaking any law because he kept coming. I'd had multiple people look at this video today, and he was very like a bear coming at me. And if I don't, his hands, I'm a prior law enforcement officer just like you. Do you watch hands, Sam? Do you watch feet, or do you get complacent? Do you check the hood every time you walk past a vehicle, Sam? Or do you get complacent? That's what gets a law enforcement officer, complacency, Sam. Well, this John Mogul works. I don't care who he works for. I want him criminally arrested because when I told him to exit my property, he didn't. Cut and dry. Go arrest him. Now, please, if you can go look on my live stream, he continued to pursue It doesn't matter. You don't need any more information. Correct, Sam Birch? You don't need, he criminally, you can go look on the live stream to find he continued to, I told him multiple times he wouldn't identify himself. That is criminal trespassing. Correct, under my Fourth Amendment. And even if I have it posted, I still have to tell him to leave, which I did multiple times and he didn't. Is that not under the Oregon statute and under my Fourth Amendment, the right to be secure in my house's papers and persons and effects? Warrantless, can't come on my property without a warrant. When I told him, asked him if he had a warrant, and he said he didn't, tell him to leave, and he didn't turn around. Is that not criminal trespassing?
Depends on the situation, but I get where you're going with it.
No, it doesn't. There's the law is the law, okay? And so I want him criminally trespassed and arrested immediately. His name is John Mogul, and I have the video if you'd like to go review and do your investigation. If he's not arrested, I'm going to continue to pursue you, Sam, on this case. Or you already not doing your job, Sam, because I'm reporting this incident, and if somebody else comes on this property...
I'm proud of you for recording. I'm recording too. You have the right to record. I have the right to record.
Did you just say you're proud of me? Did you say you're proud of me?
Yes.
Pride is a sin. In case you haven't, I'm a teacher and a pastor. So remember, my judge is the Father, okay, too. So you guys try to be stupid and come out here and shoot me again. You're going to end up, the whole world is watching, Sam. I live streamed to the whole world. You got your county is under. Did you see what was posted on the community page today?
What else can I help you with, Tracy?
I want to know when John Mogul is going to be arrested for criminal trespassing. I'd like to know when you're going to pursue, because you got notified yesterday and apparently you haven't done anything. That was yesterday. Now I'm calling to report again. And so now I want to know when you're going to do your job. Remember, you work for this county. You're a public servant. You're a tyrant is what you are, Sam. You should have done something when you had me that day. You could have done something, but you continue to be a tyrant. Cop-sucking pig. Do your job.
Okay,
Cop-sucking pig.
I have that freedom of speech, remember? If you do your job, maybe I wouldn't have I have the right as a veteran.
That's how you tell them to their face that they're cop-sucking pigs. This is a man, he could have just went at looked that day after swatting my house. I drove down to Lake County a couple hours and said, Sam, you can look into this, man. I don't know if your father, but my son did these hours, man. This was all unnecessary. One phone call. You know, Sam, you were on the stream. You see me pleading to the state, pleading to the county. Enough is enough, guys. You can clear all this up. That was a nothing. He still did his serve. He's a fucking tyrant, pig, cop sucker. He don't care about this community. I'm a community member. I told him we both live in the same county, man. Come on, seriously. Be a hero, Sam. Look into the 180 hours. Oh, I'm not talking about the 180 hours, Tracy. See? This whole case is about the 180 hours, guys. That's why they swatted this fucking house. I mean, it's criminal. It's just criminal. So, there you go. There's an evidentiary stream against Lake County, Oregon Sheriff's Department, Michael Taylor, against Sam Birch, against Judge Vanderberg, against the criminal Ted Martin that's trying to weasel his way out of this case with me, get my son convicted. I believe my daughter took a charge. Poor girl got kidnapped that day, and without a warrant. They didn't put her on the warrant. She was under probable cause, show cause, Miranda right. You accost somebody's body, you take possession and arrest their body, you have to show cause with warrant. Signed by a judge. I know my rights. They violate that woman's body. She kidnapped her, put her in jail. Then they end up charging her. That's insane, brothers and sisters. This sheriff's office got in cahoots with the state of Oregon, and they bragged at the local restaurants that they were going to get me to come out of here and have an armed standoff with me. That's what was their plan, and nothing of the sort ever happened. Nobody ever reached for a weapon except for them. Brothers and sisters, they are the man who brought guns. I could have shot 3 men. That John Mogul could be dead on my property. There's nothing under the Constitution. I could not be convicted. I didn't commit a crime. The 2 state troopers, they were stalking my property for weeks, and I was stilling them for weeks on a live stream, just Come to my gate. Call me. Somebody. Let's get this taken care of. You're wasting resources, community resources. Look at all these trucks and cars, all these. All you got to do is make one fucking phone call, or you stop doing this. You're intimidating my son. My daughter's here. She didn't even be involved in this. But I've got him here, and I'm not going to let you take his body and put him in a fucking rape cage when I've got the evidence to clear him. Now, I might be boisterous, but I have that right under the Constitution, my freedom of speech. Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of free speech. Your freedom of speech, your First Amendment, freedom of press. You have the right to audit your public officials in the capacity of their duty. Give them a camera every time they're working. No expectation of privacy in public. None. You have to create your own privacy. You're supposed to be filming. Audit every public official in the capacity in a public place, brothers and sisters. This is how this happens. People are afraid of these cops, brothers and sisters. Get that camera. No, you can't tell me under my right of free press. I'm a citizen of this country. Your Congress shall establish no law prohibiting the exercise of the press, of religion, of free speech. So what if I'm boisterous? I'm a veteran. You don't tell a veteran to shut up. What if I'm loud? Oh, if they would have came to the gate. What the fuck are you doing here? What the fuck are you? Get away from my property, you fucking pigs. You tyrant pigs. You cop-sucking extortionists. We're here to talk about Elijah's 180 hours. Oh, excuse me? Did somebody just say Elijah's 180 hours? Elijah, go inside. Say, hold on, Miss 8. Did you just say Elijah's 180? Yeah, what about Elijah? Well, we want to talk about this. Can we look into the cellular data? We're going to go ahead and pull Tom, Dawn, Morgan, and the 2 females and see if their phones, actually eyewitness to see if they went with him. We're going to look into what you said. That makes sense. If he left the county after 5 months, just working 1 day a week, that would give him at least 160 hours. We did go talk to Chad, the fire chief, that I believe Josh Bezel couldn't get a job at the fire department, so got a job with these cop suckers, believe that got Chad, the fire chief. We talked to him, and yeah, those guys were hazing him about his pants. And yet we looked, he did call you and said you guys did talk about him raking the grounds multiple times, and he was bitching that to you that we're not doing anything else, dude. We're just, you're wasting time and you're getting your hours. Do what you're fucking told, son. He wants to get you out of here. They're pissed because Tony Karsten, the rapist. There's 2 things that this county is docking right now, and it's Tony Karsten, the rapist, that Michael Taylor, Ted Martin, and Judge Vandenberg, all these people under this hat of this conviction of my son and two other minors, not a minor, that's child, but teenagers. They were all teenagers, 1 minor child, but the rapist has never had a conviction of the same one that the teener, and he was involved in all of it. My son is the only one to ever go to jail. And so the whole case from the beginning starts with Tony Karsten, a rapist, and that my son got involved in a theft crime. He did his time, only 1 of 5 guys to go to jail. And then after nearly a year in jail, I'm bitching the whole time, what the fuck is this rapist doing running around in this county, not reporting where he's moving to, and is lying about his charges, saying it's his girlfriend. I'm concerned for the county, and I call the county, and they don't care. They just let Lily Frank, his probation officer, deal with illicit things in the county. I'm like, look at who he's hanging out with. I don't want my son hanging around this guy. They're supposed to be felons. They're not even supposed to be hanging around each other. I got a hold of Lily Frank and said, what the hell is going on here? I don't want this rapist. You put this man in. It took me some time to get Elijah an attorney. He went through a couple. They'll have to look I've forgotten who this other ones. I wonder who it was. It's been a minute, guys, because it's 4 years ago. Looking at Elijah's attorney, I get under the right of discovery. John Caligo, the men that represented him, he finally took that plea bargain, the bar. He took a plea agreement. Okay, he got out. He held tight for just like he is now. What a strong man he is. A conviction here of his faith. 10.5 months he sat in jail. He only wanted to go to jail, and the convicted rapist, I get the paperwork from John Caligo, his attorney. It shows that this rapist is there at the scene of the crime with these other, teenagers, minor child, and they're going in the room. He's accomplished, right? That's called an accomplice. It doesn't matter if he was the head or if Elijah or Tyler, the other one, any who it was, they were all there. That is a conviction of a criminal act. That is crime. And he needed to be, I said, there you go, checkmate. I got you. Under the discovery, you should have put him away a long time ago. Here, he's at the scene. Put him in prison right now. Go convict him. And they never did. Still to this day, Tony Carson, the rapist, has never received any conviction. And 3-4, teenagers have records, and the rapist doesn't. That should just pull your heart and just wrench at your gut. That I have been suffered. My son has suffered. The county is suffering. And that's why I'm continuing to pursue in the fashion as you see me in this earlier stream, in the fashion why I fuck you and all these things, because I'm tired of this stuff, man. I stream for thousands of hours. A pastor, if I'm not doing the gospel, I don't use profanity, and I just feel disgusted with myself with my mouth, but it is what it is. Fuck you. I got a constitutional right to do that. You don't like it? Sticks and stones will break my bones. There's 2 words that irritate me probably more than anything, and it's the words hate speech. I'm not trying to be hateful, but that's come on, man. These people, by the number, there's no way in hell that my son didn't do this, and to can try to still convict him to this day. They're still trying to throw him in prison. I'm still here. This guy's still doing it. Yeah, I've got thousands probably of hours to try to keep my son's asshole from being violated. And I do it for Americans, citizens. I do it for anybody that's on this walk that gets taken advantage of. I do it for the probation and parole system. I want accountability for probation and parole officers. Don't act like not one judge has ever been disbarred, gone to jail. Don't act like district attorneys don't. In this case, they'll probably all hopefully would go to jail over this. There's been victimized. I'm getting more brothers and sisters. I'm getting more people pouring in testimonies of Josh Bezel and Richard Greer, all this probation office of their illegal doings. I put something on the local page and it lit a fire under this community, brother, sister. I gave them a chance. I told Abigail, this lady, I have to check in with every Tuesday for Taco Tuesday or whatever the day I chose there to check in with the system, because they want to still have my asshole violated, double cock meat me too, because I stood in front of my son and said, no way, I'm going to let you throw him in prison. I got the evidence to clear him. Why would I allow you to do that? That's innocent until proven guilty. I already should never push this into the courts. I stream for hundreds of hours trying to get them not to push this into the courts. Saying a conversation, just get the fuck, what the fuck are you doing here? Get away from my property. We want to talk about Elijah's 180 hours. If nobody's still to this day, you heard me just recently in this thing, ask Sam. I told you I talked to him on the way down a 2-hour drive. Come on, Sam. Elijah's already done this, man. This is 100% impossibility. Why would you allow this? You're law enforcement. We're both in the same community. Be a hero, Sam. I'm sure it's all recorded, brothers, sisters. Everything's recorded. I know it all the time. Your phone's on you. It's recording. Cellular data shows that Elijah, where did he go? Where did he go in those 5 months? 5 times 32 equals 160 at 1 day a week. If he just got in that black van, did he get in the black van? Ted Martin, I'm pretty certain now that I'm I don't know how many hundreds of hours. You have the burden of proof. You signed the SWAT warrant. You're going to have to prove that Elijah didn't do these 180 hours. So what in the fuck are you expecting me to do when you want me to show up on the 11th of December to testify on my son's behalf? What in the hell would I say? What do you think I'm going to say when I get in that courtroom, criminal Judge Vandenberg? I'm going to tell you better trample on my rights. I told you and me, we got a verbal bone to pick. You stop trampling on my first name. You told me to shut up, and you will never trample on my right of free speech ever again, because I'm going to make that the first thing I say to you, Judge Vandenberg. I already told you. I'm just trying to tell you, you're not providing me counsel, and he's not calling me, and you're telling me to shut up. That and getting red and fiery. What are you used to, people taking a gain for the bar, huh? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to let you extort my bar. No, my corporal capital letter straw. I'm not that man, and you don't like that, huh? Why you take this out on my son? Just drop these charges, as I've been telling them over and over. Every time I go into this courtroom, brothers, sisters, I tell them you're wasting the county's money. This is not a legal conviction. You haven't even Mirandized me. You can't provide under discovery of evidence, suppression of right of discovery, suppression of evidence confined. And there's no body cam of any officer even Mirandizing me. That'll get the case. There's technicalities in cases that can have them thrown out immediately. That's just one of probably 20 legal technicalities, like Dan Spencer, the freak that's in here earlier saying he's Dan Spencer, and now saying he's my son. Look at this. Now that would be breaking the law. and that's not my son count. So that is some low ass shit right there. You see how this devil works, brothers and sisters? To be my son, I haven't been able. My son got shot. So I don't want to. You can say one more thing, and then I'll let you go, because you're not Elijah Werner. I rebuke this. Is Father, please pour out a just measure on all. I will not act out of haste, or I've proven that I'm not. Elijah didn't. He did his 133 plus 180 hours. So he did 300 plus hours, and he will be reimbursed. So someday, son, I can't talk to you personally, but I will pursue every one of these police officers' bond, Judge Vandenberg's bond, for your wife too, son. I know they took her that day, and she's scared as hell. I can't talk to you personally, son, but I do love you so much. And it's not just about you. It's about the people in this system, just like you. I remember when, I'm not talking to you, but when you were here on this, at the ranch out here at Silver Rock Ranch at the ministry, that you got kind of upset at like day 12 because you were really stressed. You know, your wife was stressed, and you know that it was just stalking us over and over and over. And I told you, we got to let him use us, son. We got to remember the thief on the cross, son. Nobody knows. We be the vessel, son. You know, maybe somebody will need to hear that word that's coming out of your mouth, and that will be God's difference. Be the vessel, son. Be, please. And he understood what I was saying, because he knows of the thief on the cross. He knows the word. I taught my son. I told him when he was, you know, I think at 5, 6, somewhere around that time, about the time I actually was to have full custody of him, and told him, now, I'm your dad, but you have a father, and he's the mediator. He's going to stand in, you know, I taught him about Christ. They already knew about Hamashiach, but I said, look, you're on your own, dude. I could die right now, and I can't be there for you anymore. When you die, you're only going to be there. Nobody will be there with you, son. That you just go before the Father and the Hamashiach, Christ. So you're on your own, dude. I mean, I love you, son, so much, but I can't be here. We're not going to be here forever. You've got to start building this foundation on this is why you're here. It's him. I'm just your dad. I can't rescue you from this. You're on your own, son. You got to stand in faith and know that you will be judged by, I'm just your dad. You have a father, and I'm so thankful that I could teach him that before he even became a teenager, to know that his father is the one from above, and not in the sky, but from above, without flesh, and that he sent Christ, the Hamashiach, so he knows he has to suffer in flesh, like that thief on the cross, and all, you know, all these stuff, the crucifixion of Christ representing the crucifixion. He has to take his cross up and be like that. Let Father said, you know, you'll be with my Father in heaven because of faith, and undying like Daniel, like being put in a den of lions. Thank you, Father, for a strong man, because I was totally convicted by the Father today, knowing that the 97% is not Elijah Werner. He is taking it to the box, and 97% of the people take a bargain, and my son has a trial. This isn't him here. That is just criminal. I can't believe that somebody would be so terribly low to do something so cold, but that is probably the epitome, I think, of putting the lowest you could go. You really dipped at the bottom. There's nobody you can pick to try to fake to be, but the one who left in a flaming chariot, who battled the Baal, Satan, transgender prophets, and left and escaped death. So I'm hoping that my son the Father will provide his way out of this. And I'm very convicted this morning with prayer for my son, that he is taking this to the box, and he hasn't folded yet. And because it's not him. He did that the first time they tried to throw, you know, when he went to jail, he said, and they, you know, give the evidence, and the state never did provide. My son did take a plea agreement, gained the bar, but he got out of jail. But I told the county, if he was there, I want you to convict him. I always told, if you do the crime, do the time. Here, if he was there, they all smoke cigarette butts. He's buying him. This man is buying him. This should have been taken care of. He's contributing to minors in this state, buying them cigarettes. The rapist is buying them cigarettes, 41 years old. I told Lily about that too. She didn't do nothing about that. Buying these children cigarettes. That's how my son kind of he'd buy him cigarettes. And so he couldn't buy cigarettes. That's how Tony kind of wrestled him in with the rock collecting. He's a master criminal, rapist mastermind. County's at jeopardy and was at jeopardy. I have zero regrets for if I get ass raped someday and by some guy who holds me down and I did it for whatever that I stood, and they still throw me in jail. And I'm sure that my son still, because, you know, like when they came here and swatted this house, you know, my son called me, Dad, I'm not going to prison. Dad, I'm not going to prison. I said to him, son, remember what we talked about, the thief on the cross? And he said, okay, Dad. Coming out. What about my 180 hours? Why are you here? Why are you trying to take me? They shot Elijah Werner! Why? State of Oregon, did you fucking shoot my son? Answer for that. Who did it? Come forward. You get to face your accuser in this country. Who threw that concussion grenade? Who headshotted me? I want to face my accuser. I have physical damages. My hearing will never be the same again. My lungs are changed. I'm not admitting, but you can't breathe 6 tear gas canisters, state of Oregon, without having respiratory fucking problems. It's impossible. You can't breathe this. Why 6? All I was asking was to get some fucking numbers so I could take care of my animals. Like my son, he said, came out with his hands up peacefully. My daughter, you kidnapper, she went peacefully. You shot 6 fucking canisters in my house. I am permanently scarred for life in my lungs. You knew one of these you need a cleaning company to come in. If they shoot one of these in your house, the state of Oregon knows that, brothers and sisters. They didn't plan on me being here. My animals, that's all why I ate 6 tear gas canisters just requesting to get a couple numbers. They catch me in my underwear. I got to get some fucking clothes on. They called me. I said I'd come out. I never resisted arrest. I didn't do anything illegal. This is bullshit. Fucking, I can't believe this world I live in where somebody can just come in and imitate my son, and that's legal. Father, why? I can't question what he does. All after his own counsel for his own pleasure. I got to push, brothers, sisters, for the people who are at risk for the state of Oregon. There was more rapists, murders, and pedophiles released into the county here in Lake, and that is put this county at risk. The people, Sergeant Rourke and his doings out here in this north portion, Michael, the elected criminal, elected seated as the elected sheriff, criminal who's never even called me, is in charge, and this Tony Karsten's under his hat. Lily Frank, the probation officer, criminal. This Ted Martin, he's the one who signed off to this special weapons and tactics warrant. I've called his office. I had so many people call his office and say 180 hours. Do it right now. Call Ted Martin and say 180 hours. You got 3 minutes till they close. Leave a voice message. Grow a set of balls. Stand up for your country. Don't go down as the silent majority. What are you afraid? I'm not afraid of anything. I only fear the Lord. I fear that I'm not doing it in his service. Like my son at day 12. Dad, you're making it about you, man. No, I'm not, son. I'm just trying to, you're making it about, he didn't want it to be about him. And he wanted it to be the bigger cause, like my son understands. I remember my son being so freaked out at day 12, because I was pushing. Go look at day 12. I don't know. You can find it of me hundreds of hours pleading to the state. Don't do this, please. Just look at the 180 hours. He's stressed. He's his wife. I told you, I started pushing real hard. Look at because I'm pushed right now. Look. They swatted me last time when I got pushed, but I'm not. I got way more endurance this time. Oh, I'm on my second win. I got 6 months to, sit here and keep gathering evidence against this county, and they've gotten nothing. They've produced not a damn thing. Like when I said, all right, you know what? I don't want I don't want my son to have some kind of special, justice here. Like you guys just convict and do whatever you want. I want all of them to go to jail. If my son did the crime, he did the time here. He's smoking cigarette butts. They're all smoking it like some kind of hippie, passing around a joint or something. And so all their DNA will be on it. Go find the cigarette butt. You'll find who was there. They produced a cigarette butt, brothers and sisters. They found one. I gave them evidence. People are like, why would you give the state that evidence or the county? I'm like, because if my son did it, I want him to, he said he didn't. And I wanted him to, at least get a chance. And if he's there, I told him, if you did it, you do the crime, you do the time, and there you go. So if he did it, he's there. I don't want special justice. I want equal. I want them all. I'm pissed at this rapist. I got fact that he's there, so I can criminally convict Tony Karsten off of evidence, and I can't even get the county or the state or anybody to look at it. It's under discovery of evidence. I showed it to them and said, look, here he is right here at the scene of the crime, this minor child, and the others are there. They're going in through he's an accomplice. That's a conviction. Put him in, get him out of the county. He's a menace. So Michael Taylor shall be convicted, removed from his county seat. He's criminal. How could he be in charge of these probation, parole, he actually has an elected official who's in charge of all of this out here. The state, high authority in this county, even over the feds, if you knew your rights. But anyways, go watch the Bundy standoff, watch a sheriff tell the feds to pound rocks. So that's what I did too. That's why I have problems, because I try to get this Michael Taylor to stand up during the COVID and protect our businesses out here. I care about this country. The community members in this community kind of fell back on my law enforcement experience and said, hey, what happens here if we stand up against this? I said, we got this. This ain't even a national emergency. Look at these statistics. But anyways, we'll go in the second time. We'll try to get the sheriff involved, and we'll tell the sheriff, hey, Michael Taylor, you come out here and you tell this OSHA to pound sand, and you got the authority, Michael Taylor. Don't you know, like the Bundy standoff, out there in Nevada where they were on the bridge, the elected sheriff came in and the feds had to get out of town, right? We're just not the Fed, but we didn't just tell OSHA, bring the deputies out, all these supposed good deputies that serve the community. And maybe you don't have to bring the SWAT vehicle, but that'd be a good option. Hey, sorry, go around our SWAT team here. We're just doing this as usual. We're not flattening the curve the second time. All this extra paper products, Koch brothers gang, Trump gang, all these bar gang to the banksters, this man in that black robe, Judge Vandenberg. So are you still watching this, Joseph? Can you believe this low? Can you believe somebody would even do that? That is, I don't know. That's the Father really testing me. I'm saying testing me. Obviously, you see, it got me, because I did this morning over this prayer before, I believe, at least, I don't know if I'm my second one or not. I'm just trying to push as hard as I can, brothers, sisters. There's a court date, a trial on the 11th. For somebody to do that is just criminal, but it is what it is. I know it's the Father testing me. But you can see how low my life is. There you go. I mean, this is a story made for television here, kind of, huh? To do that right there, I think somebody would I think the whole theater heart would sink and go, oh my God, did you see? Because they never, I said, I guess I asked for it, didn't I? I asked for it. I did. I have to, I'm not a man who runs like my son. I'm like, be Michael Taylor, I asked for it. Okay. I don't run from, like I said, I told my son, don't run from here's cigarette butt. If he did it, convict him. Why is a rapist not in jail? My son, Elijah Werner, not on this stream, is not my son. That would be breaking the no contact order. That's crazy that somebody would do that. Oh, thank you so much, Trip. Appreciate you just spending the time to come back, man. Oh, good to see you again. I appreciate your energy, boy. I don't know what it is. I don't know. It's just, you've been here before again. So I know, I'm just saying, I couldn't remember because I was trying to remember. I have to talk to you last time. I don't know how many times you've been here, but something, but thank you into looking into the area. Cause I really do love this community, guys. This largest dark sky sanctuary on this rock. It's a beautiful, I love celestial markers. And so, you know, all this space stuff that I got, you know, all this tattoos of the, you know, that's my thing. Signs and the stars and signs in the sun. I teach us, signs in the moon and in the sun, right? Can we get the sun in there? Okay, and the sun, right? All these, my teachings, Father's teachings. Thank you, Father, for the blessing. So if I could just get rid of these this batch of law enforcement, kind of get a reset out here. We need our own reset in this county. And I've been trying. My son wanted me to leave. He's asked me to leave here. He's like, Dad, I don't know why you stay there. You know, it's a desert out there. I'm a Scorpizzo, guys. I was born in the desert. I'll probably die in the desert. So it's just kind of who I am. Out here in the desert, that's where Scorpizzo belongs, correct? So right at the entrance to Al-Qaeda. So there's something special that they're hiding in this town, and I know what it is, brothers and sisters. I know what it is. So anyways, it'll be as in the days of Noah. Look up Silver Lake, Oregon, if you want to see the history. It talks about what's out here, not just the geological features. So that's what he said. It'd be as in the days of Noah when he returned. So people be going on, drinking and partying and building and marrying like nothing. Like it was coming at, bam, like a thief came upon them. The enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. So, doing another broadcast, brothers, sisters. So anyways, it's not just the Dark Sky Sanctuary. The energy out here movie is just the oldest clothing on this rock was found right here. Damn, my freaking eyes are so bad, dude. They're getting so bad. Guys, I think I might lose my right eye. We'll see. I may go to an eye doctor, but I don't want to go to a doctor ever again. But it's getting bad. I mean, it is what it is. All right, I'm not worried about me. It's just flesh. But anyways, this is a beautiful place to look up and see things out here that you know, the Milky Way galaxy goes from one side, from the Orizo to all the way to the other, you know, from, because I'm on a big 40-acre parcel. I don't have a neighbor. There's no lights. This is actually, they just made this the largest dark sky sanctuary, 2.5 million acres set apart, protected from light pollution. I think there's something else underneath that, but because nobody got a vote on that, there's protecting something out here. That's another. I asked some of the people that about 20 or 30 years I'm in, I said, let me run this one word by you. You know about this dark sky sanctuary? They're like, yeah, I don't know. We heard about it and get no vote on that. Oh, like, oh, I like this. I said, what does that mean by protected from light pollution? He's like, they're not going to let any more development come out here. I'm like, yes, I love old people rule, because they're not like the younger generations. They've seen so much that they're not, I don't have to sit there and play games with them. They understand when it says protected from light pollution, they're going to restrict growth out here. So I got to slow down, guys. I better slow down. I can't lose my voice right now. This will be the last time I need to lose probably that excitement of the whatever coming in and being. Okay. So anyways, my son was going to come out here. That was what was so awesome, guys, that my son was going to come out here and build a house. He came here. We even went and got some rocks to build his house with. I was this close to being that close to getting my son and being with him and his daughter and building a house for him out here and just staying out here and saying, hell with it. Fuck these stupid cops. You know what? I might have even just shut the fuck up out here if my son could have just stayed out here and dealt with it. I might have been a bootlicker, just straight become a bootlicker just to be with my son. No, see, it says if you love the son more than me, you're not worthy of me. I don't think that would have been possible. Don't fool yourself. Father controls this vessel. It wouldn't happen for a minute, I bet you, but it wouldn't have stayed permanent. I might have stayed quiet, but then I'd have been up their ass like, or white on rice, flies on stink. I ain't going to sit here and allow a bunch of cop suckers to run my community. I'm a veteran. That don't my tour services for the Father. It don't end until he said you must endure to the end to be saved. So I got to suffer. I got to go through whatever the hell they put me through. It don't matter. If they throw me in a cage, I don't care. Father is going to write my destiny, my end. No man can do anything on this rock that the Father does not want done, as long as I'm girded in his service. So I have no fear. I only fear the Lord. I only fear I will not jot, tittle, do everything he wants me to do and accomplish it in a timely fashion, because I'm so off on time. Timing, so sometimes I get a little impatient, brothers, sisters. I don't want to be here anymore, but I stay here for my son. So I just like being eternal. So this flesh don't matter to me. Nothing. I've told you I'm donating all this land. I paid off everything I own is being donated to High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries. So if I don't go to prison, if I do go to prison, I found a buyer for the property that I bought. Instead of buying this one, I was saving money. The one came up for me next to sell, which made it 40 acres. But I didn't want a neighbor at the time. I thought I was building some kind of community, which that was the original purpose of the purchasing the land. So glad the person that's buying the land is the witness to that I didn't purchase the land for myself. It was always bought to be a community. So nothing better than to take all the labor, the fruits of my labor and everything I've ever done. I mean, there's nearly over $250,000 archive out here to shelter the word of God through, hopefully, hailstones the way to a talent, 100 to 300 mile an hour straight line wind. There's a lot coming. The magnetosphere is weakened. Everybody just keeps forgetting about that Honga Tonga eruption that pumped to 146 gigarams of moisture in their upper atmosphere. And we just had the 2 largest recorded storms ever in the history of recorded history of water events. So it's already starting to ring out, and we're just getting started. So funny what David's saying, and I don't want to take away from David's work, but I was telling people off Truth Viral channel 10 years ago that an inch of rain, 15 inches of rain, 25 inches of rain, an inch equals a foot. So an inch of rain is 1 foot, 15 inches of rain is 15 feet, and 25 inches of rain is 25 feet of snow. So every foot of moisture, rain, and now all this is starting to ring out. David's been showing that we're already starting in many places that we're already starting to get a year's worth of snow in one event, a half year's worth of snow in one event. And it's already starting to happen. So I'm going to have to take a pause. I think I might pause this for a minute. Let me see where my battery's at. I don't know if I have any more gas. I don't know. I'm trying to push through this, guys. All right. Yeah. So that's 6 hours, 15 minutes. I apologize. My eyes are I stirred up that tear gas again, guys. And obviously, since I've been affected by it before, I think it's hurting me more now. Just seem to be, I'm getting this side of I'm getting some kind of, something's going on my right side. And it's from the tear gas and it's from the concussion grenade. If you want to see what I'm talking about at 45 seconds, you can see this, somebody says they think they'd hit my face. I don't think it hit my face, but I don't know. Somebody's watched it multiple. He's gone back. He says he's slowed it all down. And somebody lives in this community and watched the SWAT raid. And because he's very concerned too about my eye as well. And he swears it hits my face, and I don't remember it hitting my face. But as you see, it concussed right, and they did get it right wherever it did. You can see it's right, concusses right at my face, and I didn't react to it. I'm a veteran, and I'm more was concerned about the safety of my son and the safety of my animals. I can't help what they trained me to be. I don't like being a veteran, to be honest with you. I really wish Father wouldn't have done that, but then I wouldn't know I wouldn't know. I wouldn't understand a commander, commander in chief. That's the high. That'd be the president of the United States. But that's even or a 5-star general in the military is the commander in chief is the one over all under uniform code of military justice is over all branches of the military. So he's my commander. He's the high. He's the one I serve, and I do still try to be a service to the country. as well, even though I did serve a veteran, I just don't like it. And maybe he did that so I'll understand, like disciple, in Luke, who shall be my disciple? That there's a commandment, that's love, agape, shem, authority, the understanding of law. Maybe he did this so that I would have I need to go in there and take a break because I just emptied out my wood. So Joseph, thank you so much, man. I need to stop and take a break, man. I'm wearing down a little bit here, as you can see. I can't believe somebody come in and intimidate and be my son, man. I deserve that though. Sometimes I poke this beast so hard. I get a lot what I put at you. I don't believe in karma and I don't like the word deserve. I wish I could never say that again. I hate that word so much. I don't like deserve. I don't deserve anything. I've already been far gifted in this life for anything I think I was deserving, the busos, the understanding. So I appreciate the support. Sometimes I don't feel as if I am of even anything. So when people are charitable, I appreciate you taking the time to care, man. So give me a minute. I need to probably get some firewood. It's cold out there and I should probably bring it in, and it got snowed on, and I'll come back in a minute. Maybe I should stop the stream for a little bit and take a break. Let the phone charge up. I think I have a tiny bit of gas left in the generator. I poured what I had left in it. And thank you so much. I apologize. I miss my son a lot. I don't know if I'll make it to the 11th, guys. Only by God's will I be here on his trial on the 11th. I don't know if I'm going to be here. I know my time is getting shorter. All of us, we're one day closer to death. But don't worry about that. I love that. Thank you, Roger Waters. One day closer to death. Oh man, I look forward to that day, brothers, sisters. Hallelujah. Thank you, Father, for that day. We get to get free of this meat suit, this burden of the world, because things do get better from here. The cream always rises to the top. We reap what we sow. The mustard seed is the smallest in the garden, becomes the, those with less will have more. Those with more will have less. There's no karma, but God creates all things. So he said he'll pour out a just measure on all of us. Nobody will escape this. Nobody will escape that seventh seal, that seventh trumpet, that book of judgments. The seventh seal is the book of judgments. It's when the dead rise, brothers and sisters. So the gift of what he wrote on my heart that you hear come from my mouth is I don't want anything. I have no wants. I just hope I'm girded in a service for him, this country, this community, victims, people without a voice. The people are afraid to speak up. People without a voice, they lost their voice. They can't even say anything. The world can hear them technically. I mean, I'm sure maybe they've learned sign language, they're trying, but he gave me such a powerful voice. I didn't ask for it. So I thank him. And will you please take the word deserving out of your mouth and never say it again? None of us deserve anything. No, we don't. He already gave us the gift of, if he wrote it on our hearts, we just have to seek it and he'll give it to us. That's the treasure of this life, brothers and sisters. You can put your treasure here on this earth, or you can put it in heaven, and that's not above your head. But with the discernment of what I've taught you, you'll know that that's our inheritance from above, the heirs of the throne of God, those that are throned at the wedding feast of the lambs. Their names will be caught out, not blotted out, because they don't go by ordinances and mandates and codes, and they're not a corporation, and they don't give their authority. They follow in the commandments. They are the disciples of Christ, those that bear their cross daily, that it says in Luke and Matthew, his apostles. Those that are wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove, those that are meek, those that are patient, those that are charitable, those that are kind, and those are all agape, those are all Shem. That's the authority of the Father. Those are his disciples. You have to do what the Father tells you. This Jesus that they teach is not do as thou will is this. There's no such thing as free will. There's porneia, self-will, but that's the Satanist church. That's the motto of the Satanist church, do as thou will. So the whole world's fallen under deception. I know why God has me here, is to continue to declare this gospel until the last jot or tittle. And when he's done with me, not me. I don't have any say. So good luck any man trying to take my flesh. If Father wants it, it's because he chose it. If I'm in prison, it's because Father chose it. Shiloh, my love, the one who, my love, I'm the bride. If Shiloh's my love, that's why I'm here. That's my love. That's why I'm here, not my son. He who loves his son more than me is not worthy of me. Saying about my son, Elijah John Werner, right? That's why I think he that day. Dad, you're making it about you, Dad. Don't do that. No, I'm not, son. I understand. I apologize. I know I'm puffing up on Lake County, and it's, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. My son is a good young man, and there are good people in this country, and there's good people all over this rock. And when he said all flesh would be saved, he didn't mean everybody. He meant not just the Jews this time, but the Jews and the Gentiles, brothers and sisters. Very elementary. But from all flesh are only his bride, and those are the ones that will be crowned at that crowning moment when he calls their name out in that book. So there's 3 books, not just the book of judgments, where all will pass through, whether they have any understanding in Christ or everybody, unless you've never sinned in your life, you're going to pass through the book of judgments. It doesn't matter what you think or believe is not a thought in your head. People make a massive mistake by thinking they can believe in Jesus. That the word believe is a verb. It's an action word. Maranatha, until he returns, like a verb. It's an action. You can't believe in Jesus up in your head. That's not how that works. And people have fallen under that Jesus, under that John 3:16. So I try to help those people with the way, but I'm not doing it. That's what agape is. That's what you're supposed to do under this covenant. Show them the narrow way. Love thy enemy like thy love thy neighbor like thy love thyself. That is the word love is Shem, agape, authority. I already told you that the commandments, the disciples of Christ, they carry their cross daily. Matthew, porneia, they deny self, the eyes, the idols, the things of the world. Like, I don't mean it. In my case, I can't sit there and worry about this flesh, man. So what if they're trying to kill me? So what if they're trying to swap me? The whole state of Oregon is in jeopardy. If I don't keep doing this, and just fall out, it's all vanity. Maybe somebody pick up the cross. I don't know. I haven't found anybody out here to take the cross. The Father sent me here to do this, bear the weight of this community. There are people suffering, brothers and sisters. I better go, because I have people writing me, filing these actual grievances through. I left a community service and lit this town on fire, this little country town on fire. I did. They were really upset, north and south. Everybody, this whole county is in an uproar over this whole me pointing out that the county is criminal. And these people love up here, these cops. They love cops. A lot of people love cops, like Donald Trump. They just love cops, man. They love for people to be feed and extorted, and God whip people over fees and fines, and under this covenant, we're supposed to turn our cheek. That's what I teach. I teach the gospel, and only those that are meek will inherit. So see, got to be meek to be an inheritor of the that's the ones that have their name called out in the book, the disciples of Christ. They don't go out and do bad things and mean that, so we make mistakes, but they're not going out and striking anybody. They can still shoot you if you try to come on or protect their home or their land, but I recommend turning your cheek, like he says, and be meek and turn your cheek 7 times 70. You have to endure to the end to be saved. So that's a law. Endure. That's not a short jaunt, a sprint. I'm a veteran. I've run more than all 17 you combined in this room. A lot more. That's an endurance. That's a marathon. He said you must endure to the end to be saved. So it's a long race. I call it life or whatever, marathon. You got to finish strong if you want to win the race. So I feel like I'm in my last days. We all are, but God willing, I'll be here on the 9th or 11th of December, and that's not too many days away. But my chances are looking good, only by Father's will. I'm in a den of lions that are trying to eat me. They're trying to throw my son in prison. Now trying to throw me in prison. They kidnapped my son. And I got mounds of evidence for criminal behavior, from the judge to the district attorney to the elected sheriff to the probation officers to both Lake and Lane County. I got all the proof. The measure, the evidence. I'm not accusing anybody. I'm telling you, here's the evidence. The devil is an accuser. So the devil is the word demonion. It's a distributor of fortunes of lies. I'm not spreading lies. These people, I have the evidence. So I'm not seeking vengeance upon no man. Orge is the word to quick to wrath, or quick to anger, or even quick to judgment. We are to judge, but with righteous judgment, not quickly. We use the word of God. We agape our neighbor like we agape our enemy. That's why I'm going to tell that judge next time I see him, don't try to stifle my freedom of speech, because then I'm going to tell him that the Father is the authority and doesn't have any hold any authority in this courtroom. Anything that's done here today is only done by the will of the Father. He has dominion over all reign, because he is the high authority, the most high I am, and he is the commander of my ship, making me say what I'm saying, and my judgments come when the dead are raised from the ashes and the dust, if I die before that time. And then that happens. So you're not going to do anything. If Father creates all things, then there's nothing in that courtroom that the judge can do me that the Father has not want to be done to me in the past or anything in the future. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. So thank you, brothers, sisters. I'm going to wrap it up there at 6 minutes and 30 seconds against the state of Oregon. Try to protect this state from the SWAT team that came out and swatted my house. They can go to your house if you're a state resident in the state of Oregon. I stand up. I've called, higher authorities over this without. I didn't want to. I tried to deal with it at a grassroots level because I'm a tyrant, pig, cop, thug, pirate, veteran, tyrant. The swine of the earth is the veterans, brothers, sisters, on this rock right now from all nations that are outside their borders. He said, let vengeance be mine. So you can protect your home. Countries can protect themselves, but proof that that fake nation of Israel over there in the middle of the desert is not the one that Christ calls out as Israel, because his bride is from all flesh. If you put yourself above another, that's a Jew. Remember, they think infidels, that Christians are below that. I mean, I'm not a Christian, just so you know. I don't do none of that crap. It's all vanity, all religion, all of them. I rebuke all of them. From Catholicism, Christianity, Mormonism, they're all vanity. That's all pole worship. That's that 2020 nonsense celebration of birth. So I don't do none of that. I expose that I am apocalypse. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to declare the coming of the King. I'm here to tell you from the past. As I said, I'm eternal from the past, and I told you that he was turned on a line, okay? His birth, there was conjunction in the heavens, the celestial firmament, if you will, and not the heavens, the ruling class of the heavens. Heaven's not above your head. You might want to study the word of God. When he said God created the heavens and the earth, guess what? That's not above your head, and that's not below your feet. So you might want to go back and subscribe to this channel if you're not. They do shadow ban this channel, so I have this older thing going on here, but I try to do evidentiary streams, and about half of it turn out to be teachings. So that's okay, because this is what Christ did. He stood against the perversion of the law, and they threw him in prison. And he said, do what I did. Does anybody want to rip your beard out of your face? They striped him. You're out there earning your stripes. You getting your stripes? I hope you are. Chevrons and rockers. They put holes in him. Anybody want to put holes in you? The state of Oregon just wanted to kill me. It didn't turn out that way for them. That's okay. They could do it again, but the Father will protect me. I will not live in fear. I will not act in violence. I didn't last time. I won't do it again if they come. So, but they may just shoot me. So if they do, brothers, sisters, love you. Brothers, sisters, in the narrow way, I'll see you on the other end. When the dead are raised from the ashes and the dust, Maranatha, until he returns. He said, have your loins girded in my service, believing in me. Can't believe a thought in your head. Remember, that's an action word. Loins girded in my, that's like doing the, you got to put the work in there. Can't just sit around and be saved. You have to endure to the end to be saved. So see, put legs on that faith, brothers and sisters. Don't go down in the silent majority. He said the only thing through his apostle Paul, the only thing it takes for evil to flourish is for good men to stand around and do nothing. I rebuke Hollywood. Holly. Yeah, like your bush, like your stay out of the bushes. Speaking of bushes, speaking of Satan, Satanism, a new world order. There's no such thing as a one world order, brothers and sisters. Don't fall for these knuckleheads. Osama bin Laden was an oil tycoon who did business with the bushes. So stay out of the bushes. Don't let anybody thump you. Donald Trump is selling you out. He's has his house decorated with the Antichrist, and he's not the Antichrist, but he does live in the same amount of stories as the Antichrist, which should find rather alarming. That's the word hados in the same way. Satan's house, he decorates his house with Satan, and he has the same amount of stories as Satan's tower. God doesn't like towers or buildings. So, you know. Thank you for your hostility. Okay, well, I rebuke you. God said, do not think that I came to bring peace on this earth. He said, those who say peace and safety, sudden destruction will come upon those who say peace. So I don't think you know who. God is a title too, by the way. Who in the hell are you talking about? Do you know what the word hell is? Please don't talk about God if you don't know. He said his last words, Shiloh, Christ Jesus, the Hamashiach, the Masseh, Christ Masseh. No, that's not Jesus. That's Satan. I was talking about that Trump has his house decorated. That's not hostility. That's the word of God. And nice means to be stupid. God doesn't want us to be nice. You need to go back. Is Brother Ross, you want to give him some definition here? Put the word on these people, brothers, sisters. Show them the narrow way. Frower is the Hebrew word, twist, change, and vert. That's what people love to do. By definition, they're translators. They go after a transgender God, Jesus, Pole Jesus. You don't worship Jesus, do you? Christ Masseh is the eating of human flesh. That's my daughter's last name. They kidnapped her in the state of Oregon. Interesting, huh? What I mean and what you take it as is two different things. Nope. Definition, everything. That means Shem. You're an idiot. You're just a lame man, simple man, and your name, rebuke your name's idiot. I hate it. God says, if you're loved by the world, you'll be hated by my Father. So all rich people go to hell. I rebuke Hollywood. You can't step to this channel. Don't go try somewhere else and pull your holly. I bet you people love your wood. Go take your wood and pull on it and get your splinter somewhere else. But phallic worship and transgenderism is not supported in here. And anybody supports this phallic worship of a transgender God, both man, woman, and beast, will be removed from this channel. Normally by the word of God, it says, love thy enemy like thy love thy neighbor, like thy love thyself 2 times. You give them the narrow way, and then you kick them off, depart from them, rebuke them. Yeah, you don't keep up with vipers. So, no, name means Shem. You don't even know what their name is. Name is the word Shem. Some has Ham had. Are you learning anything, brothers? This is why I told you. He says no weapons against you will prosper. Hollywood is one of the sick, disgusting. Go take your P. Diddy party somewhere else, all right? Go have your bath oil parties somewhere else. They fuck kids in Hollywood, you sick fuck. The cat's out of the bag. We don't live in the age of deception anymore. Your name is disgusting. All famous people go to hell. And so do rich people. He said it'd be easier for a camel to pass through an eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates. You just don't like the truth. So I know, huh? It's pretty interesting, huh? No, nobody will speak the truth to you. So just your name sucks. Go change it. I ain't going to try to change you. You can't turn a goat from a sheep, but I can teach you. I see you're trying to be pleasant, but you're not supposed to be trying to be nice. Gifts are a bribe. Uncle Joey, he's touchy throughout the year, but we'll shut up about Uncle Joey if we'll get a gift during Christ's Mass, huh? Rebuke this nonsense. Your name, you probably don't know what it means because you're an idiot, and I'm not insulting you. Name is Shem. As I said, Ham, Shem, and Japheth were the sons of Noah. Okay? Shem was the authority or name. Huh? So you just don't know what you're talking about. You're just an idiot. An idiot is not an insult. Idiot means an idiotos, same thing as ignorant. It is not an insult. It means that you've never been told. You don't know. You maybe never told anything about Hollywood. Holly, interesting. Wood. Nimrod, get that blood pumping, eh? No Satan, that's Christmas. He married Easter, Ishtar, the star goddess. And when Satan died, she married her son Tammuz, the son of Satan, and they fucked like rabbits. Sick. So I rebuke all this religious Jesus nonsense and pole god worship of the Satan. That's the sheep were in the fields. The rains in October, November, and December are the sheep. That's Satan born on December 25th. But these idiots and the whole world, 99% of the world are idiots. They go by the calendar, orgy calendar 2024. You got to be an idiot to do that. He said, yes, the devil will be able to change times. That is Jesus on a pole. No, not one hung on a pole. Nimrod, the perversion of the calendar. And he warns about changing of time, but people don't care. They don't love him. They don't take the time. Ask and you shall receive. I know God doesn't like prayer anything. Fuck you. I know that. That's my downfall. I'm not a perfect person. I know that. So I know it's my downfall. I know I'm a veteran. I've been stressed. I got swatted. My lungs are fried from breathing CS gas. I'm probably gonna lose my eye. My son, I haven't talked to him in 6 months. Somebody's just in here impersonating my son. I have a no contact order with him. So, but I'm all right. Fuck you is just a term comes from the U-bow. Speaking of wood, you know anything about your history? Probably not. You're just an idiot. And God doesn't like profanity, though, cursing and casting spells and curses and getting stung by the spelling bee and doing visual and verbal voodoo. You like the words, don't you, huh? Soup, word salad. So anyways, okay, I understand that. All right, I understand that, okay, Hollywood, but thanks for righteous judgment. Thanks for righteous judgment. So anyways, fuck you is a term taken from a war, a term used from a bow. This was the bird, flipping the bird. That's the finger they would use to pull back the U-bow. Fuck you meant the pluck to pluck. You don't know what you talk about, idiot. And I know that. Thanks for righteous judgment. God doesn't like cursing, but I'm going to teach a little bit of history. So be a bigger man than you feel you are now. Now you're trying to tell me to rise above others. Okay, I rebuke you, Hollywood. Your name sucks. They fuck children in Hollywood, P. Diddy, and all a bunch of six perts. The cat's out of the bag, and your name's Hollywood. So go stroke yourself somewhere else. Pornhub, have your happy ending. Bye-bye. all these teachings, I know my issue, brothers and sisters, with the cursing, and I'll just give you a little, and that doesn't make it better. Fuck you is a term that comes from it is a war, this is a military. They would pluck the U-bow, the U tree, the tree. That's how they make the bow with the U tree, and they would pluck. That's where the term flipping the bird comes from, and they would cut their finger off so they couldn't pluck the U-bow. So fuck you is not what people even know. Now, I'm not into cursing, and I do apologize, but there's a little historical record to show you that most people are idiots and don't know what the hell they're talking about. Hell is only the place of no knowledge. That's all hell is. Hell is nothing else. If you make it anything else, I rebuke you. You are adding to the word of God, and I rebuke you. Don't add or take away from his word. So I'm just giving you a definition, give you a little historical record. You probably didn't know, but there's a little history behind the term fuck you. Probably never heard that. And did anybody know that? I'll give you that right now. That doesn't make any better or doesn't justify my cussing. He is absolutely whoever that was. I do rebuke his Diddy party name and his bath oil party name, but they're all a bunch of sick, twisted individuals doing it to each other, and children too. Don't think children even get involved in this crap. So what do you think Hollywood is? It's a big front for a bunch of pedophiles, and so is government. So I want to hear this crap, Mister. I'm gonna drain the swamp. Oh, Mr. Chump, he's part of that ring. He decorates his house with the god that does all this stuff. Moloch, the one eat your kids, Krampus, Apollyon, the sun god, Satan, Christmas, whatever. Ignorant world. Everybody's celebrating 2024. It's not 2024 world. What kind of world are you in? It's not 2024. That's not what the year is. Why do you say that? Like I was in some false paradigm here. Even on this court paper, these idiots. Put 2024. How is that even a thing? It's not 2024, guys. Stop playing this silly reindeer game with these people. Apologize for my profanity. It is that stupid Hollywood name is right. You don't mix the word of God with profanity, and he's 100% right. I'm faulted, brothers, sisters. I already told you that. Maybe when I get past this thing, I'll go back. You can find me thousands of hours, streaming with no profanity ever once. So I do appreciate your support of the ministry by just coming back and dealing with my crap, guys. I'm trying to push as hard as I can to keep my son from going to prison, and it can't be about him. I'm trying to stand in for the state of Oregon. It can't be about me. I'm trying to stand in for this country. It can't be just about this cause. There are people in this community that are risk, and if I'm too deep already, brothers, sisters. I'm in way too deep. I can't back out now. I already pushed all in, and so it is what it is. God will provide the way. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying. One day I hope, Mommy, to still see you and know you, and if not, maybe be with you in our new bodies, that this will all, the measure will be poured out justly on all, not by my will, but by the Father, and that maybe you'll see me past this. I do appreciate your positive energy when you come in here. I do appreciate the support of this ministry. Maybe we'll just keep it going since we got a couple, but I've got to go probably May, fire up this generator. I'll burn out the last of my gas. Maybe we can get it up and going here. It's 5785, Sam, on the Hebrew calendar. Okay. And if you go by that, it's all right. Just, I'm trying to help people come to the, not me, Father does it, so you understand. Everybody, I don't want, none of us above the, I just don't sup with people who are in the narrow way. That's what Father doesn't want that to rub off on us. So we show them the love of, hey, it's not 2024, it's 5785. The new year starts in the spring, not in the, you know what I'm saying? So if you can sift through my crap, Sam, I'm not sure if you've been here long, and just chew up the meat and spit out the bones, use spiritual discernment. I do apologize for my breaking down and using a lot of profanity, because I hope that I have a powerful message normally without it, and have just been put under an extreme level of stress of being physically damaged to my body. And I'm really I do think I might lose my eye. I should probably go to an optometrist or an eye doctor, but I don't think it'll happen. I don't even know if I'll be here for my son's court date at the rate that this county is going. I mean, I have very little. They've already SWAT warranted my house, kidnapped my daughter. She's not on this warrant. They've got me coming to say that my son has a trial, which they're definitely not prepared for. There's no way they can win. I don't know what they would want me to say on the stand, but that's on the 7th, and I don't know if I'll be here. So there's thousands of hours you can go glean on the channel. If you'll help keep the channel alive, if I do get taken out here of the flesh, that there are thousands of hours you can go back and see me streaming without ever cussing. It wasn't until, they threatened arrest of my son again after they'd already put him in jail once illegally that I really started this. It's been a long walk just to get to there, trust me, but just for this last 4 years have been the most. I had my Jubilee year last year. There's 7 Shemitah cycles of 7 is the number of completion. 7 Shemitah cycles of 7 is 49. And in the Lord's Prayer, it says, forgive us let's make sure I'm on the right realm here. Okay. Is everybody in the Lord's Prayer? Does everybody in the Lord's Prayer? He said, if you are to pray, because, I pray with the Father often. That means to face. But he said, if you are to pray, God said, do not pray like the heathens, repetitive, short and or long prayers. He says, okay, so if you know Lord's Prayer, tell me if there's any there, because in my reality, there's been, it says, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, and that is to glorify or edify or lift up. Our Father in heaven is without flesh. That's what it means, from above. Father is from above. It's not mean above your head. Heaven is above your head. Heaven is the inheritance that receives. So it says, Maybe never even taught you the Lord's Prayer. When it says, Our Father who art in heaven, it doesn't mean above your head. I didn't know if you know that. So we'll get that out of your head. That's not what that means. It means he is I am without flesh, the Most High, who can't be defiled. He is pure light. Never sinned, can't sin. I don't know if you know who I am is. Most people don't never been taught who I am is. They know who maybe heard of Christ. They call it God. I'm not, brother, sister, no. David called him the Lamb of God, which is Aries. Aries is the celestial marker that we had before Christ was born of flesh. Father existed before the new covenant. He would come down one day a year, but not of flesh, and visit, and they would sprinkle blood over to the Ark of the Covenant, where the two cherubs were housed inside the physical temple. I don't know if you know this old law or this old, the father who required war, sacrifice, ritual, payment to 5 shekels to the king, blood, literally they had the altar outside of the temple and the glassy sea where they would wash up after the sacrifice. They would bring the blood in, pass through past the table of showbread, the altar of incense, and the 7 candlesticks, right, which are the 7 churches, pass behind the veil one day a year, and then sprinkle that blood onto the covenant, the ark where the 10 commandments were held. And Christ would, do you know any of this? Have you ever been taught any of this? What's this have to do with the Lord's Prayer? You need to know who I am. He said, before Abraham was I am. You need to know who I am is. You want to know who I am? That's Aries the ram. Aries, the fire, the god of sacrifice, the god of ritual, the god of where he said the wages of sin was death, one sin. 613 laws, statutes, commandments come out housed within the first 5 books in Scripture. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy are the law. That was the Torah, where the wages of sin. There were 613 statutes, commandments. One, and what the wages of sin, one sin, and under that a sin was a sin. There were mortal sins, venial sins. I hope I'm not going too far off. A sin is a sin, though, so you know, to the Father. It's anyway. So that is I am. You know why he said before Abraham was I am? Do you know why he said that to them? Remember the apostle or the Pharisees were laughing at him because of Christ's age and Abraham. It didn't make sense to them. They couldn't figure. He made it very clear who he was. That's why he said, "Be comforted." That's my two. Well, the word that keeps me here on this earth is endure. Otherwise, I would probably already taken my own life. But I can't do that because I have to endure to the end to be saved. So sozo is the word salvation. If my salvation is in faith, then I have to endure to the end, go through the suffering to be saved. So I can't check out early. I call that the suckerfish route. But seriously, low bottom, you can't do that. I really want out of this flesh, but I have to stay here for this country. I have to stay here for the gospel. And I do truly realize that through tribulation, I am sent Shiloh as he returns Christ Jesus, Mashiach. What was that? Oh, probably somebody else leaving a comment. Another bootlicker. I bet just another bootlicker in town. Nothing to see here. Oh, yep, nothing to see here. I love it. I love it. These people just love this. I love it. Such bootlickers. So, all right, we'll finish this and the Lord's Prayer real quick. I can't stop teaching. Thank you so much, Father, for giving this. We're going to go another roll into 7 hours of evidence and teaching. Thank you, Father, for this broadcast. So, our Father, who art in heaven, which is the ruling class, and the earth is the ruled, if you read Scripture. Hallowed be thy name. Thy name is not God. It is not Abraham or Isaac or Jesus or Tracy or it's Shem. It is 66 canonized, in this case, as how I teach, of the Old and New Testament. That's the word name or Shem. Or in the Old Testament was the first 5 books in Scripture, which was the Shem. That was the law or the authority. That is the word love or agape, 2 John and 6, to walk and follow in the commandments of God. 613 statutes, commandments contained in the first 5 books in Scripture. How in the hell is that a religion? I rebuke all religions. So either way, hallowed be thy name. Are we going to ever get through this, Tracy? Do you even know what you've been reading? Thy kingdom come, the kingdom of heaven. He's talking about the bride, the crowning moment, brothers and sisters. Thy kingdom come, thy will Only by thy will. Father said that I did not call out to their hearts to seek after me. Religious people say God knows what's in my heart. Remember? God tells us our heart is continuously filled with wickedness. See what I'm saying? I rebuke religion. So remember, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, by not by self, but of Father's will, agape. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth, not below your feet, as it is in heaven, and that's not above your head. Uh-oh. On earth as is in heaven. Give us this day our daily, that's why I teach you daily cross, daily bread, give us this day our 66 books, give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory will be yours, brothers and sisters. Hallelujah. Now and forever. Hallelujah. Is that all? Is that your version? Forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors. Nobody spoke up. Is that what your version says in your text? Oh, yours says forgive us our trespasses, huh? Doesn't it? Yours says forgive us our trespasses as those who forgives. Yeah, it doesn't say forgive us our debts, does it? It's forgive us our debtors. Have you ever heard that? That's what it should say. Not forgive us our trespasses as those who trespassed against us. Why'd they take that out of there? Why is that? What happened there? Is that a Mandela effect? Remember, you better be careful about the words you read. Forgive us our debts. God, what? Let me get to what I'm saying. I'll go, guys. Just a long teaching for just something. Sometimes get a little long, but I know my point here. There's 7 Shemitah cycles of 7. Brothers and sisters, okay? Hallelujah. There's 7 is the number of completion. God asks you to do 7 things. There's 7 trumpets, 7 seals, 7 candlesticks, 7 church. 7 is a very important number. It's the number of completion. It's the number of maturity. He tells you to do 7 things. You need to find them in this book. I'll never tell you. You have to find them on your own and do those things and you will be matured. So 7 is the number of judgments, the final trump, the final shofar. 7 is to be completed and to be matured. There were 7 Shemitah cycles of 7, which is 49. And on the 50th year, it was called a debt jubilee, and your debt would be forgiven. So forgiveness of debt, forgiveness every 50 years. So I have to be honest with you. I just recently in this stupid 20 California or whatever this, it's all perversion, all this from California to sea to sign each sea, it's all perverted. They do it here. They do it all over the world. This calendar of this 24, I was born a Scorpizzo as the teacher, false teacher, Scorpizzo, the false prophet. Watch out for that stinger, you know. He said, discern all things, like he said, watch out for the Scorpizzo, the false teacher. Looking just like Christ, mirroring and doing all the same miracles and wonders. The Antichrist. But anyways, people think the devil's some leotarded red spandex wearing kitty devil that's, I'm going to get you. Elect, yeah, right. You can fool the elect come wearing red spandex. So anyways, so Jubilee, it says, forgive us our debts as we forgive us our debtors. And that was because they would do a debt Jubilee every 50 years where your debt was wiped out. That wouldn't keep these banksters going, would it? That wouldn't keep this central bank. That wouldn't keep this 80-year cycle of reserve currency and all this war machine going throughout. Well, for 2,600 years, we've been breaking this covenant. When God said, let vengeance be mine, we shouldn't have one single military base outside our country. We shouldn't have one single, military member outside of our borders. And then we've been breaking this covenant of the old, way we used to do things, not Old Testament, under this new covenant where it said no foreign entanglements in America. We were a blessed nation at one time. We, within our own issues we had, but we weren't outside our borders. And so we're a disgusting, filthy swine nation, and any nation that uses this war machine to tax its people. Warning, God don't like taxes. God don't like fees. And if you fee the people for war, when God already covered that, and then you're going out to that judgment is be poured a measure of just measure will all these nations. Anybody who partakes in this fornication of this war machine and this is it, brothers, sisters, the apocalypse, this age of revelation where a man like myself will come reveal this truth to you, because this is the covenant of Christ, those that are meek. And meek doesn't mean to strike out. It doesn't mean weak. It means you can protect yourself, but it doesn't mean you can strike out. See what he said? Be the meek will inherit the earth. No foreign entanglements. We were a blessed nation, but we've given that up. And so is every nation that goes outside its borders. That proves that Israel over there in the middle of the desert is not the Israel that Christ is speaking about in this book, because they're lobbing rounds into Iran. So they're not this Christ, Israel, fake Jew bullshit I call blasphemy on that nation. God's flesh comes from all continents, all rocks. He sends judgments to all four corners, north, south, east, and west on this rock. So I don't want to hear it. You're not one above the other under this covenant. Nope. In the same narrow way. Hados. I don't like pride. I don't like one to rise above other. And so what? This is what he told me to tell the world. Tell everybody, go spread the news. The king is nigh at hand, and he's going to come take from all Jews and Gentiles this time. So go share that. There you go. You can go get your inheritance. Everybody think you're crazy now. Yeah, tell them don't celebrate anything. You're not going to get in the grace of God. He said, take up your cross, because that's why he did that, so we don't have to. Not a physical cross. We have to take up our spiritual cross. That's why we find our rest and sup in that suffering. Hallelujah. Our day of rest is every day, knowing that we're just like today. I got to find rest, that they're giving me, trying to throw me in prison, but oh well, Father will be the high priest, the high authority. Shiloh will, no matter what. I don't want to face the Father. Hell no, I don't want to face the Father. Fuck that. Apologies. I don't. Where the wages of sin is death. Good luck with that. So, debt forgiveness used to be part of Scripture, brothers and sisters. I'll wrap this up. I hit 51 by this lunar calendar, orgy calendar, 2024. It's 5785. It's not 2024. In November, the 9th month. What I thought November was the 11th month. 9, 11. Interesting, huh? No, November's the 9th month. What the hell are you talking about? But anyways, 9, Dece 10. December is the 10th month, not the 12th month. Where do you guys get this crap? I don't know. You're lunatics. You celebrate an orgy calendar 2024. It's not 2024. Stop it, please. I rebuke 2024 crap. That's not the year it is. Why do you keep allowing these people to do this to you? Oh, okay. Anyway, so yeah, that's the truth. That's the alati. He said, I am the hados. I just narrowed off and showed you. I am the alati. So you're going to keep telling everybody, oh, it's 2024. Yeah. So debt forgiveness, as I'm telling you, is part of this, in 24 on their lunar tick calendar on a 13th of the night, 11th on this lunar calendar. I don't do birthdays because I'm not getting any older. They physically have damaged me, and I'm not getting older, brother, says I'm eternal anyways. So no, if you celebrate, even Stinky Muskrat talked about this. I rebuke that filthy swine of a he makes me sick just looking at him. But he said this too, that if you celebrate these births, you're giving every year you get older and older. That's going to age our body. Most of these elite, they know this. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there we go. Thank you, Mommy's got it. You're not going to fool Mommy. Mommy's like, I know about Giannis and thank you so much, June, and all these. Thank you, sister. Blessing. I hope to be with you someday. Past this and get back to the old gospel, just his teachings and stuff. So if not, you'll be able to see me go out in prisons and teach this out in many prisons, not just at one being confined, but in many, and given the same this beautiful teaching, this understanding of what you say, because that'd be interesting. They'd love that, and people to be taught that. Wow, so that really is an eye opener where we're at. You know what I'm saying? So but where I'm going with this is they did change the debt forgiveness, brothers and sisters. It's very other interesting, and God doesn't like fees. So I have to tell you, because I don't do years, that I was hoping, and I shouldn't hope for, I shouldn't ask. I told you I'm not deserving of anything. I was hoping that my 50th year on this rock by their lunar calendar would be my I tried, guys. I so tried to make this 50th year my Jubilee year, because that was like the year I thought I'd come, this would all, you know, kind of all this hard work would, you know, not forgive it, but I would stop maybe so much struggle. There'd be my little God would let up for just 1 second. But I'm telling you, when I hit, that was the last thing. I got the complete opposite. This has been absolutely the hardest time I've ever struggled with ever. I can't even relate anything that's ever happened to me in the past. I'm a veteran, law enforcement. I've been through some hellish situations, and this is far a much bigger struggle. But this is a much bigger battle. This is a higher purpose, his, than anything. If this works out right, a judge will lose his job, be disbarred, and be put in prison. Judge Vanderberg will go to prison. If the father prevails, I'll either die trying, not by me doing anything violent. They'll probably just shoot me. They already have done it once. They've shot my son. They've kidnapped my daughter. I can only go on what the past example of what has happened. So, you know, or the district attorney, he won't be in office anymore, but I will continue the pursuit. He's the one who signed the SWAT warrant. He's the cause of physical damage to they shot my windows out. They ran over all the homestead. There's been a lot of damage. Excessive force was used. There's no doubt about that. But that's the district attorney. The elected sheriff will be removed from his county seat and be put in jail. He should be imprisoned. He allowed a rapist to run around. I contacted him about the corruption in this county. He won't do anything. Most of the deputies, anybody that was on the case list, I'm wanting, not by me, because this is how you do this, to sue the bonds of my son, myself, and my daughter, who was illegally detained. Because once we prove Elijah did these 180 hours, they're going to have to reimburse Elijah for all the extra hours that he was made to do wrongly. He did 300, I'm pretty certain, at least, and that is a lot of extra hours. That's 120, 100. He did over 300. I know he did. But I'm trying to be, he did way more. There's no way he didn't, okay? And cellular data will show. So they're going to have to compensate that young man and his wife who got kidnapped for their time. He was working for probation office when he could have been working for himself. He's really good at mechanic, and he's people want him to go work on their cars, you know, even out of state. He has been, you know, people come and meet him, you know, from out of state to get his work done. You know what I'm saying? Out of state people like his work to come where he's at. And you know, sometimes he's going up to Portland. I'm meeting somebody up there and go work on a car in the parking lot and stuff for him. He just does this stuff. I mean, he came here, had a car, the car blew up, and he came with his friend, and they pulled the old motor out and drove it out the same day. I was like, whoa, you know, but that's his specialty. So he could have been doing those things and making his good living like he had. He was trying to do the best he could with, you know, what he had to work all this time for his home, his wife. They have a nice place, really nice. I've been there, you know, 2-story, super clean. I don't like they live right next to their neighbors. You can fart, you can hear it, but they never have a noise complaint. Never. They've been there the whole time, never been in no trouble. My son has completely been, you know, an example of what I like to do what you're supposed to be done. So when these cops bonds are sued and removed, we should reimburse him, and then I'll just donate anything that's to me to the ministry to build up the ministry. And so maybe I'll look at not making it 501c3, because I don't have to do no tax stuff, no nothing, and then I can just take straight donations, and hell with your taxes. I don't care about 501c3. I don't care about taxes. You want to make a donation to the ministry, I don't care if you write it off on your tax. Actually, it won't be. If I don't 501c3, you can't. So whatever, you either donate to the ministry, it is a tax break. Whatever, I'm done doing the tax thing. I looked into this too, guys, on how to do this, but maybe that's how this ministry will be taken care of. Father will supply by all the bonds. There's got to be at least, you know, at this case, and not about being rich. That's why I want to donate it. He said it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. So I can't make it. You can't be rich yourself, or you won't make it to the Father. That's just the way it is. All rich people, all famous people go to hell. That's why I got on Hollywood earlier. So, yep, he said, "Here for your love by the world, you be hated by my Father." So Hollywood, rich, famous people go to hell. So So anyways, brothers and sisters, again, you know, I want to, before I end this, I got to end this pretty soon because I'm going to run the battery down. Darn it. That's okay. I'm hoping that all I do here is only in the will of the Father. There's, you know, like I said, my son has done everything he needed to do. My poor daughter has been victimized. And so if you sue a cop, bond, or any one of these people are bonded, they won't be able to work in that line of work anymore. I'm not trying to take a man's livelihood so he can never work again. That would be condemning them. And I'm not trying to condemn, and I'm not trying to seek vengeance. But if you sue, I'm trying to teach you something. Like if the judge was negligent, you know, and or not, if you did all these things, convicted, negligent. That's a stupid word. I don't want to use that, but it is what it is. Okay, he's a criminal. We'll be able to convict him of crimes. Ted Martin will be convicted of crimes. The elected sheriff. This happens, brothers and sisters. Judges go to jail. So if this happens, each one of them are bonded. And what you do is, instead of what I'd like to encourage, if I can talk to my son, if we prevail in this case, which I'm hoping we will, and I don't die and can't represent, you know, every one of these people who are like a worker is a contractor, is licensed, bonded, and insured. So are people who work in law enforcement and community service. They have a bond between, you know, almost $1 million, $2 or $3 million bond. And if you sue their bond, they can't work in that line of field. Like if you work in a construction and you mess up somebody's foundation or something, it cracks because you didn't, I don't want to go to contractors do some horrible things to people's properties, man. Shouldn't even be given their LLC to begin with because they don't follow the procedures. But, and I'm not into all that. There's certain times where a give unto Caesar kind of a, you know, custom homes are a thing, but let's go back. Okay. So if you mess something up, let's say you get a little complacent, you think, you know, if you can't read a tape measure or something, you do something wrong and you make a mistake at the first floor, you don't fix it. It's something very minuscule at the bottom is going to come out to be a massive problem in the second floor if you don't take care of it down here, you know? So anyways, that happens. And people try to cut corners, brothers, sisters. You know, you should use a frame and square, know how to read it, and you know how to read tape measure. Maybe learn how to build before you go out and try to build people's stuff. You know, it's not just a bunch of written down stuff. You got to know how to be in the field, work the field. You know, Jesus was a Jewish carpenter, so maybe that's why I have the knack to build or whatever I do, or understand this a little bit better than some of these others people. I don't think they take very serious. But if you mess somebody's home up, they can sue your bond. So you're not going to be able to keep messing people's house up. So that's what hopefully we can do. That way, all these criminal police officers and stuff are going to, if my son, I refuse to, I will never do this unless somebody maybe has encouraged me, but I don't know how I could be encouraged to tax the people, right? No, I would never do that. Don't think that I would be influenced to make the taxpayer, God hates taxes, to pay for their screw ups, their criminal behavior. The taxpayer is going to have to pay because the state of Oregon illegally swatted my house and didn't even look to see if Elijah had even done the 180 hours, not one of them. That means that every SWAT officer that came out here that didn't look to see if Elijah had even done the 180 hours, the original reason why they came out to SWAT the house, right? Well, there was about 29 guys, I believe, total, not even including the county. The largest, that lady said, I've never seen, I've been here as long as you have, never seen that many cops go out to, there's been raids out here. This is not the first time. I'm sure, I don't know some of the other ones there's been out here, but she said so. But they're all bonded, licensed, bonded, and insured. So should I make the state of Oregon residents have to pay for those 29 people by suing the county? I could put a whole separate lawsuit out against the county and against the state. But that makes the taxpayer have to pay for what these criminal cops and judges have to do. Do you think that's fair? You think that's fair to make the taxpayer pay for these bad cops and bad judges? I don't think so. So I will refuse. If my son does, that's on him. If my daughter does, that's on her. This is what the people should do, because a lot of times when an officer gets in trouble, nobody sues their bond. they might put some disciplinary, or they'll move them to another agency. They normally put them on paid leave. That's crazy most of the time, paid leave. And then they do whatever their internal investigation. Most of the time, they'll just move them to a different department because nobody sues their bond. You have to go after their bond, not in vengeance, so that when you sue that bond, if enough people sue their bond, me, my son, and my daughter, all those police officers, SWAT officers, all the people who are involved with the local county over here, I've tried to get their all these people, Tom Rourke, Josh Bezel, Sam Birch, Lance Brown, all these other officers involved, their bonds will be sued. All the probation officers, that's all. They have to be, or they'll continue to stay in the line of community service. And I don't want the public to be put in jeopardy for these people's negligence and incompetence and criminal behavior. So maybe you're learning something here. If you will sue a cop's bond, you're not taking their livelihood away. Judge Vandenberg goes to jail, gets sentenced to 20 years in prison. Ted Martin gets 20 years conviction prison. Crusher Brunsman, 20 years prison. Sam Birch, 10 years. I don't know why I gave him 10. He should get 22. That man drove me down, and I asked, come on, man, you live in the same community. Please just look into these 180 hours. You could be a hero, dude. The whole thing. I know you're one of them, but come on, man. Look into it. You just swatted them. You have kids, man. You have family, dude. That'll all be recorded. If my son and my daughter and me sue each one of these people's bond, not anyone will work in a line of community service or public servant or judge or attorney ever again. They can't work in that line. Now, when they get out of prison, maybe they'll work in the kitchen. They can get out, flip burgers for if we still have McDonald's in 20 years from now. They can flip burgers. See, I'm not trying to take their livelihood so they can never work again. I just want to see them put into a cage where they can have some time to think about all the criminal behavior they did and the things that their criminal, things that caused a lot of damage to people. So they were over authority. When you put in a position of authority, it's like a pastor spreading unclean truths. That's who God deals with when he comes back, just so you know. That's why I warn people, don't say anything about God's word. If you don't know what you're talking, God is it, don't say anything, please. You do need to speak up if you've been taught, but you'd be better just to shut up and take your Fifth Amendment when it comes to God. He said, if you add or a jot or tittle, the scorpizzo, that's who he deals with, the false teacher. You're going to tell somebody about God's word and think you know something about God's word. If you haven't gone and defined it with a lexicon, used a concordance, defined it by the definition, studied the culture, I would recommend you don't say anything. Keep your mouth shut. Go play I'll teach you the gospel, come back, I could teach you oligos, just a few things you can say and just go enjoy this world. Don't even try to, you're not bringing anybody to God. I made over a decade mistake. That's probably why I suffer a lot. You receive all these plagues. If you add to this book, even your own opinion, I'm bringing people to God, I'm helping. No, I didn't help. I didn't bring nobody. God said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, not one of them would. So bam, blasphemy. What a heathenist pig I was to go, fisher of men, and you'll go to and you try to go out there. And the heart is filled with wickedness. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. I had good intentions, but that was not what the word said. Although a fisher of men, that means that we give them the love. The net not knows what it catches. It just does what the job of the net, right? Is it biased? No. God does the separating the wheat from the chaff, the condemning. So I'm not trying to condemn Judge Vandenberg, a criminal. I'm hoping to see him turn around, put his hands behind his back, put shiny bracelets on, and go sit in a prison. Maybe someday I can come pastor to him. He wanted to throw me in a prison. Doesn't have any problems with doing that. Doesn't mind throwing my son in prison. Didn't mind signing off no, he didn't sign off on the word to kidnap Adriana. That's illegal right there. They better get that straightened out in this county. They kidnapped my daughter. She has the biggest lawsuit out of all this. So if you sue a cop's bond, they will not work in the line of law enforcement. So Michael Taylor needs removed from the county seat, needs put in prison. Everybody involved will get their bond sued and they won't work anymore. And that should be enough to compensate my son's loss for time. I'm not going to seek physical damages. Even if I die, I will sign something that no matter what they did to me, I'll let God heal. I'll go try. I think I can go fishing in the woods and eat some food in the organic. And I think I'm never going to get my vision back. I don't care if I lose an eye. It's just an eye. I have another one. I can deal with one eye. I can see with one eye. I'm fine. If it goes, it goes. It's not the end of the world. Okay. I need my lungs to work. If they don't work, then I won't be able to breathe. But as of now, I'll figure it out. Not going to sue this county or state for the physical damages that they caused to my body. Out of the bond, I will fix the ministry because they ruined and wrecked the ministry. All the livestock kennels, that was unnecessary. I will donate all. I'll put it in writing. I'll donate all of this to the ministry. I don't want possessions anymore. I want to go chase waterfalls and rainbows and go on the road and see fish organically eat a brook trout right and catch it right off. I haven't thrown a pole in the water in 10 years, 12 years, because I tried to build this community of off-grid, self-sufficient, growing your own food, organic, multiple people, year-round garden, producing your own water power. I did it by myself out here for 5-6 years. Successfully had a full working homestead, animals, sheep, goats, chickens, rabbits, hogs, dogs, you name it. I had housed the neighbors' cows over here. I had a full homestead, off grid, completely wind turbine. That blew off. I don't know what happened to that. I haven't been able to replace it. I don't have any extra funds. Solar generators, or solar power. I'm totally off the grid, producing my own power. And so I was successful. Did I have anybody come join me? No, that's okay. I'd rather now take the time and go maybe use the time that I could have been fishing and doing other things and go enjoy that, and then go into town, because I don't like town. I don't do good around electronics, and go into prisons. And I hopefully don't have any record, because I don't have a criminal record as of now. And I can go into these prisons and teach the gospel, because I have found somebody from an outside agency that wants to bring me into the prisons and teach. They've heard the ministry. Somebody in prison has heard this, and they work with this agency, and it's come to my attention. They want this gospel in the prison. So only by Father's will that happen. And so I will donate all of my time to the ministry, and then try to build up this mobile ministry with this vehicle so that I can still go enjoy some time as a pastor, enjoying some organic lifestyle, but then go into collect more books for the archive across the United States and around the world. Man, that would be so awesome. So I'm either going to get shot or dead by a couple weeks, brothers, sisters. I'm really pushing this very hard as I can. Last time I did it, they swatted me. But I know that the Father, he prevailed last time, and they didn't kill me. My son is still here. And although my daughter was kidnapped, she's, illegal is what I'm saying. You illegally detained her body under Miranda rights. They didn't do that. So all will be poured out in just measure. Why we're here. My son will get his life back with his wife. I don't think they'll ever want to move here. Actually, I will not move my son here. Absolutely not. Even if they all go. I think it's time for us all maybe to take a long trip. He was this close to getting off probation again. This stinking close. And they did this crap to him. So I'll die trying. I'll die fighting. I'll fight to the death, not physically. I said that's their evidence against me. I said when backed in the corner, I would strike, and I didn't. So I didn't keep my word. No, I didn't strike. I said, we have that covenant. A raccoon, if you back it in the corner, you poke at it enough, if it bites you, it's your own fault. So I didn't strike, so thank you, Father, for the perseverance to continue. Oh yeah, we swore the battery out. So love you guys. Got to go. I can't stop. I'm trying to keep going here for my son. I'm going to push until they drop these cases. I was hoping to get a call today, but I need not hoping anything. Father will provide blessings to this ministry. Yeah, I didn't. I could have killed 3 men, Mommy. You know what I'm saying? Legally under the 4th Amendment. The hell with the 4th Amendment. I don't care about the 4th Amendment. I know I have the right, but I didn't do that because I care more about turning my cheek and being meek. I care more about my inheritance, Mom. You know what I'm saying? I care about if you're one of those that gets to be, because I don't have a family, and you happen to be one of my sisters in Christ, that I'll get to be with you. All that I didn't get a family here, I will get a family when I get back. I don't have a family. My family knows even called to see. My son, his mom is over there and his brothers are over there, and he has all those people. And I don't think anybody's checked on him, or even no person's ever called me one time since he's went over there to jail, say, hey, Elijah's over here and he's doing okay. I know you can't have contact him, but he's all right. Nothing, never, not one. No, I've never had not anything. So I don't have a family. All I have is him. They took that from me. So I do know that I have to look prognosco forward to the people, my brothers and sisters, that after I die, and I know that's probably to you, I don't know if that means as much, but it does to me, that I could be with you and our other brothers and sisters in the narrow way when we come back. So, you are helping just by being in here. I'm telling you don't realize how much support that I appreciate, the not just tickling my ear, the kind words. I'm very alone and isolated again. And I've never been more isolated in my life because I don't have my son. He was the only person I actually had that I would spend this much time, not this much time talking to, but hours on end. And so nobody's going to listen to me for that long. And I appreciate all the help of this support of everybody's been able to just, if you've been here a little while, you've seen I wasn't always cussing. I wasn't always this stressed. I'm down to the wire. They've got 2 weeks or something like that, and they're going to take my son to trial, and they don't even know about these 180 hours. Nobody ever called me today. Let me know if this guy was arrested. Today, why wasn't that idea to call on the update? John Mogul was arrested, Tracy. They're not going to arrest that guy. He works for them, even though he can break the law. He can break the law. John Mogul breaks the law. No arrest today. No update from the sheriff's office or nothing. So I got to go get more wood. My fire's dying down. I don't have any more wood. So I'm breaking down. I'm telling you, Mommy, my physical body is starting. So I've been so strong. I mean, I'm a strong dude. I don't want to lift my shirt up, but I got a 6-pack. Okay. I mean, I'm still, I think I do. I'm pretty sure nothing's changed. I still work out. I got a 6-pack at 50-something, and I'm not like that. I mean, I'm strong. I got tensile strength. That's, I did the work of make a 20-year-old look bad. Like, come on, man. I meant dig that hole that big, not this. Once that's not a hole, I need to put the post in there, something in there. And so I thank the Father, and I'm hammered, Mom, and my body has been wrecked from just working it over too hard. I mean, just broken my back more than one time. My hip this winter, I really believe I did crack or broke, or I don't know what. You trying to lift a 400-pound beam up onto a seal plate and then drop it and hold on to this stupid. I didn't know what it was going to do. Felt like I didn't want it to come back and hit me in the face. So I know I had to hold on, and when I did that, it wrenched, because I was on a ladder, up on the thing, and it pulled my hip and wrenched that socket. And I've never had that done to me. And that put me down with the sciatica already, with the back and then the hip at the same time, man. I don't know if you've been following me that long. That was through the winter. I worked through all winter long with all that injury, that break, and just pushed through it. So, a tiny, cool, outstanding. So, oh man, I got to go. It says charge my battery. All right, guys, I've just worn this battery down. Okay. Love you. Much blessings. Thank you so much for your support of this ministry. If you want to leave a comment, that's appreciated. A thumbs up always helps. I don't care what happens with this. I don't care. I care for the ministry. I don't care. Father's in control of this. It's been shadow banned. There's nothing that's not happening. If you want to leave a financial support of the ministry, I've never gotten one single dime for legal funds since this whole thing has happened, and I don't want to take any money for legal. Father is my counsel. I'm literally without an attorney. This is crazy. There's a Cash App and a PayPal down there. Do not give to this ministry if there are people in your immediate area that need any kind of finance. I'm talking not even 1 penny. Please do not put money into that Cash App or PayPal if you have people in your area that you can help. First, you've got to be somebody closer than me. Okay, Father will provide. I don't need anything, so I really don't. I mean, I have bills too. Got land payments coming up in a couple weeks. Nothing disappears out here like that. My bills don't go away, so that's why I'm trying to get this stuff paid off so I can get out from underneath the bills, donate what I have, just get it all paid off and cash in and give it away so I don't have bills. All I'll have is an insurance bill for the vehicle and for the ministry, the mobile ministry, and the gas to move from state to state or wherever I'm moving to or wherever. I won't need anything else. I have food, lots of food. I've collected food like a stinking chipmunk for 10 years. So I have more food than I know what to do with. I don't know what I'm going to do with all this food. Actually, I'm just going to get it stored in the archive. That's why I have it there. So for that rainy day. So blessings and agape and phileo. And thank you all that joined the stream. I apologize a little bit for the breakdown earlier. That I asked for that person to put my son's name in there. Said, well, be this person or that person. And they went to the very, the bottom. So you should have seen that coming, huh, Tracy? Careful what you poke at. You'll get what you ask for, right? Ask and you shall receive. All right. I love you, brothers, sisters, and they're away. And I'll see you again. I don't know what time is it. I think I might just call that a little bit and rest for a bit. And it's getting cold in here. I got to go get some more wood. I do these dog duties of got to feed the dog. I'm off grid. I got lots of stuff to turn the place down out here on the farm before the end of the day here. So I will see you guys, Lord willing, maybe for the end of the night. I'm not sure. If they come in SWAT raid the house tonight, I will film it for you guys. So if some reason I don't want to ask for this, they come in here and just blazing shooting, please do not let this channel die. There's thousands of hours we can still glean from Pastor Apocalypse teachings when he wasn't cussing. There's lots of information that can be gleaned. So don't let this channel die, please. If I die for some reason, please keep calling for my son. Check up on him somehow, some way. Will somebody find out that he's I'm sure he knows that this. I don't believe he's ever even come on this live stream. You don't want to break the no contact order, but let him know that his dad, really. To the very end, he pushed as hard as he possibly could. And he probably knows that I don't think he knows that they shot me in the face. I don't think he knows that I'm struggling with this respiratory issue and having some issues with my hearing and some of my lungs and stuff. So he doesn't know anything. So just let him know if, you can't talk to him personally, if something happens that this, and he'll probably know that I pushed. I mean, he knows that I don't know what he knows. I don't know anything about what he knows, but I don't even why I'm assuming what he knows at this point. So, because I don't have any contact with him. I don't have anybody to even, so if something happens, I just don't know. Please immediately find out too, if you can, please find out, make sure my dogs get taken care of too. Okay. I have set that up. Okay. But like last time, I ate 6 tear gas canisters for them, so I love them. That's why my lungs are permanently bothered is from the tear gas canisters, so I can get numbers for my dogs. Do you love your dogs? We do crazy things for our kids and crazy things for our animals, don't we? Yes, we do. My son said, Dad, if you didn't have those dogs, can you imagine the things you'd be doing? I wouldn't change it for the world. So I'm saying, these were taken for my dogs. I could have left out of the building. If I didn't have any dogs in here, I would have been able to leave out, but I had to make sure I knew somebody. I don't know anybody, so it's a little hard to find. I kept telling them, I'm trying to find somebody to go. They just kept pumping them in, man. I love these puppies. Look at them. Look who's right next to her. Look, you don't realize, but they're right here. This boy's right here in my lap. There's biggest big. He's right here with me the whole time. He knows Dad. He's been acting like this. He knows something's up, guys. He has just been super lovey-dovey. He's been here the whole time. He just won't leave my side now. What's going on with your ear? And then kitten boy is over here with the dad too. And the other guys are my kitten girls right there. And my other boys right there. They're all here. He's all here with the dad. So, all right, guys. Much agape and phileo. State of Oregon, you suck so bad. You hurt my animals. You wreck my house. I hope they don't do it again, brothers, sisters. And if they do, I will go without a fight. I just hope they don't come in here guns a-blazing again without anybody here, because there's nobody else here but me. and they can kind of do whatever they want. So I better make sure I have some kind of phone to record the incident. I don't like that my life is like that, man. Every night I go to bed, no, they can swat me again. Father will protect me. Just please keep this ministry going. Come back and keep watching the channel. That will keep it probably alive if something happens. And then please just stay on touch with my son. Make sure that they don't somebody's got to, I don't know who he has. I don't think he has he just has such a small group of people. He only hung out with his wife and very seldom just a couple friends. So he not some big social network either. He kind of just does his thing, works. And I say, hi, Juniper, to the kitten girl. So I'm going to spend some time, take care of the animals, do my duties, because they all have to be fed here soon. Oh, girl that I love. She's the only girl. We treat her like a princess because she's the only girl out here. Oh, my good girl. She's such a good sweetheart. Dad was you too, huh? I don't want nothing to happen to my kittens. I had cats in here too, guys. Her babies were in here, and the state of Oregon gassed those kitties, man. Shame on those 29 guys that came in here. I told them I had animals in here, guys. Go watch the SWAT warrant. It's on here at 16 minutes and 16 minutes, about 6 months ago. You want to say bye, Juniper? All right, say bye, Juniper. Say, we love you guys. We'll see you again soon. Hopefully, Lord willing, we'll come out and do another broadcast and sow some more seeds. Agape and Phileo, I'm Pastor Apocalypse. I am Pastor Revelation. Whoa.